Hypocrisy.
Hey, what is up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota, but at least 6 inches. And with me today is Joker at Better Bachelor, another YouTube creator. And welcome to the show, man. How you doing?
Good. What's going on, brother? You know, I got to tell you, I'm very impressed with your interview skills. I've watched you with all the A-listers. It's nice of you to bring in a C-lister, you know, to break the, break it up a little bit. And your interview skills are really good, man. I kind of feel like I'm on with a slightly less talented Joe Rogan, more facial hair, less weed, more racism. So I got to tell you, I'm pretty thrilled.
Well, we'll talk about the racism. No, the problem with Joe is he's too short to be racist. That's his problem.
I don't think that's true. I'm only 5'6", so...
The implication of that statement makes me immediately endeared. So, well, welcome to it. Let me get something out in the open as fast as possible, and we'll probably we'll talk about it in a little bit. Well, the Rekieta Law Twitter handle has been suspended. Just 124,000 followers, not a big deal. And I will be appealing it as I posted on my locals. I'm expecting to lose the appeal. And if that's the case, then I mean, that's the case. I don't really care all that much. I'm not defeated and destroyed and sad and sullen. I've mostly been laughing about it all day. But as a reminder, the place to find me, because the ban hammers loom over all of us, the place to find me, rekietalaw.locals.com. That's where you can get announcements as to what's going on, stream announcements and everything. It's all over there, and it's all easy to navigate, and it's all free. Like if you want to participate in chats and stuff, that's when you have to pay a little bit per month, but you don't ever have to do any of that to get notifications and to make sure you can always see what's going on with the channel, what's going on with me, what I'm talking about. So that's there. And you also have a locals as well.
Yeah, betterbachelor.locals.com. I've been over there now. I think I was one of the earlier adopters because I also watch I watch Jordan Peterson, and I also watch his name escapes me now. Anyway, the other creator of locals,
Dave Rubin.
Dave Rubin, that's it. I don't know why that jumped out of my face.
I was sitting there trying to think of it the whole time too.
I don't know.
Dave's never returned my calls, so why should I know his name?
Well, remember, he is married, and you know, you're married. I'm sure that there's some conflict there that he's just not. He's just.
Well, I mean, it just depends how adventurous he is, I guess.
How many drinks he's had. But yeah, and I jumped over there pretty early on because, you know, being like most of the kind of the men's content that's like making fun of blue haired. Well, I guess you really know this now recently.
Oh yeah.
You know, you make fun of some blue hairs or the wrong people and they come for you. And I said, I felt like for the last 2 years on YouTube, it's like, well, is this my last week or not? You know, you always have that sort of Damocles holding over your head with like one fine spider web holding it at all times. And I said, let me just set up over there. And I enjoy it so much more over there because, again, you just don't have that constant worry of what am I going to do wrong now? What am I going to say wrong now? It's great.
Oh yeah, we get to be very unfettered on locals. It's amazing. I love the team over there, and they're constantly working on their product. Just the other day, I did a live stream that was specifically to test out some audio issues I'd be having, so it could be reported to the dev team to figure out. Because I found out that, like, for me at least, the Bluetooth headphones on an Android, the mic quality, it's like throwing a dart, man.
Yeah.
Like some days it's on, some days it's off. And so I tested it on an iPhone with their Bluetooth headphones, no problems at all. So it seems like maybe it's a problem with either my brand of phone or Android itself with their app. So hopefully they'll be patching that up really, really soon. But yeah,
they've done a great job. I mean, they've only been around for a short period of time, and everybody kind of compares Rumble to YouTube and Odyssey to YouTube and Locals to YouTube. YouTube's been around for like what, 18, 20 years. So
yeah,
you know, when these new ones are
they have
coming
a head
out,
start.
just just a little, but you know, these, when they've only been out a couple of years and they need some UI changes and some graphical interface, you know, the GUI web page change. But other than that, I've been really impressed with both Rumble and Locals. And it kind of takes that fear, like, if I'm crushed on YouTube, at least I got a backup. I can still make some grocery money, maybe.
And we always want to eat groceries.
I hear they're good.
That being said, we're gonna, so guys, Better Bachelor here, he has a little bit of a YouTube channel, just a teensy weensy one. You can check it out. It's in the description, linked over there. You just click on his name and it'll take you to the channel. And I'm going to ask you to describe what you do over there. And I think that'll kind of lead us into some topics, but I'm not doing it just yet because I have to announce the rest of the week still, just in case people don't know. Tomorrow, I will probably 99% not be streaming on my channel tomorrow because I'm on with Mahler and Rags for EFAP. We're talking She-Hulk starting at 1 p.m. Central Time. We're going to be shredding it, ripping it apart. My soul has been crushed watching it. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. And
you do realize the only people that are watching She-Hulk are the ones shitting on it, right?
Yes. Yes. But somebody has to do the service for the rest of humanity.
That's right.
And that'll be us. It starts at 1 p.m., but EFAPs regularly go like 8+ hours. So who knows when it'll end. I've cleared my schedule for the day, and that's where I will be. Thursday, we have iHypocrite, LP Originals on Twitter. iHypocrite as well. He'll be here. We'll be talking about his upcoming lawsuit. Friday is a mystery guest, very spooky, who I think I can announce probably Wednesday night or Thursday or whatever. So we'll be talking about that as soon as that's available. And for everybody who wants me to stream the Alex Jones trial, I think right now my best chance is Thursday and Friday. If I can, I will. I don't know if I'll be able to. It really just depends on what I need to do around the house. As a man, I have duties to attend to, and we'll probably talk about manly duty at some point, right? Like tonight, but we'll see where we go.
Is that what you describe taking care of the Mrs. Ricada?
Yeah. Well, when I've talked about, she had a medical procedure recently. She's recovering and everything's good, but it just makes it harder for her to get around and do a bunch of stuff around the house or whatever. And I have had to drive kids around the past couple days. And so it's kind of hard to do like a 8-hour stream throughout the workday when you have to go do a bunch of shit throughout the workday.
Right.
So, but
although I got to give you props if you can really sit there and bitch about She-Hulk for 8 hours. My God, no wonder you drink so much alcohol. I mean, let's face it.
You have no idea the depths of my rage.
My man, your liver must be literally swollen to the size.
I had it calcified. It's just a bone there that holds the liquor for a while and then just spits it out. But no, let's talk about you though. Tell me, Joker, who you are, why Joker, what the channel is, how you got started. I need to know the details.
Let's see. Well, Joker is a nickname I've had since the military. I don't know if you've ever seen Full Metal Jacket, but it's not the Batman and Joker. It's the I'm a smarmy jerk. And my drill instructor started nicknaming, asking me if I was a Joker and making fun of me and calling me Joker, and it just kind of stuck through my military for those years, and then it stuck ever after. And I go by that most of the time, but also and you're finding out this firsthand, but a lot of content creators that I've watched that maybe talk about females in not the most flowering, glowing way, because God forbid you actually say something critical of any of them. They'll come for you. They'll dox you. They'll try to ruin, even if you're not trying to be a bad person, but you're just not saying, hey, all of you are awesome for no matter what you want to do.
Yeah, so it's crazy how little pushback is necessary to really anger a large amount of people. I mean, for me, it's fake women at the moment who've come after me pretty heavily. And at the end of the day, when you break down why I made them so mad, I disagreed with someone giving hormone replacement therapy to children. Like that's what I did. And that was enough. And it's like I even had the qualifier, like, I don't care if you're trans. Like I trans guests that are friends of mine, like come on the show. Iron Liz has been on the show. I'd love to talk to Sophia Narwitz at some point, because I think Sophia has some hilarious takes and seems to be pretty popular. So like, I don't mind. I interact well with just about anybody. But no, it's, if you attack this one little facet of this community, poof, like the whole avalanche comes after you. And then with attacking women, you bigot, it's largely the same.
Actually, if you watch my content, I actually don't really attack women so much as I try to explain to them what men are really looking for. And for some reason, apparently a body count of 200 and being a wine mom at, 26 is somehow makes me the bad guy, when I'm just like, that's really not what men want. And
what is the age, while we're talking about, what is the age for the wine mom? Like, what point do women get to transition to wine mom?
I think the official age is the second kid.
Okay.
That's pretty much, and they're out of college. I mean,
because you're like locked in at that, like you're hoping that the relationship is locked in at that point.
Well, and, I mean, at 2 kids, the alcohol's coming. I mean, the alcohol's going to be there. And I think the wine helps a little bit at night to console one's decisions about the past. So, but the
what are you
truth
trying to
is,
say?
oh,
I'm kidding.
But I think I initially started my channel out just to kind of, because I was a young man at one point in time, long time ago, and I remember what it feels like. I grew up thinking it was going to be, the 2.5 kids, the house on the hill, the wife, the picket fence. Dad always said if I was a good provider and a good man and treated a woman well, you're on easy street. You'll eventually find the right woman. Oops. That went out the window probably about the same time I turned 18. So, things just kind of went crazy. But a lot of young guys, I think, they're either bitter, they're pissed off, maybe they're physically challenged, maybe they don't have great looks, maybe they're on the shorter side, whatever. And when you're a man, a big portion of the way you're judged, or the way society judges you, is the woman you're with. And when you may not have the ability to have a wife or a girlfriend, or you've been cheated and hurt so bad you don't want to go back to it, a lot of guys now need to rewire their brain and say, where the hell am I going in my life? What am I going to do now? Everything I thought I believed in has been turned on its head. So I said, I've been through a lot of this stuff. Let me just talk about it. And it's not necessarily to teach anybody. I'm not much of a teacher. Matter of fact, I'm not much of a student. I struggle with everything I've ever done, actually. But but I said, at least let me tell some stories and read some news and put information out there. So at least, and the neat thing is, as my channel grew, and I think YouTube screwed with it a little bit, because at one point I was 30,000 subs a month, and then it dropped down, and then it dropped down, and then it'd rocket back up again. And then like over the last month, I think I had like 1,000 subs in a month. And then this month's back up to 6. So something weird, is kind of going on. But
I know this feel exactly.
And it's kind of like, what do I change? What do I fix? What do I do? I haven't really changed anything. But the important part of that is, there are guys in chat that's like, hey, I'm 6'2", and I work out at the gym, and she left me for, another guy at the gym, or I'm divorced, or I've never met a woman, or, I'm 28 and I've never gone on a date or kissed a girl. And you get all these guys kind of in this community. And the biggest thing, I think, the takeaway for all of them is, I'm not alone. Like, I'm not the odd man out of society.
Right.
And I'm not the only one. And then you start reading, and I'll do stories on statistics and stuff. And it's like 30% of men under the age of 30 or whatever have never, had sex, period, like ever. Or, 50% of men are afraid now to even approach a woman because of society and getting called a creep or whatever, getting blasted on social media. And so I talk about that stuff just so guys can go to bed at night going, okay, I'm okay. Like, I'm not the crazy one. I'm not the oddball here. A lot of guys are going through this. So now how do I redirect my life and find a better way to go about it?
Well, yeah,
and then I make a lot of fun of crazy women the whole way through it. So
right. See, I told you were attacking. No, but the problem is not that 30% of men under 30 have not had sex. because like for me, sex is like the goal of every waking moment of my life, but not every, like it doesn't need to be. I'm just, you know, I need the horny bonk from time to time from the corgi.
That's why the wife had to take some downtime and get a little snip, you know,
But
ease up a little bit there, cowboy.
Yeah. Well, I had a second vagina installed in case the first one got tired. No, no, but it's so like, but that's not actually the be all end all. That's not like the goal of every guy 100% of his life.
Right.
And there's a whole lot of other things to focus on. I mean, hell, for me, I think I dated one girl in high school and it was like a week. And it wasn't until I got to college that I actually like really was trying to find someone to settle down with, because like high school relationships, you could just look around, there's shit.
Right.
And I know there's always a Cinderella story. Oh, we met in high school. He was prom king. I was prom queen. We each had 9 other partners at the time. But I think our first daughter is his. But like you always hear that story, but that's not the majority of those things. So for me, like, you know, that period of my life was not focused on women in any particular way. But then, you know, like when I got to college, and actually, hell, when I got to college, I was not focused on settling down at all. It just kind of happened, and I was good with that. Like that was happy for me. But that's not the way it is. The problem, what I'm saying here is the problem is not that these guys are not having sex. The problem is that 100% of that 30% of men have been shamed for not.
Right.
And that's fucking crazy to me. That like it is when men don't focus on sex or are unable to get, you know, to get their foot in the door, so to speak, to get their dick in the door. Either way, like when that is the case and men are trying to buck the stereotype that men are just these horny monsters, then they're shamed immediately into being a horny monster.
Right. I mean, you look at anything on the internet and almost without fail, the 2 biggest insults you'll see tossed at men are incel or he's compensating for a little dick.
Yes.
And when that's the go-to all the time, you know, people like myself I'm built like a half roll of pennies. You know what I mean? I take that personally. You're looking at me serious. I'm not built like a half roll of pennies.
No.
But what I'm saying is, you know, the guys that are physically challenged or have something or aren't able to be with a girl when you're a young man, 18 to we'll say 30, that starts crawling around and knocking in your head where you're like, I see dudes that will spit on a woman and call her the worst names ever, and she'll start crying because he won't sleep with her. And here's guys sitting here with like a fistful of cash going, "Dear God, please." And they get ignored.
Please let me spit in her mouth.
I'll pay you to spit on me. Like, you know, and you know, you get that portion, but the heart or the part I think that is kind of the most concerning thing is that the guys that start entering later 20s, early 30s, and they felt like I should have a girl. I am a good man, or I feel like I'm a good man. I wanted a wife and I wanted kids and I wanted a family. And I don't even get like, I don't even get called out of the dugout to take a swing at the plate.
Yeah.
And so what it is they feel like they're missing out on that love and that companionship and what they see on Facebook maybe or their friends talking about where, I mean, you've been married. You are married. I've been married. What you don't realize is all the mess that's sometimes on the backside of that curtain.
Oh,
And guys
absolutely.
think they're missing out on this amazing dream, not realizing a lot of these relationships are held together with, you know, with thread and prayers, because everybody's always putting their best foot forward. And so it kind of goes from that. Can't get laid. I'm not going on dates. I'm not meeting women. I'm never going to get married. I'm not going to have a kid. I'm not going to have a family. I'm going to be alone forever. Or I get divorced and I lost the kids, whatever. And that when that consumes a guy, he can become angry, depressed, you know, drink, suicide, whatever.
Yeah.
And the only thing I guess the only thing I can say is there's a whole wide, awesome, beautiful world out there. You just have to redirect your life. And once you do that, I mean, it can be fantastic.
Sure. Let me just give a big shout out to Joe, Good Logic, and his chat who have rated the channel. Much appreciated, brother. How you doing, buddy? We got to talk soon. I hope you're doing well. He says La Femme Rakita is the perfect name. I was like, I need to open a Twitter account called La Femme Rakita, identify as a woman, and if anybody tries to say I'm ban evading, be like, don't mention my dead name, you bigot.
And you know what? Here's the thing that'll seal it. Just put on a blue-haired wig.
Yeah.
A little bit of lipstick, but now you can leave the beard.
Yes, of course. If you don't love the beard, then you are
that's right.
You are a monster. No, I think it's really interesting because the world does build this expectation of men. And I was watching your video that you did a couple days ago. It was a review of the 7 women interview.
Yeah.
Guys, interesting video. Check that out. I mean, check out all of them. Okay, come on. But this particular one I was watching, and I really liked some of the points you were making because it's similar to things I've been feeling and articulating lately. Is like there's there's a couple sides to expectations for men. There's the one, like the romanticized place of, I hope he treats me right. I hope he's a good provider. I hope he's, he doesn't beat me.
Right.
He makes decent money and all this stuff. But you were getting down to this point that kept kind of like creeping into some of their answers in subtle ways is with the guy who has all these qualities, how does he get to talk to the woman to communicate that he has these qualities? Because the other side of it is the upfront, front-facing part of the guy where he might be 5'6", 5'5", and instead of like walking up to him at the bar or whatever, she walks right past him to the 6'2" guy like me, who's a complete jackass, right? And so how does the guy communicate that what your dad said, right? Just be a good man, be a good provider. Well, lots of good men and good providers, just like there's no way to get to that point because there's this physical expectation. And how that kind of ties into things I've been saying is I asked an interesting question of the chat, interesting to me, which is all that matters, a couple days ago or weeks ago. And it was how many guys in the chat have never been complimented based purely on looks by a woman. And so many men in the chat, like I think that the poll was like 63, 65% had never, ever received a positive statement about their looks.
Right.
And like
just statistically, you'd think it'd lead. I mean, the bell curve, statistically, right. Half of them are better than average looking. I mean, we are on YouTube, but for the most part, I mean, I'm on YouTube. I know I don't. I'm definitely in the lower half of the bell curve. So,
well, the bell curve is such an interesting thing too, because how women rate attractiveness is very different than how men do, according to OkCupid.
Right, 80% of men are below 50% of average, which
right
doesn't work. But for somehow for them, and I think on that,
and they say lesbians don't exist.
But if you actually look at like the curve of that, the number of 10s that they rated was 0, and the number of 9s was like 4, and they didn't. And then it's like 80% of men are 5 or lower, and yet when you look at the men's, it is that kind of gradual bell curve.
Yeah, and the thing that was interesting for the men for me was men rated women on a bell curve, but the bell curve was actually skewed above average. So it was like closer to 6. It was like 5.85 or something was the actual peak of the bell curve.
Right.
And then it went down pretty evenly on either side of that, which that was just like a weird artifact of how things work out. Because I'm the opposite. I go 80% of women are hideous. No, I'm not kidding. But it's this weird thing that doesn't get communicated that women do actually have, especially, and I want to talk to you about the manosphere and like what that is. And because there's a whole lot of controversy around it in general and within it, I think.
Yeah.
Like fake advice guys and stuff like that. But there's this perception or idea. Hell, Drexel, my buddy Drex has been on the show and he said this a long time ago. Look, if you have 100K or 200K salary, you can just convert that into a 19-year-old wife. And I'm like, I don't know, because I had a bunch of guys reach out who are software engineers who aren't 6'6" muscly black guys.
Right.
And they go, wait, how do I convert my 6-figure salary into a chick? Like
Right.
it doesn't necessarily work that way, because there is this physical expectation that's very real. And I think that's what a lot of guys like you have started to talk about. It's the 666 phenomenon, right?
Right.
But
Except
two of
now
those
it's
sixes are physical.
right. And except now, I mean, it's starting to become like a 6, 7, 8. Like
Yeah.
they're kind of escalating it. And it's really fascinating. I mean, I think I've done like 800 videos now, and there's many days where I wake up and I'll kind of search through looking for something to talk about, and I'm like, is there anything like I've covered everything underneath this, but
Mhm.
there always seems to be little surprises here and there, and it's kind of like I guess I've scraped the bottom of the barrel so much now. I'm out of wood chips, and I'm actually like hitting topsoil to the bottom of the thing. But every once in a while, you find there's just more and more interesting stories that's kind of like, here's another instance, or you take someone like Tom Brady, who's, 6'3" or whatever he is, a model. He's, 40 something, one of the best athletes that's ever lived. And his wife's like, he's not around enough. Like, this isn't working. It's like, if Tom Brady can't make it, what kind of hope do I have as an average everyday schlep? And it's just really fascinating that it's almost a science to it. That when you start looking at some of these numbers and the actual success rates of dating, and how guys have found, the pickup culture for a long time kind of honed in a little bit on what makes women tick. And some of it was accurate. A lot of it was uh, snake oil salesman kind of stuff of, oh, if you just say this one thing and subscribe to my program and all that stuff. But
Right.
they did kind of work out that you have to be different than other guys. Well, Danny DeVito is different than other guys, and he's not. I mean, he's just not gonna make it.
Well,
So
Tom Brady's wife could go hook up with Danny DeVito.
exactly.
There you
Well,
go. She's tired of Tom.
but I think what's happening now more is that guys are kind of saying, all right, yeah, I make good salary. I can't translate that into my height, except if I go to a plastic surgeon and insert rods into my legs and break them and have them stretch them up to 6 inches, which is a thing.
Yeah.
Um, or,
Awesome.
you know,
Every
or go,
short guy should do it immediately. I'm just kidding.
can
Don't
you,
don't do
dude,
that.
I've looked at the x-rays of their legs. They're going to be bow-legged and all janked up.
Oh,
But you,
my buddy Dick Masterson on his show, the Dick Show, he interviewed a guy who had done the surgery overseas,
yeah,
because they just got approved in the US, but he had done it overseas, and it was a horror story, like months and months and months, because it's not like they break your legs and then they're fine.
right.
They break them and they heal, and then they break them and then they heal, because they have to separate them a little bit at a time
So it
for the
keeps
bone
growing
to
in
grow
over time.
together.
Yeah,
Because if you just break them and set them 6 inches apart, like, you're not going to get back there.
right.
And it was months and months and months of agony for this guy. And then you have the rehab, like, you have to relearn how to walk. And then you have Henry Cavill arms. You got these little short nubs up top. That's got to be fucking weird too.
I showed a picture of one of the guys, and from the waist down, he looked like Slender Man, and from the top half of him, he looked like Popeye or something. I just and the thing is that even if that makes you pass, now you're what, 75 to 150 grand in the hole. You had to go through months and months and months of pain. And the thing
Yeah.
is, if you're still not self confident, and you're still um and you still don't have that mindset of I don't give a fuck mindset, and you just are going for life. If women still think you're trying to like validate yourself to them, you're still not going to have any more luck than any other guy. So I think what's happening now is and I talk about this all the time on my channel, so I won't bore everybody with it, but women are now selecting men the same way that men select women, which is like, I do not expect a woman to be bringing in a good salary and improving my life, and that she's going to help elevate me in any way. That's really
Right.
not what women do. That's what men do, and that's why women want men that are higher value. Men are like, I don't care if she works at Taco Bell. She got a great set of titties. She's fun to hang out with.
Yeah. I'd
So
prefer she not work at Taco Bell. Like, I'd prefer she not work at all. Like,
right,
that would be
lot of guys would be say stay at home and raise the kids and be a stay at home mom.
right.
But the thing is, guys go pretty much on, does she treat me well? Do I get the satisfaction and the gratification that I want in the bedroom? Is Is she appealing to me? And do I like her? And that's really it for a large majority of guys. Women want all that, but then they also want the height and the looks and the car and the money and what's happening, I think, is that women are now on Tinder or these dating apps, and all they're doing is they're saying, "Oh, I don't need money. I've got money, or the state helps me out. I don't need a big, strong, protective man. I've got, government and everything else. What do I need a guy for? Like, I'm good on my own." So what they're doing, selecting men, like men select women, and everybody's going for the best looking people. But guys will even dip down lower. So, a guy maybe won't date a 10, won't date a 5. A 10 might date a 7, but he'll definitely sleep with a 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. And then after enough drinks, 5, 4,
right.
How that goes.
Yeah.
But those women, after they're with that guy, they're like, I just slept with a 10. I want a 10. I think I can get a 10. And they go out there and they'll sleep with those guys and they'll party with those guys. And those guys dump them after a little bit of time or just a couple nights, whatever. But she's been rolling with 10 for years, or 9s or 8s or whatever. And that's what she wants. And she won't settle for less, not realizing that those guys don't want to date her or marry her or keep her around for an extended period of time. She's just a fun lay. And so it's getting into this weird thing where the guys that are the best catches are never going to marry because they're getting laid and partying it up and having a great time. So they're not going to get married. And the guys that are at 5, 6 and down, they're invisible. And you get.
And the hard thing for guys that are the best catches. I mean, so you've got the attractiveness part, but let's ignore that. Let's go. This guy's like a 9 or 10 or whatever. I don't even know what that means. Like
well, it's just as an overall package.
Like, right. But like, it's interesting because if I'm like, what's a 9 or a 10 guy look like? I mean, I could name some celebrities, I guess, but you don't really encounter it in the wild. Same with like women who are, I think you encounter a decent amount of women who could be considered 9s.
Not once you take the Instagram filter off. And then they slap right back to 6 real quick.
The 10s, but when you see a 10, it's amazing. It's like a mythical experience because everybody sees the 10 when she walks in the room and everybody's jaw drops, men, women, they're all like, what the fuck is this? Like, what is this creature that exists? I didn't know. I've only heard about it in rumors. But so I assume there's got to be some similar thing for guys. I don't know. But let's get past the looks part of it. So these guys look like 10s. But then if they've also got the rest of the package, if they've also got a killer income, right? They've got some security, they've got a house or whatever. Like that guy has no incentive at all to stop being the playboy right now.
Exactly.
Even though like if he and I were having a heart to heart, I might tell him like, oh, there's benefits to doing this that you don't realize or whatever. But he's like, but my life is fucking cool.
Right.
Like it's really cool. And I don't want to sacrifice these parts. Like one thing that you mentioned that was really interesting in this video that I liked was you said for guys, you go through these characteristics, you just make, do I like her? End of the day, do I like her? Guys are willing to sacrifice the things that they like for the companionship of the female. It's like, okay, well, I can pare down my hobby. I can acquiesce to like her vacation requests or whatever. But you said that women want to add value to their life through the selection. So it's like, does this guy enhance my ability to do the things I like? Does he give me the ability to go on the vacations I want? And that was kind of an interesting perspective. I hadn't really thought of that. So do you think that's like universally true, and when I say universally, I mean, that's like a generalization, like there's always the one who doesn't, right? Or is it like 70%? Is it 60%? Like how pervasive is this sort of selection criteria for women? And is that a bad thing or a good thing?
I think it's changing very, very rapidly since the advent of like TikTok and Twitter and Facebook and things like that. When I was a 19, 20-year-old guy, I mean, yeah, I had a head of hair, but I've always been 5'6", and that's with thick socks. Maybe I can get to 5'7". I've always been a short guy.
Yeah.
But I had no problems dating because I can talk to people and I can joke and laugh at myself. And if somebody insults me, I can insult myself even better than they did and kind of disarm the whole thing. Guys aren't
Yeah.
learning that nowadays because you're not meeting, you're not really getting that dating. Like dating in my day was, hitch up the pants and all right, let's do this. And you go get shot down over and over and over and over.
My
And you
God, just kill me. Like it is
brutal.
I'm not actually sure which is more like temporarily soul crushing, the like going up, working up the like confidence, be like I remember there's this one girl in college, and I was very much interested in lady rackets. And we were hanging out all the time, but she was at this place where she's like, no, I'm not actually dating. I'm not into that. She had just gotten out of a relationship, like just like 6 months prior.
And your beard hadn't come in to really.
No. Right. And I was scrawny, yeah, shaven and looked like a complete twerp, but it's fine. But we were hanging out all the time. We were very close to we were probably in some semblance of relationship, but the denial was there, right? And so there was this one chick on the dance line who was she was very hot.
Dance line, was this like Rockettes type dance line, or is this
they had like a dance team, not like a country western, but yeah, they would do halftime shows at the basketball games and stuff. And she had a dancer's body, very long, very lean. She's beautiful. She had really curly hair, curly blonde hair. And so like I was like, okay, it's time. And I had Lady Raggets actually help me do this. They had like the carnation day where you could buy flowers from all these dummies walking around campus.
Right.
It was like around Valentine's or whatever. And so I bought, the flower, and like she and another cheerleader went up and was like, hey, this guy. And she's like, oh, actually I have a boyfriend. It was like, fuck. It's like just
a boyfriend defense. Oh,
right.
Defeated.
It's just complete shutdown. And it's like it took a fucking lot to like get this idea that, okay, I'm going to make this like spectacle of it. I'll, like I was there, right? But had the cheerleaders help out with it. And it's just crushing because like, okay, you work it up. You're going to go ask this girl out. And it's like, even I have no idea if she had a boyfriend. I assume she probably did because she was hot, but like maybe it could have been just a lie. That would have made sense to me too.
Yeah.
Like, get the fuck away from me, you weirdo. Right. But like,
which actually would be a better response. I genuinely believe that. I would rather
just tell the guy, like, just get the fuck away from me.
I'm not into you. You're too short. The baldness kind of hot, but the rest of it go. I'd rather hear that than something that I know you're like just giving me some placebo to make me feel better. Because guys a lot of times will know when that's happening, and you're like, oh man, like I just be honest.
Yeah. So the whole thing though was like building up to this question, and then it's the no, and it's in person, it's crushing. But I don't know if that's worse or better than fucking sending out electronic resumes and not getting hits on Tinder or whatever dating app. Like that to me is also, it's not like immediately, it's not the sledgehammer hit. But it's like this slow burn of like just endless fucking failure. It's
like
awful.
Dying one sliver at a time. It's just one more little nick in the skin, and eventually it's like 7,000 cuts and you've bled out. I don't know. I think how old are you now?
40.
Okay. So we're a little bit apart, but still kind of in the same neck of the woods. And
are you older than me or younger than me?
I'm going to be 50 in about a week.
Oh, wow. Congratulations.
So, see what happens when you don't have a woman in your life stressing you. Very few wrinkles, beautiful skin.
Yeah. Whereas I have many, many wrinkles, and I'm getting gray hairs on the sides of my beards. I went up to my wife. I was like, woman, do you see what you do to me? Like, you put me through so much shit. Yep. This is what I have to deal with.
And then she took your pants off and you're like, oh, that's why I married you. But there's a really good example though, is, you said she was blonde, she was tall, thin, whatever, curly hair. And you found her very attractive.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure you find your wife very attractive.
Oh yeah.
What does she look like? We've seen her on camera, but what was it, a month or two ago, right?
Right.
She's more petite, black or brown hair, right?
Brown hair. She had blonde hair in college though. When I met her, She had blonde, very curly hair. She had green eyes. It was a lie. This is all a lie.
No, she did. She saw the girl you were into.
No, she had him already because I was into her first.
Oh,
right.
okay.
Like I was into Lady Raggeds long before this other chick. And it was like, well, I'll pitch. And if she swings, then okay, well, we'll see. But that didn't work out. But I was still pursuing Lady Raggeds the entire time. But no, she was, 5'3", 5'2" 3/4" or whatever.
Right.
Blonde, curly hair. And then she had green contacts that she would wear, and like her eyes were very green. And then I found out they're not green at all.
And then the prosthetic legs came off later. And
yeah. And she was very small. I mean, she was a cheerleader. But I've always been into very like, I don't necessarily care how tall you are as a woman, but I care that you're thin because
I'm not a big girl guy. I just can't.
Neither.
And I try to be open-minded, and I don't know what it is, but that's my one thing. Like I
can't bench press you off of me with my noodle arms, then I might die in bed, and I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be those guys. Like that's like the worst deaths you hear about. It's like some little like 5'3" guy who's 100 pounds. Yeah. And his like 600-pound wife rolled over on him one night and drunk. And he's just like,
and then
his dignity is done.
Let's face it. Let's be honest. If you're 120 pounds dating a 600-pound woman, your dignity was done a long time ago. Let's be honest about this.
You're just a Q-tip or a flosser at that point.
Oh man, like a roach humping a potato, man.
Oh, that was a horrible image. Thank you. Thank you for that.
But for guys, women have this predetermined, this is what I want in a man. And I think guys are kind of like, and I literally mean, because a guy, let's take a guy that's 6 foot tall. He dates 5'10", he dates 5'6", he dates 5 foot. Brunette, redhead, blonde, double D's, B, A.
Tell me more about the redhead. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, actually, well, they don't exist in Hollywood anymore, so there's got to be a lot of them looking for work around here. So
no, they're all just black now. Like they're just like, oh my God, the Irish are treated so poorly. I'd rather be African American. They just dyed their skins.
The new outclass. But in the end, what happens, I think, is that guys will say, you know what, I don't have criteria, or if they do, it's kind of relatively general, where women seem to, again, need that leg up, where most guys are like, you know what? Yeah, this other girl had this and this one's this, and this, but I'm okay with that because I'm treated well, or she finds me attractive, or she appreciates me, or she wants to be with me, or I'm important to her. And every man sacrifices.
Guys, if a woman finds you attractive, tie her up and throw her in your trunk, drive her to a different state, and never tell you where
unless she's that 600-pounder, because then you ain't throwing her anywhere.
Yeah. Then get help from a friend.
That's right.
And get a bigger car.
Right.
No, it's wild because the God damn it, what was I going to say?
Well, here's the important thing. Guys will make sacrifices to be with the women that because as a single guy, I mean, I spend less money on myself. Like I'm not going to treat myself on Valentine's Day to anything special, except maybe, something like a steak dinner or whatever. But it's cheaper being a single guy. You don't make those sacrifices and oh, I want dinner, or, we never do this. And you want her to feel happy. But it does, but you end up giving up more. What women don't do all the time. Again, there are plenty that will, but there's a lot nowadays that don't. They don't make the sacrifice about anything. They're saying everything has to be the way I want it, or because I've been told I'm a beautiful, wonderful flower and I deserve everything. And if I don't get that, I'm going to keep searching. And so a woman will sleep with a guy that's maybe hung pretty well. And she's like, I like that. I want my forever man to have that. I dated this guy that was 6'1". I like that. I want to date the guy that's 6'1". Oh, this guy has 200 grand a year in a fancy sports car and we get into VIPs. I want that. And what happens is these young girls from 18 through 25, 28, whatever, they make this assembly of Prince Charming in their head, where she says the guy I want to have forever is 6'2", worth 250 grand. Is hung really well. He's athletic. He's popular with the other women, so on and so on and so on and so. And guys don't get to roll through women like that. Guys are just kind of like, she meets my criteria. We're in a good place. Let's call it a day. Like, I'm good here. And the guys that can't are the ones that everybody wants, and they don't have to hit on women. They can just, you make fun of Henry Cavill's arms, but let's face it, that dude walks in and is like, "What's up?"
Yeah, I have to chop Henry Cavill down. Somebody has to do it.
He's a pretty man.
Yeah.
And he can walk in someplace and get so much attention that he has the pick of the litter, literally. And when he gets tired of her, he disposes and just goes, "Hello, I'm single," and more come. That's all the women are going towards that. So I think a lot of guys are just like, hey, if I get a swing and she makes me happy and I find her attractive, we're good. But women are shopping like men now, and they want it all. And it makes this really weird imbalance of dating.
So you reminded me what I was thinking of. You mentioned like guys don't really have like criteria or whatever. If they do, it's very flexible, and it's true. Like for me, it's anecdotally true, because before Lady R, I'm a tall guy, right? I'm 6'2". I always thought I would want to be with a woman who's like 5'9", 5'10", 5'11",
right?
And it was shattered immediately. Like I remember telling this one chick, I mean, this wasn't the only reason, but I was like,
was she 4'11" with a slightly flat head?
No.
Just rest your drink on top.
Yeah. No, I didn't drink back then. But I remember
that's what marriage does to you.
Legitimately true. Marriage and lawyering, it's a terrible combination of like frustration and sadness mixed
right.
up. But no, there was this girl, like I could tell she was into me for a long time, but I wasn't into her. And one of the reasons she was really short. And I was not, I mean, she was like 5'1", 5'2", whatever,
right.
not, and I was just like, I am not into short chicks. Sorry, not at all. And then like she laughed at me a lot when she found out who I was marrying, because I ended up with a short chick. But my thing was like, no, I'd like to be with a taller woman. I think that makes sense because I'm a taller guy. Yeah, that went away right away.
Right.
It was like, I'm willing to shed this expectation immediately.
Right.
And when I say right away, guys, I don't mean like, oh, after I got to know her. It was literally while she was walking towards me. I'm like, I'm into short chicks now.
Like this. I never realized that I like shorter women with large breasts and thick thighs.
But it was so it was crazy. But that whole like it's interesting because I think you've got something with the women are building this list of things that become needs. It's like, oh, it's like shopping for a house. So, and with a woman, is like, as you go to each house, they start to see the like, oh, well, we need one of these rooms. Like
a wine cellar on it. Right. Like you don't even drink wine.
I know, you just
might, and the guests, and
yeah, and it's like, but it's cool. I can convert it into something else too. Like it's a wine cellar, but I could just put vegetables down there, and we don't even need a fridge at that point. It's like this.
And you know how much I've wanted to learn cooking for the last 17 years. I mean, now
my advantage is I always was the cook. Like I cooked in college. I've been cooking since I was like 9.
Men are superior cooks. We just are, because we like to eat really well and we're cheap. So it's like, well, do I want to go to a restaurant and buy a $20 steak? Or do I want to buy the same steak for $8.99? This is 2 years ago.
Listen to this motherfucker with his 1992 pricing.
Well, that's what I was just saying. That literally was what was coming out of my mouth. It's like, this is going back, pre. But actually, I still go to. I'll find a good deal where you can get. Usually, they'll get like some New York or maybe some ribeyes or something. You can buy 5 pounds of it in 5 steaks or something like that. And yeah, you're paying $100. But you toss it in the freezer and you can find some good deals. But the whole point is I cook that to my preference, and it's better than restaurant steak. I think guys learn how to cook because, again, most of us are single for a longer period of time. It's cheaper and we like the food better. And if you've seen some of these women, the way they cook, Man, I was watching some stuff on TikTok where she's like, oh, took a bag of super hot, spicy, Doritos or whatever, put them in a
Blender or
boiling
whatever.
water
What?
and mixed it up into this like, I want to say it was like a mulch. I mean, and then she
Yeah.
flopped it onto the raw countertop and took a rolling pin. And she's like, oh, this is how I make. And she made some god awful mess. And I looked back on her channel thinking it was just her being silly or a goof. Hundreds of thousands of likes on her recipes. And her recipes
were her tits out? Like,
no,
she was
that's the
doing
amazing thing. That's the amazing thing.
Because I've seen that channel. It's pretty good.
No, the thing about
don't
this
know
chick,
what she's ever made.
if you think about that kind of food and then imagine what kind of woman would eat that kind of food, that's what she looked like.
Oh God.
But she had people trying these recipes and I'm like, my God, I think I couldn't, there's no way. And so I think I've always been the better cook in any relationship. I think that's just because we're cheap and we're picky about our food.
Well, I was talking to one of my relatives, one of my in-laws who was over. And so tonight I threw together some food because I didn't have a ton of time. And I pan seared off some chicken breasts. I set them aside. And then I added in, I got onions going, added in some chopped up zucchini, add a little garlic, threw in some rice, and then chopped up the chicken while that stuff was cooking in, a little bit. And then I found this thing. It's super, it's like a packet of beans, like those instant rice things, but it's beans. And it's really nice because it's got like the bean liquid in there too, which adds good flavor. So you pour that in and kind of mix it up. It makes this really savory, almost like a red beans and rice, but like cheating thing. You can make it in like 10 minutes. It's so fast. And chop up the chicken and throw it back in there and then add a little cognac on the end because it's good. And
you don't burn off all the alcohol.
No, I turned the burner off at that point. Cognac has a good flavor and the alcohol in it's really good.
Yep.
So I make this and she's like, how do you do that? Like, how do you just put stuff together? I'm like, I don't know. You just grab like 5 ingredients and just add hot. Yeah. Like that's all it takes.
But you've cooked long enough to know kind of what like works well together. You're not like, cooking rice and beef broth and then adding a chicken on top of that. And you know what I mean? Like you kind of have an idea of what flavors meld well together, but that's time. And women, I mean,
I can shortcut them. I will give you lessons, just $200 a piece or whatever.
Right. Well,
$200 in an hour.
Women today are too busy worrying about what they're putting on TikTok next to learn what the hell they're going to cook. Either that or what they're doing is they're swiping on Tinder, getting taken out on a date so they don't have to pay for dinner. And then they're like, thank you. We didn't match, but have a nice day.
Yeah, no kidding. Let me hit some of these super chats here because I think we're going to have some questions in there for you. I've seen several. And I love this idea, guys. Send me all of your questions for Joker, like all of them that go to him. You can send those directly to me through money. It's perfect. This is the best arrangement I've ever had in my life.
For you, perhaps.
Torin3 says, hey, Nick. So this 2-part. Hey, Nick, CNC and Kumihmio guy again. You got the pronunciation right the first time. Oh, fuck. I probably got it wrong today. I'm not drunk enough. But if you would rather call me the Kumi Hamina guy because it's funny, go ahead. Sent a picture of the type of braids I make to your email. Thanks for letting me pimp my channel. I went on a 3-week vacation without my streaming equipment, and my views had hours watched drop by 80% when I got home. Sorry for email, but damn Twitter. Oh, yeah. Well, listen. To be very clear, YouTube says you can take a vacation from YouTube. It's not true.
Nope.
Never, ever listen to them. The only thing when there's like the liability thing, like don't put your dick on the chainsaw blade. Like that's like the warning. YouTube gives that warning for liability because if they tell creators what's really true about doing social media as a business, if you take a week or 2 weeks off, you might want to consider finding a gun for yourself. Like that's a joke, by the way.
Some of my videos were 150, 175,000 views. I took a month off, came back, post up videos, 15,000 views, 20,000. It took me almost a month or two to kind of get added back into the algorithm again. It's horrible.
Yeah, it is brutal. They hate vacations. They're lying to you because when you put up content, they distribute ads. And they love distributing ads. And when you stop putting up content, they're like, well, someone else is doing it. and the algorithm just starts to remove you from the selection. Never listen to YouTube. Work yourself to death. That's the message here. The new cooler Will Smith. I see Better Bachelor has a video up about Nora Vincent, the lesbian who tried to live as a man. The news segment about her has a classic. Here's $20 to discuss it. Okay, I think I've heard about this, but tell me about Nora Vincent.
Nora Vincent, she was kind of a feminist, and she only had sisters. She was a lesbian. She only dated women. She didn't have a lot of interactions with men in her life, and she wanted to kind of get the inside scoop on men's lives. So she went to acting class. She was, I think, almost 6 foot tall, so she was a very tall woman to begin with. And she learned how to walk like a guy. She went to a makeup artist, and he took real, like, I think they like snipped the end of a paintbrush off, like the little to make little whiskers. They actually glued to her face.
Yeah.
She took voice acting lessons, and she came across to all the men she met. They all thought that it was a he that was gay, so they thought it was a gay man they were meeting.
Right.
She joined a bowling league. She went to different retreats. She made friends. She tried to date, and what she realized is that men.
Good luck.
Well, that's just it. Is
Everybody
that,
you see thinks you're gay. You're fucking toast.
well, yeah, that may have had something to do with it. Although it's still pretty tough, even if you're straight laced. But
oh yeah, 100%.
what she found is the blow offs that she got from dating just were devastating. That getting the courage to go up and talk to people, that it's always on you as a man. And she even said that during a lot of the dating interviews, she or dated a lot of her dates came across like interviews where she felt like she was being qualified constantly. Like it wasn't an enjoyable. It's like, what do you do? What do you do for hobbies? Oh, that sounds like it was job focused, and like who you are, and really, what are you going to bring to my life if I date you?
Yeah.
But the thing I think that kind of took her out and really threw her for a loop is she said she was accepted, even though the guys thought that she might be gay. And I'll say he, since she was acting like a guy, even though the guys thought it was a guy that was gay.
Right.
And this is going back into 2002, I think, like 18 years ago. All of them accepted him. All of them treated him well. All of them were friendly, invited him in, joined a bowling league. And near the end, she started getting into kind of a tailspin spiral where she realized men are the more compassionate ones. Men are the kinder ones. Men are more giving. Men are more guarded with their emotions, but that they have a lot to share. They just really don't, because there's I don't know if it's societal expectations or from her perception, or whether it's men are uncomfortable doing it, but it just kind of threw her in such a loop that it made her question who she was as a person. And then after that, she kind of entered a depression phase. She went to get help for that. Then she started researching that, and she ended up at the age of 52. Just a couple of months ago, she got assisted suicide in Switzerland, I think.
Oh my
And
God.
yeah, she tapped out, and it was many steps along the way, but the initial tailspin that knocked her down was trying to live as a man and just realizing what everything
Oh
she had
yeah.
heard in society had said about men was completely backwards, and that of the two, we were actually the less judgmental and kinder to other men, things like that. It was really the book she wrote, I think, is called His Story. I forget. Let me look. Let me just look this up real quick.
That
I
video for
would
you
say,
was huge. It's like 400,000 views, right?
what's that now?
That video you did on this just the other day, that was a huge one, right? It's like 400,000 views.
Yeah, I don't. I haven't checked on it in a little while. Yeah. So the best selling book, Self Made Man. That's what it was in
Okay.
2006. Best Self Made Man.
Why
Like a
didn't she
really,
just go hetero and find a dude?
you know what? She just went, I don't know what happened to her, to be quite frank. But the thing that really I have to give her props for, and the reason why I wanted to do this story is, here's a woman that, again, really had no interactions with men, and decided to go, I'm all in. Like, I'm going to see what this is about and find the truth of the matter. And really good book. I've read excerpts, not the whole thing, but it really messed with her. And I did a video a couple years ago now about a woman who had become a man, and passed as one. I mean, looked completely like a guy, and said, I had no idea how isolating and alone you are as a guy. Like, if something happens, no one comes to your aid, no one helps you, there's no bailouts, there's no
Right.
help. If there's any questions between a confrontation between you and a woman, you're automatically behind. And that was the big, like, discovery that, guys have to, yeah, you have to have a thick skin to be okay. Like,
Yeah, well, lucky for us, it's beaten into us from the start,
it
right?
really
Like
is. It really
you've got a
is.
dad who's like, "Hey, toughen up, man."
Yeah.
Like not even a mean I'm not talking about like a, there are dads who are complete pricks, right? My
Right.
dad's great. My dad's great, but when they get tired of hearing you bitch about something, eventually it's just like, "Yeah, well, get over it, man." Like,
It is what it is, man. Like,
yeah,
just deal
I
with it.
know that you're sad about this, but I'm about to get on a plane. I'll be back in a week because my
Right.
job said I have to, and they told me 2 days ago. Like, so I'll be back, and you have to get over this problem. And when I get back, you better not be complaining about it still,
Right.
because that'd be ridiculous, and your mom doesn't need that. And so like that's you just have to. You're told over and over, and of course when you're if you're in the public school system,
Game over.
you'll be told very quickly how you need to act like a man. Like you have to grow up, nut up, whatever, do everything. And it's funny because like they're the ones who are trying to pretend that that's not true, but they still have that expectation. And not only that, they Stefan Molyneux is kind of a weird guy, but
Yeah, he got yeeted off YouTube years ago.
is he still alive? I don't even know. But
I don't know either. I know he got removed from YouTube like 2 or 3
right.
years ago, but
But either way, like, so he's kind of a weird guy, and he has some. I think he's got a lot of mom issues, like that he really should probably work through. But that being said, he's talked about the expectations that the public school system puts on boys to learn like girls, like
right,
because boys are typically a little more rambunctious, a little rowdy. They run around. They're not good at sitting there for hours at a time. Like that's a skill that you have to work on. Whereas girls typically are a little bit better at that sort of longer lasting, focused, sort of sit down education.
right.
And they will force you into learning like a girl, but they still expect you to be stoic like a man. And it's like,
I don't think they
I'm 9.
but I almost disagree with you because I don't think they want men to be stoic anymore. Because I mean, there's
That could
plenty of
be.
articles out there about the stoic man, the quiet man, the thinking man. These are the dangerous men. These are the toxic men. These are the
Oh, yeah.
now if you really look at what's changed is when you and I, I had a very good father as well. He passed away last December. And if I came home and said, some guys give me a hard time at school, or I'm getting in fights a lot, or I'm getting beat up, he'd say, "Are you instigating it?" And I'm like, "Dad, I'm 5 foot tall, and
I ain't
he'd
fighting shit.
right, and he'd say, "Okay, let's. You want to take some boxing lessons? Do you want to learn some martial arts? Let's go over this. Because men are problem solvers."
Right.
And even though maybe I might still getting my tail kicked at school, at least I stood up for myself. At least, I had some pride in my ass beating, But, but today, a lot of, I think it's something now like 50% or 55% of young men are growing up in a household with no male, no father. They're
Right.
going into school that's 90% female teachers. They're going to a college, and the whole time they're being told male toxicity and men are the problem and patriarchy and all these other things
Well,
from the
college is
time
100% female professors.
right, and so the time the guys walking out of college at 25 years old or maybe high school at 18 to enter the trades, he's never had a stoic bone in his body or been given a positive masculine way to think through things. And you end up getting very emotional men because they're being emotional like women, except when men get emotional, we're also stronger. We're also will do go to further lengths in our isolation to damage other people or society, and that's where you get the real harmful guys coming from. It's actually stoicism and masculinity and responsibility for one's own actions and all the other traditional things that a father would teach, or at least a male teacher or someone in church
Right.
or somewhere. They teach you those things, and that's the well-adjusted man. And today, men are really struggling with that, I think. That's why you have these young guys that are out there, like, I don't know, crying and having fits on TikTok, and you're like, dude, like, what?
If I ever see someone, first of all, the good news, the only good thing about TikTok is it will never show me a man crying on TikTok, because all it shows me are hot moms. Like, that's it. Like, and I'm like, Jesus, like, I'm trying to find someone falling off a building or something
Right.
funny. Like, I want to see someone fail at parkour. And then it's like, well, but I mean, it's a good swimsuit. Oh, it's neat lingerie. I might want to buy that one.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
so I'll never have to see that. But no, I used to get shit from the chat from time to time. I haven't talked about it much lately, but my advice to is never cry in public or in front of anybody. Like,
Nope.
never, ever do it.
Especially not your woman that you care about. Your best friend is fine. Your guy friends, when I'm okay with that. I mean,
better have liquor and a cigar.
That's it. And otherwise, you deal with that stuff on your own, and then go see a therapist. But the minute you cry in front of a woman, the wetter your eyes, the drier her panties. Like, it's not a good combination, and you lose. Women need that rock. That strong man is attractive to them, and the minute they see weakness in you whatsoever, it scares them, because you're supposed to be the strong one for her. And if you're the one that's like, babe, I don't know what to do, I'm scared, and then you're done. You're out. You're toast.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
But so I want to clarify what I was talking about with the school. It's not that they're actually trying to raise stoic men, because they don't want. I think you're 100% right. Like, society is scared of, and I was just talking about this with American Beauty. Society is scared of men who are free and unafraid.
Right.
And my point on American Beauty is, despite all of the baggage associated with Kevin Spacey that you have to remove, because this is 99.
Now, careful what you say, because we don't want you missing here in the next
couple
weeks.
And despite the fact that he transgressed, he broke the rules. If you watch Cabin in the Woods, you know that there are transgressions, and once you go past those transgressions, you have to die. Yep. And he does. He transgresses. He tries to sleep with his daughter's friend, and she's too young, and that relationship is inappropriate, and he gets popped like right after it. Then he's done. Ignore that, though, and realize that was a man so free of everything that the universe had to fucking send a Nazi to kill him. Like, when you that's what happened. He cut off his job expectations, his broken marriage. He's like, I don't fucking care anymore. That was the best line, when his wife and her side dude come through the drive-through where he's working, and she had no idea. And he says, oh no, it's fine, Carol. You can't tell me what to do ever again.
Yep.
And it was it's like he was free. Right. And that freedom goes too far. This is why men need to be stoic and contemplative, because we have to set our boundaries for ourselves, but we shouldn't let other people do it. But my point in all this, I'm being very roundabout and ADD. Let's get right to it. They don't want stoic men. They want boys to behave stoically for their convenience at the time.
Right.
They want them to be quiet, to be respectful, to do all the things that men are expected to do. They don't want them to end up in this dangerous state of being free thinkers. But I need you to be quiet so I can do my very important lesson plan, and shut your mouth. That's what I was talking about.
And I think that's maybe less stoicism and more obedience.
Yeah.
A silent, quiet, obedient, just shut up, don't think, obey. If I chastise you or I'm hard on you, just keep it quiet and understand this is your role until you get to be 33, and then you should be successful and make more money than the women and provide for them. And all of a sudden they want you to bloom into this traditional man when they're ready for you to, but you're not being taught along the way how to be that guy, and no wonder men are kind of really having a tough time. I mean, it's all over the place.
No, it's crazy. And I love that you mentioned that 33 number, because I'm trying to figure out where it is, but there's some turnover point in a man's 30s where, and this, I think, is one of the few good things about being male, is that when you hit this point, if you're in a workplace, you become immediately respected. Like the shit part of it is leading up to that, where everybody thinks that you're just some punk kid who's a fucking moron. And then honestly, you have a birthday and the next day they're like, you know what? Maybe you should be a manager. And it's like, wait, that doesn't make sense. And they're like, no, you have really good ideas. Like I've been saying these same things for years.
Right.
And there's some magical cutoff. And I think, like you mentioned 33, I think it's somewhere around between there and 37. I'm not sure. And probably like a spectrum, of course. But it's like this place where suddenly you have the opportunity to be listened to because they've determined that men of this particular age are somehow of value automatically, but they're like creating the value in a weird way. Not in the dating game, of course. This is completely opposite, I think, for the dating market.
Right.
But just for the workplace and career, at least that's been the experience that that I had, and the experience that like every male I know in a sort of corporate position had, is that they could have the best ideas ever in their 20s, in their early 30s, and then there's a moment when everything just changes, and it had to do something with the number attached to their name.
Yeah, it could be that. Maybe it's how assertive they are. Maybe it's
Could
them, becoming more comfortable being more assertive, or and maybe it's the point where it's like, look, I'm making my move. I'm coming out full guns blazing, because if I don't, I'm leaving. Like I something's going to have to happen. Maybe there's something in there that conveys that, because I've been lucky enough that I've changed jobs many times because I get bored and I just decide to do something else.
Yep.
And I've found that even in interviews, if in the interview I'm sitting there going, I have no idea what the fuck I'm going to be doing. Like I don't. Yes, I'm positive I can do that. Not a problem. It'll take me a week or two to get up to speed. I'm good. Don't worry about it, because I know they're going to teach you. Every new job teaches you what you need to. So I
Yeah.
started BSing it, and I just come across as the most confident asshole I could be, and I got hired a lot more often, and I got better positions, and kind of fake it till you make it kind of thing. So maybe there's something in there with that. I don't know, but
I
it
think
is
so.
interesting.
I think it could be. It could be that you just need to be beaten down for long enough where you just go fuck you to the
Yeah,
world. Because
falling down.
yeah, people keep saying falling down as I talk about American Beauty, because it's falling down is, they're both some of my favorite movies,
Yeah,
right? And Falling Down is so good. But remember that like Michael Douglas might take it a little too far
just a
on
bit.
his on his crazy rampage. But no, like the thing that I want every guy to go through the freedom of not caring what someone says to you anymore. Like never having to answer to a boss or a woman, and guys who get married. Like I want them to get to the stage of their relationship, because I don't think it's right away. I think you have to build trust, and you have to trust your partner enough. But I want them to get to that spot where they go, this is who I am. I know who you are. This is who we are. And you're you're not telling me what to do. And she doesn't want to tell you what to do, because she trusts the decisions you're making. You're
Right.
doing things as a team. But like in the workplace, like I want people to be free from worry about what their boss's approval, and to find that confidence, because that confidence, it doesn't make sense logically, but that confidence frees you from the caution that you had to display, even though the caution might have been actually better in
Yeah.
weird ways. But you're just like, no, this is the way I'm going to do it. And if you say I have to go, then okay, I can go find another job tomorrow.
Right.
But and even if I don't care. But that will then lead people to listen and follow, because that is the assertion, the leadership that often people are looking for out of men and out of male employees.
Yep.
And I think something has to trigger that. But I want everybody to find it, because I tell you what, once I became my own boss, and it didn't happen immediately when I started my law firm. It was not there, because I was beholden to a bunch of things. But by the time I was on YouTube, is where I just really like, that's where I was at the last vestiges of caring about other people and their opinions. Um, And you can actually, if you go back to the beginning of my channel, you can kind of watch the transition. It's when I started swearing a little bit more and started just being more natural and getting into the flow of it.
And look where it's gotten you, hanging on by a thread.
Hanging on by a thread, but enjoying life. And like,
Right.
if I were cut from YouTube tomorrow, I mean, I would be really, really annoyed. But at the same time, I go, yeah, but look at what I did. I know I can do something again. Like
Right.
I don't know if it'd be as successful, but I'd go, I can throw my hat and my weight into whatever I'm going to do full on, because I know that I can produce successful results.
Right.
Whereas when I was in a corporate job, locked under some fucking dummy telling me what to do, I know that I could do the job well, but there was no confidence in producing enough success because your success is never recognized.
Right.
Right. Like someone else takes credit for it. They find one critique amid all of the positive things that you do or whatever. And they are like, oh, well, this invalidates everything. And you're like, Jesus Christ. Like I was late one day and that undoes the fact that I outwork everybody in the department. But once you get that freedom and that release, oh man, it is great. And
the best thing any guy can do is save up a year's worth of bills, mortgage, rent, car payment, a little bit of emergency cash. Do it as soon as you can, because then when you finally hit it gives you the confidence to kind of stand up for yourself, because you've got that, well, if they fire me, I've now got the experience from this job. I know how to interview pretty well. I'll go get as good a job or better. And you can start pushing a little bit, like you said, with here on YouTube or whatever. And I kind of went too far, and then I had to back up a little bit because I was going to run right off the cliff here at YouTube, because I was dropping F-bombs every 13 seconds because I was pissed about something. And so maybe I backed it off a little bit too far, but I'm kind of safe. But once you have that money, it's the peace of mind, it's security. It's that breathing room that you need. And then if somebody pushes you too far, because I had a network engineering job that was paying me, I don't know, 125 grand a year. I loved the job, hated the manager, made me start hating the job. Then I started hating the company, and then I just hated everything.
yeah.
And one day he just said the wrong thing to me and wanted me to lay off a couple of because I was one of the team leads, wanted me to do some layoffs before Christmas, and had a bunch of crap going on. I went back to my desk, started a white program on my laptop, took off my badge, popped it. I said, I quit. I'm done. Call security, walk me out. And I never looked back. I've never been to the corporate world since. And that was it. I think 44. So like 7 years ago now. Never been happier. Even though I've had less money and less security, I've never been happier.
So I want to point out, and for people who don't know about American Beauty, I'm stuck on this now. Lester Barnum was fired from his job, but he extorted his boss by threatening the sexual harassment lawsuit, talking about how the boss would force him to suck his penis and stuff like that. He's like, I'll make the claim, I'll do this. And what was the exchange? What was the extortion? It was 1 year of pay. 1 year, $82,000. And he bought himself a year of time. Like, don't do it that way.
Well, I mean, if it works, let's be honest.
Look, if you need to get a little vas deferens on your lips, I guess you have to. But no, it's but this is why I like this movie so much, because I feel like it was 99 when this movie came out. It was still at the time when people could be honest in Hollywood a little bit. And I feel like they had their fingers on the pulse of manhood in so many ways. And that's one of them. It's like Lester was a chump. He was a complete worthless dude. He's jerking off in his shower. That's the best part of his day. That's the beginning of the movie. This will be the best part of my day, is he's jerking off in the shower. And then he goes through all these things, but he didn't have $82,000 saved up. He was buying $4,000 Italian sofas for his realtor wife, who's trying to keep up with everybody. He's buying all this shit. He's spending all his money everywhere. He gets a year of savings. He's like, I don't fucking care. I'll go work fast food. I can do whatever. My life is so much better when I'm running it. And And when you have that security behind you, you say, I know that if everything else goes down, I've got enough to be me. You suddenly get to be you. And it's liberation. And I 100% agree with you. The best thing any man can do is save up a year of expenses. And it's really fucking hard to do in our world right now because they want you to spend money on everything. They give you lots of shiny, cool toys to do it. And you're used to kind of living paycheck to paycheck. You're like, oh no, I'm kind of in like I know how paycheck to paycheck works, and I'm kind of comfortable with it because I get all this nice stuff, nice food, good electronics, nice car, whatever. Save up a little bit and buy yourself some freedom. I think that's fantastic advice.
Yeah, the probably the best year I've ever had as far as my overall life is concerned is after I quit the network engineering job. Um, I sold everything I had and I threw it in an 80-liter backpack and I flew to Iceland and then I flew to Bergen, Norway, and spent like 30 days in Iceland and then 2 weeks in Norway. And then I hitchhiked and traveled all the way down through. And I did about 36 countries, finishing in New Zealand over the course of like 15, 16 months. Slept out of a tent, ate food from gas stations, although their gas stations are much better than ours. You could get like yogurt and stuff. And it cost me, I think, like 10 or 12 grand over the course of a year to sleep in a tent and hitchhike and stay in hostels and do all this stuff. Every day was different. Didn't know what I was going to see that day. Didn't know if I was going to get a ride or be walking for 20 miles, carrying a 50-pound backpack. And it was the least security I've ever had in my life. And it was the best time of my life. And I think we get trapped into that, like feeling like, oh, I need my things and I need my
Yeah.
place and I need order. And I think that order ends up choking us out. I think it's one of the worst things that can happen to a guy because you never get that chance to kind of take a look at the chessboard and say, I don't like this game or this position, and just wiping it clean and starting over again. And when you're 23, that's scary. Try doing it at 45. It'll scare the living hell out of you. But you did it. I've done it. Lots of people have done it. It doesn't always work out great necessarily, but I think it allows you a time to maybe refocus your energies and your desires and figure out what's the second half of life going to look like. And I wish I'd done it at, I don't know, 28 or 30, because I'd probably be in a lot better place than I am today. Because then I was trying to, date girls and be impressive and have a nice car and all the other crap that in the end you're like, this doesn't matter. None of this matters.
Yeah, and that was the stuff that society tells you you need to do, and it turns out like it's not. It never was. That was never the thing. And and if that's what it takes to get the thing, maybe you don't want the thing too. That's the other thing. If you have to sell out everything you believe in, maybe you don't want the product you're purchasing.
Right. Well, it's a good example actually. Is if you look at why did Breaking Bad, like why did that turn out to be such an amazing show? You had a school teacher and he had to throw his life upside down and get into deep world crime, but he could have checked out so many times. Like, I got 1 million, I got 2, I got 10, I got 20, bricks of money. And he's like, no, I'm going to keep going. He kind of got into that, like that rush of it, the thrill of it,
Mhm.
and finding his own way. But it all started with him wiping the board and changes in his life. And there's lots of different examples in
Well, the
some really good
difference
shows that.
difference for Walter White is he's terminal, right? So
Well, he
he
was
yeah. Yeah, he was on a ticking clock for
right.
him, like at the start of the show.
Yeah, but I
His
think what makes it so brilliant is the ticking clock goes away. He's got the money. He's
Yeah.
done. He's crossed the finish line, but now he's on that path of I need to be the best and I can do this better than anybody else and I want to show them and I want to prove myself. And yeah, it's kind of a very dark path, but it was really interesting to see. It seemed like he liked his life a lot better, even though it was a lot worse, if that makes any sense.
No,
Like,
it
he was in
yeah.
some bad spots, but he kept going and he kept driving because it's exciting and thrilling and interesting, and he had to use his brain and chaos, and he didn't know what was gonna happen the next day, and I think that can be very, very addicting, in a good way, in a good way.
It can be. And like so the for me, it's interesting. So obviously Walter White is married, but his wife was not on board, right?
No,
Like she was a monster. Um
everybody hated her. It's
she's
like,
so
"Just shut
fucking
up,
bad.
Skylar, just shut up."
Yeah. But I think it's really interesting because so in the red pill community, the manosphere, and I do want to talk about it, but I think there's this obviously there's this aversion to relationships. There's the MGTOW sort of philosophy, which is fine for a lot of guys to do that, but there's still a lot of guys out there who want to explore relationships and get married and do all that stuff. And the interesting thing to me is in 18 years of marriage, some of the best times that we've had are the rockiest times where there's adventures and there's pitfalls and there's like heartbreak and devastation, but also like it's like a roller coaster, but you're in it together. Like, and that's the trick. And I think that's where a lot of marriages end up breaking down is when they're on these things and the people are on different paths and different wavelengths. And it's because, you know, one person has their expectations. Maybe the woman's like expecting like you can't take that break from job. How will you do the thing? And it's when you find a partner though, who I go with the biblical model, right? Like the two become one.
Mhm.
Then I don't think it's I think a lot of relationships get framed as kind of man versus woman struggling in a relationship.
Right.
Whereas when you become a partner, like there's no man woman, like you're just you guys together. And when you're on the same page, and for me, I've been very fortunate because when I stopped working at Thrivent Financial, I pay more in taxes than I made there now. Like, but at the time, like it's like, what the fuck am I gonna do? There's no back office job out here in the country that we just moved to because we had just moved out into the middle of nowhere. I'm like, everything is front end retail, and if I do front end retail, I'm going to take an ice pick and shove it in my heart. Like I cannot do this anymore. I did this already. I hate it. And so what was I going to do? I went to law school, but when I said, "Hey, sweetheart, I'm going to take 3 years and like not really work, and I'm going to do law school. Oh, and I'm going to have to drive like a long way." She's like, "Yeah, okay, like let's do it." And then when I was doing lawyering for a while, and I had my own law office, and I started doing YouTube, and after 9 months of it, I said, I think that if I just take like the time that I'm spending at my law office and I cut that expense, I shut that thing down. So I'm not paying, you know, all this money every month for all these things. And instead I go ahead and try a YouTube. Like I know it's weird, but I'm going to go on YouTube. I'm going to work like, I'm going to try and put in like 5 to 8 hours of time every single day in YouTube. And I think if I do that and I give it a good shot, I think I can perform better than and outperform my law practice.
Yeah.
And I said, but it's going to be tough for a little bit. Thank God it was only tough for like 5 months. And then things like started to take off.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you so much, Kyle.
Well, this is before Kyle. This is Vic Mignogna and stuff. And it was like you like live streaming on YouTube with super chats was kind of new. And so like I was, you know, I was on the cutting edge of that, I guess. And things just kept building and building and building, and you'd find stories and you'd find an audience kept growing. And it was like, damn, I'm putting in the same work that I was everywhere else, and I'm getting way better results here. But that was only because, you know, I talked to my partner and we decided together, like, this is where we're going to go. There was not her giving me this well, that's not a real job. You know, you're not going to make it. You can never do that. We were all in together. And that's the hard thing for guys to find, I think, because so many women now have like an expectation of how it's going to work out. And the funny thing is, like, I have this expectation is like, bitch, you've never done this. Like you've never built the thing that you're demanding this guy build.
Right. And I think actually a lot of guys are like that too. I mean, we're very much a fire and forget type of society. You know, it's people don't have the patience. Why do you think TikTok is doing so great versus YouTube or anything else? It's like 15 seconds, 15 seconds, 15 seconds, 15 seconds. And we become
and 14 of those seconds are this.
Yeah, right.
And once it's over, there's a chicken lingerie for 1 second. You're like, what the fuck just happened? What did I miss?
You're on some very interesting channels on TikTok.
Dude. No, so
I've never been on it. I'll be honest. I've never been on it. I won't
I
waste my
swear to
time.
God, if you sign up for TikTok, here's what'll happen. You go in, you put in your like age,
And then China knows everything about me just like that.
Yes. And so like it finds your contacts that are mutual, like from your phone. It's like, oh, this person's on TikTok, this person. So for me, the first video I get when I open the app is always from Drunk 3PO.
Right.
That guy's hilarious. And then you swipe up one time. I don't even know how to find a channel. I don't know how to search for anything. Like, I'm sure there's a search function. You just go, and it's the For You thing. And it's like the first person is someone you know. And then you swipe up. And the next thing, it's like 39-year-old hot mom. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
You
like,
must,
I didn't.
You must, it must be going through your web search or something on your phone.
My web searches are boring.
Well, it must have a lot of hot moms in there. You know what it is, though? It's because you're male and you put in your age, and they're like,
put in 40-year-old man, and they're like, oh shit, this guy wants to see 39-year-old moms all day long.
Right.
I'm like, not really though.
And the 22-year-old guy's like putting his information. He's like, oh, 39-year-old MILFs. What do you know? What a small
I thought you were gonna say 39-year-old men. That's a TikTok's feeding those guys.
Yeah, no kidding.
But it's because like I've never searched a thing. I've never the algorithm doesn't know anything about me other than just I swipe up and I go to the next video and the next video. And like, I really just want to see some guy on a BMX bike get hit by a semi or something. Like, that would make me laugh way more than some chick will make me horny.
Downtown LA. You can probably watch that all day now.
Because I'm like Hulk, right? Like, the secret is I'm always horny. Like, I don't need your help, TikTok. What are you talking about?
Well, it's just keyed on your microphone. Here's you talking dirty to the wife. Yeah. Like, okay, we got you, buddy. There we go. We got you covered, man.
Ristercrap says, Nick, when you finally move to the Caribbean, will you be a practicing attorney on the island too? When I move to the Caribbean, I'm not doing shit. I'm actually not going to move to the Caribbean. I'm stuck in Minnesota for the rest of my life. It's the only depressing thing I can think of, but it's the truest thing. A whole lot of things would have to fall into place for me to leave this shit state. And maybe one day I will, but what I'm striving to do is make my life in this state the best it can possibly be, which is why I'm trying to get a studio built onto my house, a bigger studio and a better office. But everybody I talk to about drafting the plans just fucking stops talking to me. You know you are, you asshole. Return my texts. I'll come to your house.
Hey, you know what? You drift down here just south a little bit, you'll be in a 0% state income tax. And matter of fact, I had my house drawn up, sent to engineering, and they're going to be clearing the land and pouring the foundation in like 4 months.
I'm going to come to your house and remove your clavicles.
I'm telling you, man, I love it down here in Tennessee.
Yeah, Tennessee. Like, so the list of places I would move to if I got to leave Minnesota, Tennessee is high on the list. Florida, Texas. I know that it's a liberal shithole, but Colorado is just really fucking pretty. And there are a couple places in Colorado that I would like to live near.
Pueblo and down in kind of south of Denver there. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to Denver. I'd either go northwest of Denver up near the Granby area just so I could pay homage to the Killdozer every day of my life.
Right.
Or I would go down near Pagosa Springs because I just want to live near hot springs. Like, hot springs are great. And that's the sweet life of going to a spa and sitting in the hot spring and just being like,
Iceland, man.
That's true, except I can't pronounce. And not only can I not pronounce any Icelandic words, I get tired halfway through it.
Dude, when I was driving or when I was being toured around there, hitchhiking around there was one building. I took a picture of it. The name of the building, or the name of it, stood for something like, firehouse on the bay shore with rocks on and it's all one word. And the sign was longer than the building. Like, the building was this wide and the sign came out like this, and this narrow sign. And I took a picture of that. I'm like, this, because it's like, all this,
yeah.
It's not like I was yodeling. And boy, did I sound like a white boy there. Because I'm like, Isafjordur. They're like, Isafjordur. I'm like, okay, God bless you. Like, But all of them speak English, and all of them are very super friendly.
The big problem with Iceland is isn't it basically communism there or
No,
socialism? Like,
no.
really? I thought Iceland was very socialistic.
Um,
I might
no,
be thinking of somewhere else though.
no, because I mean, they had corporate buildings there for like AT&T and Microsoft and like a lot of kind of US based companies, and they had normal employees there. That was uh, it's a lot of farmland. I mean, it's a lot of sheep.
I thought the taxes though were like 60, 70%.
It might be. I don't know. I didn't work there, but uh, like the biggest man, they didn't have very many cities at all. I mean, there's
Yeah.
Neva that's up north. I forget all the names of them, but it's not very. It's only like 250,000 people on that island. It's not very populated. It's beautiful though, and
I've
everywhere.
heard.
Man, you just be walking down the road. You're like, oh, I'm sore. Oh, there's some steam. You just walk over and there's a hot spring. You got to be
Yeah.
careful not to boil
Some of
yourself.
them are a little too hot. Yeah,
Buddy,
you
let me
gotta
tell
bring
you.
one of those meat thermometers with
That's
you.
right. That's right. Because some of them will second-degree burn you the second you stick a finger in there.
But it's
Hokkaido, Japan, there you go. There's more hot springs up in Hokkaido.
but Tennessee's on the list. I've been to Tennessee a couple times. I really like the vibe of it. The tax, obviously the tax haven, but so Tennessee, it reminds me of I was born in Houston, and
Okay.
my grandparents lived in Tyler, Texas. And it's weird. I don't know why, but Tennessee reminds me of Tyler, Texas.
Was it
Like
kinda near the north central area that remind you of
Tyler,
Texas? Yeah.
Tyler's northeast. It's
Okay.
about an hour from Louisiana. It's about an hour and a half to 2 hours east of Dallas.
Okay.
Uh so it's like up in the corner and it's Tyler used to be. I don't know if it still is, but I think it used to be. Um it was a higher per capita income than Beverly Hills. Like it was very, very wealthy. But Tennessee has like the same style of roads, the same style of houses, the same sort of neighborhood layouts that I've seen. So and the accent is close enough to to East Texan that
Yeah.
it's kind of nice. But I like Tennessee a lot. So it'd be high on the list of places to move. It's also not too hot and not too cold.
Oh, no, today was beautiful. It's like at night, it's around 55-ish, and during the day, it's like 75 right now. It's beautiful. But,
Yeah.
I'm near Knoxville, and, I got 25 acres of just woods, and you
Yeah.
go and stand in the middle of that, and you just I mean, middle of the afternoon, you drive down the street, and there's, they got a crew out there that's, cutting a line in cement so they can run like a telephone line or something other underneath the road.
Mhm.
This steel cutter'd make your ears bleed within 50 yards of it. I get in the middle of my land, and it's just crickets. You don't even hear the
Yeah.
thing, and it's backed up against the Smoky Mountains, and I'm a motorcycle rider, so I can hop on the Blue Ridge Parkway and drive, I think that's 452 miles if I remember right. And I throw a tent and some camping stuff on the back of my motorcycle. Just hit that over the course of a week or two, rolling through the Smoky Mountains. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's just beautiful. I
Yeah.
love it.
I like it a lot. Every time we go through there, I like it. I like the Knoxville area. I've been there a couple times, and yeah, no, I'm with it. If things ever fall into place, I'm fucking out of Minnesota. Like
I don't blame
if
you. It's kinda gone
if I
crazy up there.
somehow if I somehow can get my wife on board with leaving this state, like I will make the decision before she has time to regret it. That's
Right?
what'll happen, and it'll
By
be
the
like,
way, I wrote a check for this, honey. Pack your shit.
yeah,
Just so you
yeah,
know.
we're going. No, you don't have to do anything. I will pay somebody else to pack up and unpack everything. Like it'll be and the house we're gonna get, it's gonna be even bigger than this one. So you don't have to worry. They'll find a place for everything. Even the shit that we have piled up that we don't that like we're trying to find room for, they'll already have it.
Why not simplify and get rid of all that crap?
I'm working on it.
How many square feet are you in now?
About 5,000.
And you want bigger?
Yes.
How many kids you got? 14?
5.
Okay, well, that's still okay. That's 1,000 square feet for each of you. Okay, I get that.
Yeah, it gets for each of them. For each of them. Remember, there's 2 of us too.
Yeah.
But no, like, so the reason I want to build an expansion because all my kids play music. So I want a studio for me.
And a
Uh,
soundproof end of the house for all of them. Yeah.
literally, yes. I want a studio for me that's bigger than the vault I'm in because I like the vault, but it's got other stuff, and so it encroaches on my space. So this will be just mine. It'll be bigger. I want 3 different recording stations for different sort of themes and ideas. Like I want a standing place with a screen that I can like pull stuff up on. I want a different, a green screen place, and I want my sitting space, right? Well, it'd be a sit stand desk, but that'd be the idea.
Sound like you're starting your own news studio. Let's go
Yes,
over to Bob in front of weather, and you're in front of your green
right.
screen.
And I also want like a little separate area where I can do interviews and stuff like that. That's more conducive to it. Then my kids all play music, so I want a recording studio for them. Now they can share the same like computer and server rack and stuff like that. It's not a big deal, but I need a separate soundproof room with different acoustics for the instruments. So I need that, and we want to make the kids' bedrooms a little bit bigger. So like that's the expansion. I don't know how many square feet we want to add, but it's enough.
Sounds like you better not get kicked off YouTube. You got some big plans, my friend. I need those checks rolling in.
It's okay. It's okay. But no, it's like that's what I want to do. But the alternative would just be to find a place that has the room, like a bigger house where you could accommodate those things without building on would work. But if we're staying here, I'm staying here. I have 8 acres. It's beautiful. It's secluded. Nobody fucking bothers me ever at my house. And I can shoot stuff. And behind my property is nothing but government owned land. So no one will ever be behind me. Like it's just, if you look out behind my house, and you check it on my Instagram, you can see behind my house, it's just trees and slough, and it's gorgeous. And our house is like up on a hill and looks down over it. So it's like, I get what you're saying with the like 25 acres is pretty fucking cool, but like
you have like 100, you're backed up against hundreds and hundreds of acres. So
yeah. And you don't want to go in them. Like you'll sink. Don't do it. But it's just peace. That's the point, is that it's just peaceful. And when you get that, like, I don't want to ever let that go. I would never move back to a city in my life.
You could throw up a 20 by 22, almost like a garage type setup, steel building, and get that insulated, throw in an air conditioner and a little wood stove or something, and there's your studio. And that'd be perfect.
I could, but it's the same problem. Right now, I can't get anybody to draw up and do that either.
Yeah.
Like either one would work for me. Like just need the person to draw the fucking plans so we can start getting a contractor out to build the thing.
Yeah.
Cause I know how long everything takes right now. It's like, just, I'll throw money at you to do it.
The good news is, with everything kind of crashing down now, with interest rates going up, if you're a cash buyer, you're going to have probably first jump, plus building materials are going to become more readily available because the building is going to slow down. And then the contractors that are ignoring you now are going to need work in 6 months to 9 months, because a lot of things are going to dry up. I think you'll have a lot easier time, and it'll probably be cheaper for you.
I love when things dry up. It's less pleasant for them.
It's less pleasant for everybody, I'm afraid.
It's true. It's true. Jack Riley. Rackets, do you know a lawyer in Texas that has a practice around internet-based law? I'd like to consult someone to see if I can even test Twitter in the Texas law. And if I can, I'll put Twitter to task on speech. Well, I know a guy, but I think my Twitter just got nuked, so that connection is harder to make right now. I'm not quite sure.
Is that coming back at all? Like, is it a suspension kind of thing, or you got to delete this tweet before X, or is it just boom?
I am. So we can talk about this. I'm currently permanently banned. The reason cited is ban evasion. I fully disagree. A bunch of trannies and weirdos have decided to weaponize the report function against me. And they have lied very much and said that Rekieta Law, formerly Rekieta Media, was the same Twitter account or the same person as Nick Rekieta. They're not the same thing. Not at all. And Rekieta Media is a Texas-based LLC. And so I will be appealing according to the new Texas law on political speech, because I know that I was censored for my political speech. That's what happened. I mean, the reason cited is ban evasion, but ultimately the reason is the content of my speech. So I'll be appealing that. I doubt it. Again, I doubt it'll be successful, but no, it looks like it's permanent. I mean, the way Twitter suspensions work is once they decide that you violated terms, like you're gone until they change their mind, which could usually never.
Do they well, I mean, at least do you use it for business or like a personal? Or a little bit of both?
It was for the show mostly. I mean, that's it.
Well,
and
that does definitely make it tougher to, because that's where I mean, I emailed you and hit you up on Twitter because I was like, well, I only have 600 followers on Twitter because I'm mostly a lurker that's just a smart ass. I don't really get into the heat of the battle with everybody, but I'd almost think it's a boon if the whole thing just burnt to the ground. I think society would be better for all of it.
And again, this is why, like, I'm not that mad about it. Like, I was shocked at myself. I wasn't mad at all when I just laughed. I was like, okay. A bunch of literal fucking weirdos are really happy and triumphant. And they're like, if you think this destroys me or even really impacts me, I mean, I guess if that's what you need to feel better, but this isn't the thing that harms me the most.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with it. But if I get back on Twitter or whatever, great. If I don't care. I have locals. I can always switch to Gab or Minds or whatever and start rebuilding. Because I think this is something that and maybe you can help me with this, because you mentioned this, speaking of wiping things out, it's really embarrassing is when you're losing at chess and it, so you have to wipe out the chessboard. And no one knows that better than Attorney Tom.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, when Attorney Tom said, "Hey, Nick, let's play chess at Anime Matsuri," and he had to wipe out the chessboard and accept a draw to a guy who I haven't played chess in fucking years. That's embarrassing. When a tall guy stomps on you in chess because you're so little that like your fingers can barely move the pawns, that's what happened to Attorney Tom. But that being said, no, you mentioned wiping things out and like you kind of started over, you hit the reset button, right?
Yeah, big time, yeah.
But that's part of being a man and having a career, is like sometimes you hit the reset button and it's terrifying, but success is the flower that pops out of the seed of failure, right?
Very much so. For me, I've changed my career a dozen times across my life. And I won't regale you with all the millions of things that I've done, but whatever I got into, I tried to do really well because I found it interesting. And then when I kind of felt like I kind of had it down and I was doing okay and I was relatively successful, I'd start getting bored. And then I just start over doing something else and my dream job was, network engineer, Linux, doing something with maybe Linux or doing something in computers. And I did it for 8 years and I'm like, well, I don't know where I'm going to go from here, but I'm bored. And then just everything kind of hit the fan and I just reset it all. And I'm so glad I did, because it kind of reset of course, maybe it was the ayahuasca that I did in Peru, but it kind of reset everything and gave me a new like direction in life. And I can't even say I did a 180. I went off in some weird direction and I've just never been happier. Like I really.
I'm gonna go on the internet and talk about the interdynamics of male-female relationships.
Hey, I'm telling you, man. And what's funny is I'm already looking forward. Once I'm starting to get the land cleared and things like that, and I'm out looking at tractors and all this other stuff. I'm probably gonna do a channel about building my home and homesteading.
Oh, you fucker! That is the grift. Garden. That is the grift. I've suggested that to several people. I'm like, look, you do a channel of you building your own house and like roughing it out in the woods and chopping down trees. Like it's instant billion views.
Yep. And what I won't tell
will last forever.
Well, you know what I'm actually planning. One of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to go to YouTube channels where they show you how to make these. Like if you're stuck in the woods, just all you need is a trash bag, 3 twigs and the lint from your sock. And here's how you can. I'm actually going to I'm going to do those challenges and I'm going to try to replicate them. And so I'm going to see how legit they are. And the cool thing is I can do this and I look like I'm out in the middle of the woods roughing it, pulling out my backpack and all that. And what'll be 17 feet behind the camera is my dog laying in the shade of my porch. And then after I'm like, oh, this really sucks. Forget it. I can just go in the house, but I'll pretend like I'm way out in the middle of nowhere. No, but I don't know. I'll come up with something new because after 800 or some odd videos about talking about the internet dynamics of relationships, and I've also done stuff like Milgram's experiments and Calhoun's experiments, and talking about, you know, some of the experiments that they've done on why people think the way they do and why people react the way they do and how that all intermixes with current society. And like at a certain point, the hardest part of my job is knowing when to shut up, because I'm like you, it's just blah, 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 blah. And the second one's finding something to talk about. You know what I mean? Like at a certain point, you're just like, I've said everything I think I have to say on this topic. And that's why I took a couple months off, like around April or May. I was just like, there's just nothing left to talk about. And sometimes you need that time away to kind of reset and go, okay, you know, there's some fun stories out there and I need to kind of get back at it. But the hardest thing as a content creator is the content. Once you figure out your lighting and your audio and, you know, what buttons to push, then it's just like, what in the hell am I going to talk about? And because if you take too much time off, that's it.
It is. It is.
Man, I've seen you up till 5 a.m. and you're yawning already. I must be the most boring motherfucker you've ever.
No, you misunderstand. I'll tell you the same thing I told my boss when I worked at Wells Fargo, when I was diagnosed with narcolepsy. Do you know I have narcolepsy?
No, I did not.
Okay. So that's the first thing you need to know. I have narcolepsy.
And now is it like all the way out type stuff, or is it just kind of like you come and go as far as energy wise?
It's for me, it's really so narcolepsy gets misconceptions from the movies, but what it really is chronic daytime fatigue.
Yeah.
When you're feeling awake, your brain tells you you're tired. And actually the inverse is kind of true. The more tired you get, the more your brain tells you you're awake. It's weird.
Almost kind of insomnia versus exhaustion type thing.
So I found this out because I was at Wells Fargo and I was 5 minutes late on a Wednesday. Because Wells Fargo hired me, they told me they placed me within 10 minutes of my house. I lived in Lakeville, Minnesota. They put me in St. Paul, Minnesota, despite the fact that there was a Wells Fargo in Lakeville, Burnsville, Apple Valley. In every town between Lakeville and St. Paul, they put me in St. Paul. And I'm like, this is like 35 to 40 minutes, sometimes 60 minutes from my house, depending on morning traffic. And so one day I showed up, I was 10 minutes late because just before that, I'd gotten in trouble for showing up early. And I'm not even joking. I had to take my parents to the airport early in the morning for a 6 a.m. flight. And so I just went into Wells Fargo and I clocked in early. And then I was like, hey, I was here like an hour and a half early. I wasn't going to close today anyway. Can I just leave an hour and a half early? Does that matter? And my boss like, this is really inconvenient. I'm like, why? You're fucking fully staffed. And it's like a Tuesday, like nobody's here. And they bitch. And they're like, no, if you come in early, you need to just sit in the break room and like read the newspaper or something, but not clock in. I'm like, so you want me to come to work? You're going to tell me what to do, but you don't want me to clock in. She's like, whoa, I didn't say that. I was like, shut up, Circle K. I called her Circle K. Her name was Kristen. She was fat though.
I mean,
people don't realize it. I have literally always hated fat people. It's not a lie. It's not a joke.
It's not a mild dislike. You actively hate them just for existing.
Circle K is an old line of convenience stores.
I know exactly what it is.
Yeah. Yep. In the South. And I called her Circle K. They don't have them in Minnesota. I don't think she knew.
She had no reference.
So anyway,
call her Piggly Wiggly. That's a grocery store they got down south. Just call her Piggly Wiggly.
She just bitched at me about coming in early. So I tried to come in more on time. I was late because some guy, I'm not joking. There's a bridge across, I think it's the Minnesota River when you're going into St. Paul. And there was a guy on the fucking bridge, like gonna jump. And I'm like, just go. Like, I got to get to work. And they had the whole thing blocked off. So I'm going in and I got there. I was 10 minutes late. And on Wednesdays, they had the sales meeting, which the sales meeting was really simple. It's what are we focusing on this week? Home equity lines of credit. Every time. It's always home equity. And so I get there. I said 10 minutes. I was literally, I'm 5 minutes late. So I just went straight to my desk. And my manager comes out because the meeting is over 5 minutes after it started. And she goes, "You missed the meeting." I was like, "Chris and I know the meeting. You want me to push home equity? I got it. It's cool." She's like, "But you missed the sales meeting. It's very important." I'm like, "It started 5 minutes ago. I don't think it was that big of a deal."
Since it's already over.
And she starts bitching at me, right? As one does. And I'm yawning and I'm doing the same, like I'm keeping it behind me. Like I'm yawning right now. If you guys can't tell, I can kind of talk through yawning, but my voice does change. I know. So I'm yawning. And she goes, "Am I boring you?" I said, "Actually, no, you're not. But I'm just so fucking tired. And I don't know why. I'm always so tired." And she goes, "Well, why don't you take tomorrow off and go to the doctor and figure it out?" Just like that, right? So I said, "Okay, cool."
Bet you were wishing you had 1 year of fuck you money right then, didn't you?
Right, right then. I wish I had 1 year of hire someone to fuck her money, fucking calm her down. But no. So I took the day off and I went to the doctor. Like she said, oh, went in and started telling my thing. He's like, "Well, take this little inventory, fill it out." And he's like, we'll see. Maybe you have a sleeping disorder." So I fill out the inventory and I got 29 out of 30. And he's like, "You probably have narcolepsy. Like, I'm just going to guess that you probably have narcolepsy, but we need to send you in for a sleep study right away. Cause you so I go back to work the day after and I'm like, "I got to go in for a sleep study because it turns out I might have a sleeping disorder." It's like, "What?" And I'm like, "I wasn't lying to you, you dummy." Like, right. And so then I go in for my sleep study and they have you sleep. They wire you up like the fucking Predator. You've got these dreadlocks of wires glued into your head. And you go to sleep for 8 hours. And then they wake you up. And that's the test for apnea. And they're like, "You don't have any apnea. You're fine. You sleep through the night. Okay." Now, every 2 hours, you have to lay down and take a nap. And depending on how fast you fall asleep, that'll kind of tell us what's next. And they don't really tell you anything else. So every 2 hours, you lay down and you go to sleep and you wake up. They come wake you up after 15 minutes and they're like, "Okay, how fast do you think you fell asleep? Like, how long were you sitting there?" They get your impressions. And then the true trick is it's 5 naps. And they go, if during 2 of those you fall asleep in less than 5 minutes, you have narcolepsy. Well, in the 5 naps, the longest it took me to fall asleep was 4.5 minutes.
Wow.
And the shortest was 30 seconds. And mind you, that's after a full night's sleep.
I'm actually quite jealous of you.
Everybody
I mean, just in the fact that I'll lay there sometimes for a half an hour, 45 minutes trying to get my brain to shut down. And she's asking you the questions and you're falling asleep while she's just asking you the damn questions.
Yeah. And so and I will rarely have that moment of like high stress, things are really fucked up, and I'm worried. I'll lay there for an hour, right? Like that'll happen still. But pretty much every night, like last night, I made ramen and fell asleep while eating it.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, I fall asleep if you put me on a couch and I'm done. It's game over. It makes family get-togethers really simple.
Of photos of you with food hanging out your mouth, laying on the couch.
Yeah, she does. But it gets really nice at family get-togethers because they know, like, if I go to the couch, they don't even bother. They're like, "We'll wake him up at dinner," and it's like, thank God.
Oh, peace and quiet. I don't have to listen to Uncle Tom yell his racist crap.
It's just, I can sleep sitting up. It's fantastic. It actually has its advantages. Once you don't have a job at a corporation where you have to like wake up on a schedule and do all this stuff. Like for me, I get up when I get up and I do my show at night, partially because of the narcolepsy, because the later it gets, the more awake I feel.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's a roundabout way of saying I'm not yawning at you because you're boring. I'm yawning at you because I'm broken.
That's actually really interesting though. I mean, again, I find crap like that fascinating.
It's so weird. And they're only, believe it or not, I think the numbers, there's only about 50,000 diagnosed narcoleptics in the United States.
And if you watch any comedy from the 80s, you'd think it was every 7th person.
Yeah. It's fucking crazy. Okay, so here we go. Oh, wait. But so the partnership was one thing. The second question I have, this was the left hook that was supposed to follow the right straight. So you are a content creator in the manosphere.
Yeah, I guess you could say manosphere, yeah.
I guess.
It's a
Or
kind of a
the
Wild West
the
type.
red pill community. I don't know what to
Yeah,
call it.
it's kind of a Wild West term anymore. It could mean a billion things, I think. Because
Right. And
you've got
all of the
guys all
terms
over.
are kind of gay. Like I hate all
Yeah.
of them.
Yeah, there's no arguments
Yeah.
there, but it's kind of when you need to put how do you explain what you talk about in, 30 seconds or less without coming up with a term for it? If you're like, "Yeah, I just bitch about feminist women and guys living a good life." Like, you know, it's really
But
it.
you've correct me if I'm wrong, but you've kind of walked away from the dating life. Like you're done. No,
No.
you're not done. Okay,
No,
so
so one of the
are there
mis
hope for relationships? That's the ultimate question.
there's always hope. I'm not
Oh,
like a I'm not a black pilled like screw women, screw relationships. Really the kind of the idea behind going your own way, as it were. Don't put yourself in a position where the state can determine your fate.
yes. Okay, I
So
get you.
so, if I decide like there's guys that have sworn off women, they're kind of like monk mode where they don't even hook up. They just kind of want to be the hermit in the woods.
Right.
Then there's guys that casually date. There's guys that are a little bit older that do the sugar daddy thing because, sex work's real work now. At least
Yeah.
that's what I keep getting told.
Kind of wish I could
You've got
figure that out.
you've got guys that casually date. You've got guys that have girlfriends. There's married guys. But kind of even the married guys that are kind of in this philosophy is I'm the man of the relationship. I want to kind of determine our course. Like I'll determine the direction. Maybe the wife determines the speed. That the partnership's a little bit more traditional. There's really no hard and fast, and that's the thing I think a lot of people confuse. Guys going their own way is there's no. It's like the philosophy is just look out for yourself and understand what the world's throwing at you and then determine what you want to do with it. There's guys that are like, I fully know, what a relationship can entail. I know what a divorce can do to me. I know what losing my kids can do to me, but I'm going to go out dating and looking for a wife.
Right. They go, I see
Mm.
the risk and
Yep.
I'm risk tolerant to this level.
Right. And that's all it is risk reward. And so many people assume that that means that there's like, oh, here's the 7 rules that, the guys that are doing this. No, it has nothing to do with that. It's just I understand how women think. I understand how I think. I understand what can happen to me if I get in a bad situation with the courts or the law or the relationship. I know the statistics behind divorce. I know all of it. And now that I'm educated, I'm going to do X with it. And that X is
Yeah.
whatever the hell they want it to be. And
I think
so
that's where I see it. So my buddy, Drex, right? Like
I've seen him. I've never spoken with him or anything.
you got to. He's great. He's one of the funniest people on the fucking planet.
Next time you have him on, just shoot me an invite. I'll come on.
Oh, it's done.
Yeah, I'll do
But
that.
Drex is like he's black pill on relationships, on marriage and everything. And like I can't get there because I really like mine,
Well,
right?
you have a great advantage in that you guys met young.
Yeah,
You're each other's first.
right.
Things like I said, things were different when I was 20, way different. Things were different when I was
Yeah.
45, like 5 or 6 years ago. Once the dating apps took off and women got the, I deserve the best and I can do whatever and getting validation on TikTok, even if they're 6, but they look good in a bikini. Like the world changed real quick.
Look,
And
bikinis are magic.
they are pretty nice. I won't argue there. They're very nice, but
You know what I like? I've been to like the nude beach thing.
did you
And
go? I mean,
y-
did you have to go nude yourself?
yeah, this is the rules.
Yeah.
This is the
I didn't know
rules.
if you were just quietly standing in a bush over on the sidewalk while you're watching.
That's fucking weird.
Yeah, well, I mean,
No, but I've done it. You know what? Like, first of all, I would encourage all guys to do it. Like and women, like, go, because what you realize really quickly is that fucking everybody is uglier than you. Like, it's like you go and you're like, oh God. Like,
Well, I
and
think
then
the average age of those things is like 64, isn't it?
it was older than me, I think, for most of it.
My friend,
The
that's
women
why
were probably
everybody
younger
really?
though.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say that's why everybody was less attractive than you. You were the young pup on the beach.
no, I think amongst most of the guys, I was younger. But the weird thing was a lot of the guys were actually like in better shape than I was,
Yeah.
but they were with some big women. They
That's
were
what
with,
happens. Hey, you and your wife's still young, my friend. She still may have some time to go on
but
that
I'm
whole
saying these women, a lot of the women were, I think, younger than me and my wife.
yeah.
Like, but
So
they were
older dudes,
still,
younger women. Yeah.
yeah, but they were still like, they were big. A lot of them were black. So that probably skews. Like, I hate to be like that, but like the culture is completely different.
It's probably just because they don't need any suntan oil and they don't burn.
Yeah.
So it works really well with the no clothes thing.
But the whole thing, it was like, it was kind of weird. But you get over the naked thing like really quick, and you realize, well, there, all of the apprehension, I don't know, maybe for me, all of the apprehension is like, what if I get aroused during this? Is fucking strange. Like, you're walking around with your dick out, and but like, you're disabused of that illusion very quickly.
Because
You
you're
see
probably
everybody
so
else.
like, you're so nervous of that happening. I'm sure that would almost counteract any and plus, like you said, not everybody was very good
Yes.
looking, so
Yeah, it's like those two things, like, it becomes completely asexual very quickly. But no, I think it's a massive, massive confidence booster for everybody. Like, and I don't mean like only for like attractive, like, no, everybody, like, you go, you're either hotter than everybody there or you're right in the same fucking boat, like, because you're just average. Like, that's the two options you have. I mean, I guess, trust me, there is no below average at a nude beach. It doesn't exist.
wow, you're really selling me on this whole concept, man. Let me tell you.
No, I think it's I think it's critical because I think today, and I'm gonna blame this on things I like. Okay. I'm not even gonna go the cheap route. I'm gonna blame this on things I like. I grew up in the 80s and 90s. And I love me some 80s and 90s titties. Like,
Uh, the picture you showed last night of Olivia, was it Olivia Munn?
oh my
That
God.
that is the quintessential, like, late '80s, early '90s pre
Bombshell. Like,
yeah, the only difference is Olivia was obviously post-Bush,
yeah, yeah.
and I'm not
That
talking
that
about the
picture is
president.
from 2011,
Right,
but
and
the
she was, like, 30
bodies,
then, was
yeah, she's 31, but
Yep,
the body type that she had was that late 80s, early 90s. She's a fucking smoke show. She's tiny. It was before the weird like obsession with the Kardashian hips and butt.
right.
And because I don't get it. I
Slim
don't,
and firm, everything was slim and
yes.
firm. Everybody looked
Oh my,
like any of the models were Victoria's Secret, like 115 pounds,
yeah.
firm, slim,
If you bounced a dime off their stomach, it would fire back at you like a 45 round and kill you. Like,
right.
it was like, that's what, so my point in this though is that, like, that, first of all, that's gone. I know that like lots of guys are still attracted to that, lots of women still aspire to be that, but the reality is most people are not. They've given into this weird thing of like curvy of some sort is better.
Right.
And look, if you're into it, you're into it. I don't care. But like the Kim Kardashian thing, like, people
It
probably don't believe me, but it would take me a
it's
while to get down to Kim Kardashian. Like,
right.
I know she's hot, but I'm not attracted to her body shape. I'm really, it's
I'm
not,
kind of I think because it's almost a parody of itself, like Uncanny Valley type stuff,
yeah,
and,
it
like,
fucking looks wrong.
yeah, and we went from bouncing, like you were just saying, bouncing dimes off stomachs to now we're bouncing Buicks off asses, and it's almost a parody at this point to where
Yeah.
and the other thing is, if you look at kind of the '80s, '90s type model, you'd look at a woman like that and it was natural, and she would maybe be a little smaller up top, or she wasn't just going to the gym 7 days a week to work the thighs and the butt, but she looked almost girl next door, except the hottest girl ever next door. Where
Yeah.
today it seems like everybody's kind of, and I've talked about this in my videos. It's almost like everybody's trying to grab everything from the bedroom, like the sexuality, the nudity, the everything, and slapping it onto Instagram and dating apps. It's just so in your face that it's almost like drowning in a small bucket of water. Like you
Yeah.
can't get away from it, and it's just over the top. It's way over the
Instagram
top.
especially, because like I look at these chicks and I'm like, I don't get it, because like they've obviously had, first of all, guys, no one looks like Kim Kardashian without a shitload of surgery. And it is several. If you know anything about how like lipo works or whatever, they take your fat from one area and they put it into your
Inject it in
ass,
another. Yep.
and then most of it goes away. The average, I think, is 50% loss of the transplanted stuff. So to get a Kim Kardashian ass, unless you're fucking like win the lottery on the lipo, you're having 2 to 3 liposuctions, maybe 4, to get that look. These Insta thoughts are going out there. They're having several of these surgeries, and then they're not like, they're building an image, and it takes time, and it takes this, like, there's this recovery period. They have to like they have to pray that they get a high retention rate. The thing that gets me is the fucking lips and the face. Like they all start to look the same after a while, and I'm like, I don't find any of these women attractive. What I find attractive, like if I'm going like pure 100% sex, I go like the tall, slender Eastern European chick. Like I want to see thigh bones, tiny butt. Like that to me is like, that's when I see the Victoria's Secret model walking down, that's what I remember, right? From the 90s is these girls who are plucked, that are just, they're fucking rail thin, they have a decent chest, but they don't have giant fucking hips and butts and stuff.
You and I grew up Kelly LeBrock, Weird Science, like that kind of era. That was, that was it. That was it. And then it all changed, like real late 90s, early 2000s. It kind of did a flip where it was all chest. And then it did another flip like 2015 or something where it was all ass. And now it's all everything. And to the point
now it's cartoon.
Lips are all swollen up, and it just, I don't know. Doesn't do it for me.
Someone says Jerry Ryan. Yeah, Jerry Ryan was fucking hot. I'm trying to think.
I think Kelly LeBrock was probably my favorite.
Kelly LeBrock was,
the accent
super
was
hot. Yeah.
was pretty. But you know what? Even Olivia Newton-John in the 70s, and
Shannon Elizabeth in American Pie, like that look. That look.
She was chesty, but
yeah, she was
still kind of had that.
Don't worry, you could deal with that. It's okay.
I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm just saying.
Right. Speaking of being for it, can you feel for me for just a second? I have to go to the bathroom.
Really bad. Man. Yeah.
After we talk about these hot chicks, I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Well, normally it's 2 minutes for you. We know what you're going to go do.
Instead of disappointing my wife, I have to go disappoint myself. I'll be right back.
If you can't even get that right, I don't even know what to tell you. Yeah, I'll put on my glasses and see if I can pull up any of the chat here. We'll see how all this is going. Let's see. See, normally I have a bunch of articles to read. I've already pulled up my work for tomorrow here. I'll have to mute this or I'll end up echoing on myself. If it'll pull it up. I've already pulled up my work for yeah, I can hear myself. That's great. And doesn't want to load. But for those of you guys that aren't familiar with my content, like this is kind of the stuff that I talk about. Like they're getting rid of men and cops, and now they're getting civilians to do police work. And what else we got? I make fun of these dingbats that are on TikTok and OnlyFans and all that stuff. And then stuff like this. This is an article I got planned for tomorrow. Half of single men avoid approaching women for fear of seeming creepy. So we just get in this weird place in society where men are the fault of everybody, and we're shunned, and we're ostracized, and we're the bad. Everything that's bad, we got to be the bad guys in the movies. We got to be the bad guys in commercials. And I talk about that stuff, but obviously we come at it from a positive place where you try to find the humor out of it. Oh, you're back already. I always have something to talk about, and I'm like, well, maybe I'll pull up one of my articles I'm going to do for a video tomorrow.
Oh, we gotta do a dating profile. Someone said earlier.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let me dig one up that maybe has something blurred out here.
I wanna briefly though. I want to talk about something because I left that on kind of a cliffhanger, and I want to be clear on something, and I think you've kind of hinted at this a little bit. I mentioned these like that body shape and that body type as like a pure sex is I think is the terminology I used.
Like just that raw physical.
Right. But the interesting thing is if one of these chicks walked up to me today, I wouldn't trade them. Like I would not trade Lady Rackets for the world.
Oh,
because
right.
like there's no way I'm going to, like, if Kelly LeBrock at that age, at that time, Weird Science or whatever comes up to me, I'm like, yeah, nah, I don't think so. And it's this interesting aspect of us that like when we reduce, I look at it like a vector. You're familiar with physics enough, like you know what vectors are?
Sure.
Okay, yeah. So if you have a vector, you're going 10 in one direction. But then you start changing the direction. You're no longer going 10 east, right? Like you're going 7 east and a little bit north or whatever, and it changes. And I think that's how we you said this earlier. The 10 is the complete package, right? Like for a guy, it's like, does he have like he's physically attractive, he's got the car, he's got the money, he's got the house, he's got the security, whatever. He's got all those things. And like that's the anomaly. Most guys are a 10, but they're a 10 like in different directions around the sort of thing. And they get to one thing. Like maybe they're taller, they don't make as much money. Maybe they have a great bank account, they're not as tall or they're not as handsome, whatever it is. They've done these things. And so we all look at people and we have acceptable places where we cut and we have preferences. Like I prefer more attractive people or I prefer more money, right? But in the same way that like you know, Kelly LeBrock or whatever there or that like picture of Olivia Munn or fuck. I watched Bram Stoker's Dracula on the plane the other day. Do you know
the redhead, right?
No, I was gonna say, do you know how hot Winona Ryder was in that?
She used to be very, very attractive, like late to mid 20s.
It was unrealistic. But it was like, oh my God. But that's like all in one direction. And Winona Ryder's fucking crazy. Especially
right.
at that time. She was
I'm gonna steal
things.
Shit. I'm gonna steal things just because I'm bored.
Yeah. And it's like, so there's always this sort of weird thing, and you have to find out where you go. But yeah, it's the thing. The reason I bring these things up all the time and the like peak physicalness is because that's what I want in my entertainment.
Right.
In my entertainment, I want Kelly LeBrock. I want Jerry Ryan. I want Olivia Munn. Like I want Kathy Ireland, who was so fucking hot in the 90s. Like,
yeah, she was. Yeah.
Like I want Friends level Jennifer Aniston and Courtney Cox. Like that's what I want to see on screen. But that's not where we're going. But I think one of your points that's kind of interesting to me is like women, and I don't know, maybe do you think men are doing this too? But I think so. Your hypothesis seems to be that women are so they're dating so often because the access for them is so easy, right? Like if a woman walks up to a man, they're on a date. Like it doesn't matter. Like a 6 woman walks up to a 10 man, and there's like a 90% chance that they're going to do one date. Like
or you know what? At that gap difference, he can probably text her back and forth on like Tinder, and she'll come straight over to his house, dateless, and just hook up. Yeah,
right. So when I say one date, I mean they're gonna fuck or they're gonna have dinner or whatever. Something is going to happen. Whereas for guys, it's much different, very much different. Because even once you get down to like a guy who's an 8, right?
Yeah.
Like he's kind of working hard to get into some sort of dating thing. And that's just kind of how it goes. If you go up the scale on women, like a 9, I think a 10 might have a hard time actually as a woman, because I think guys won't come up to her. But like we'll go to 8 or 9 women, like women who are 8s or 9s, they can date 100 guys in 100 days, no problem.
Oh yeah, easily.
So they're having so much experience, and what you're saying is they're building their repertoire out. Like they're going, okay, well, I like this aspect of this man, and then they're building this perfection, this perfect man, this Da Vincian, like the guy with the 4 arms, like Goro or whatever,
Right.
sitting, and that's going to be the thing. It's like, you don't want 4 arms, woman. You don't know where all those are going to go. But that's the guy they're building in their head. Whereas guys like aren't dating and having this like spectrum of experience in the same way. So they're not building the repertoire. But do you think like guys can, like, does it play, like if there is a guy who's going on 100 dates, is he building up the perfect woman?
Maybe, but most of the time what happens, and I found this to be true when I was pretty heavily dating, is that if if you can secure the bedroom before you secure the relationship, no guy wants to date that woman.
Mm,
So if I can take a girl out and we just hook up and we hook up a couple of times and she's close to maybe where I'm at as far as what I'm looking for and I'm close to what she that can turn into a relationship. You know, one night stands do turn into relationships, things like that. But if
sure.
there's a large gap, that guy's never going to date her. And
Yeah.
he doesn't look at he knows he's sleeping down. So
Yeah.
he's not building any repertoire because he's like she's just a warm place to rest my junk for the night
When I was
and then he moves on.
a long time ago in my marriage, and Lady Rackets, you know, would complain about like porn or something a long time ago, and she's like, why do guys look at porn or whatever? And I'm like, you don't understand. Like, it's not like we don't fucking care of that much about what's going on. Like, we're not dreaming about these. You just you have this thing that you have to take care of. Like, that's just
Right.
how guys are wired. Like you, uh,
It
what was
becomes
it?
almost a physical, like, I just got to get this out of the way, post nut
Yeah.
clarity. I can move on with my day kind of stuff.
Something About Mary actually tackled this in a comedic way, but it was true. He's like, you can't have that baby batter on the brain. You
Right.
can't do it because eventually, like, you get to this point where you get so fucking intensely focused on sexual release that it becomes hard to focus on all the shit you're actually interested in. So it's like, okay,
Right.
I'll go do this thing. It's not fulfilling. You don't fucking care. And it's completely utilitarian. I don't think women understand that in the same way.
No,
Um,
and a guy in the same vein, just to throw this in there, a guy will say, "Well, I can yank one off with my hand, which I've
right.
done since I was 13 or whatever, or I can sleep with a girl that's maybe a 6, slightly better looking than
Yes.
average. That's more fun. That's more interesting. That's more challenging. I'll do that instead." And he's like, he's getting his nut and falling asleep, and in many cases, she's like, "Wow, he's like what a dream catch." Never on the same page,
And when he
and
wakes up tomorrow, he's like, deuces, I'm
right,
done.
like, "Oop, post nut clarity, gotta go."
Yeah. No, that was the funniest part. So not to bring She-Hulk into this, but since I'm talking about it all day tomorrow and have been watching it and forced to.
Is this a Rule 34 here?
No, Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
No, there's an episode where she goes on the dating app and she puts herself as Jen Walters. The big problem with She-Hulk in general, the show, is that She-Hulk, the character, has been around forever.
right, it's
And
completely different than the comic books, though.
yeah, people like the comic book. Guys like the comic book because Jen Walters is mousy and whatever. She turns into She-Hulk to be assertive, to get past that. Like, that's why she's a better lawyer as She-Hulk. In the show, she's the same. Like, she's the same person in both forms. The only difference is how society perceives her, because the show is written by fucking single wine mom women,
Right.
right? Like, that's the issue. But so she has her Jen Walters dating profile, and she's getting nothing. No swipes. No one's
Which is,
interested.
that's fake already.
Yeah, because
She'd get tons of interest just from not from guys maybe that she wants.
Right. And she's not like hot or whatever, but she's cute enough. Like she's easily a 6. Like
Yeah.
no big deal. I bet if you put her in a bikini, she's a 7 or an 8, like probably a 7, probably a solid 7. And like if she walked by you on the beach, you'd be like, hey, that's nice or whatever. And that'd be great. Because she's petite, she's got a figure, even though they dress her down, you can tell. But when she's She-Hulk, which is so fucking dumb because like they're focusing, like guys suddenly care about her name, which is
No,
untrue. Like they're like, oh yeah, I want to bang a superhero. It's like, no, guy literally don't care about the
like,
superhero
no,
status.
they'd just be going death by snoo. Like, let's make this happen.
Yeah.
That's all they'd care about.
And if She-Hulk were fat, no one would want to fuck her still. It'd be embarrassing. But no, so the way they reduce this is like, well, she's She-Hulk, so guys want to be with She-Hulk rather than guys want to be with, like, She-Hulk is shapely, she's fit, she's physically fit. That's the thing. So she goes on a bunch of bad dates with guys and she doesn't like them. But then she meets one guy. He's a pediatric neurosurgeon. He's super nice and polite. He's like, and they set him up. He's the fucking dream guy, right? He's mixed. He's like comically burly. I actually think he doesn't look good at all. Ladies in the chat, if you've seen this shitty episode, I think that guy, like his muscles are weirdly too big and his shirt does not, his wardrobe does not match his physique to me. But anyway, and then she, she's in She-Hulk form. She takes him into a room. She pounds it out. And then in the morning, she's Jen Walters. She's cooking him eggs or whatever. And he's like,
She catfished him.
Yeah.
That's probably what he was thinking.
And he's like, yeah, I'm not into this. I'm going to go. It was nice. See ya. I'm not into you. Right. So the line though, from the next episode, and this is key, when she's talking to another female attorney, high power female attorney, and they had to call this guy to the witness stand to basically say, yeah, I was into She-Hulk, but I'm not into Jen Walters. No offense. She's not my type. Right. That's all he says. It's super sweet still. And the fucking other lady attorney is like, after they're done, she goes, you know what he said to you? Unacceptable. You deserve better. You deserve better. And I'm like, and she goes, and then they go to the bar and they have a drink. I thought they were going to have a good lesbian scene, but they didn't. Jen buys her a drink at the bar. Like, oh, I'm so glad we're friends. I'm like, well, this is fucking gay without any of the lesbian stuff.
Right.
And, but she says, the other chick says, men think that like all they're thinking is, oh, I banged a superhero or whatever. And they think that they deserve you. And I'm like, this motherfucker is
like a top 1%er in every category.
Yes, in every and he's super goddamn nice.
Right.
Like even when he's like, hey, you know what? Like this isn't for me. I'm into She-Hulk. That's what you sold me. That was a dating profile. That's how you showed up for the date. That's how we fucked. I like that. And like you're here and you know what? Like I'm not really into that. Thanks, girl. And then he comes to testify on her behalf and he's super polite about it. Like this guy is this guy is like the dream guy of everything you can think of. Right. It's like he's a neurosurgeon who has time to lift a lot.
Like, which had never happened in the real world.
Find every neurosurgeon on earth. They look like Ben Carson. They're shrimpy. They're these little guys. They don't have time to eat. They don't have time to lift either. It's so fucking irritating. I hated it. I hated it so much because the arrogance of it. You deserve better. I'm like, first of all, Jen Walters is a 6. She-Hulk's maybe an 8. I don't know.
Right.
They're just a lawyer, and I've met plenty of female attorneys. They're not that impressive.
Right.
Like, oh my God.
It's like I said, all the sliders have to be up to 10. He's a 10 in his income, like he's a 1%er in his income, probably 1%er in his intelligence, 1%er in his body, 1%er in his looks, and his personality, when she was being legitimate with him, is what, great guy.
Let me find this. I'm going to find a picture of him. I want people to see like what this guy is. Here, this is a, here we go. Oh, this is the picture. Okay, here we go.
Get my glasses on so I can see.
Like, reminder, this is a pediatric neurosurgeon. This guy makes $1 million a year. He also, look at his fucking arms. Like this guy can curl your fucking boat.
He could curl her. His arms are bigger than hers.
And the only reason he's shorter than her is because
she sprouts to like 7 feet tall, doesn't he?
Yeah. This guy's probably 6'1", 6'2". He's fucking jacked. Like, this is on the external thing. They're trying to communicate. This is the women writing this and their like inability to reflect on reality.
Yep.
They're writing this as, this is the best guy possible. Right? That's what the women writing this show want to fuck every day, like that, and probably marry.
Right. But the thing, what they
and then they go, he's not good enough.
Well, you know what it is at that point? It's sour grapes.
Yes,
it's sour grapes. It's this is what I deserve, but he doesn't realize that he should be lucky to have me, even though, you know, I'm not nearly the same desirability as he is. And I deserve better. And they convince themselves of that. So really what they do is they say, well, I want this exact same guy, but he needs to want me. And that will just never happen. I mean, let's be honest. If you and I were out there, or anybody's out there, if you had supermodels coming up to you one day and you could be with them, and then another time you'd find these, you know, relatively attractive, but super rich women that would fly you to Paris for lunch and treat you to a all expenses, you know, weekend getaway or whatever. And then the next time after that, you're dating someone that's, I don't know, extremely intelligent. And if you went through that repertoire and then you came across, you know, just your average girl that maybe is as average as you are, or as average as I am, you'd say, I don't want to date you. I've had supermodels, I've had rich women, I've had, and I think that's what's happening, not realizing these guys are just playing, like, your playtime for this guy. He's filling time, right. You know, he's having a little bit of fun, but he's never going to settle for you. And the women are like, no, that's okay. It's fun for now. The problem is they do that fun for now until, you know, they get into the 30s. Maybe they have a kid or two now. Maybe they're.
It's amazing because. So one of my favorite places on earth. It used to be my favorite place on earth. Now I have a competing one. Pagosa Springs, Colorado. The Springs Resort, very specifically. And by the way, chat, I got a report on this. A guy took his wife there for their honeymoon. Loved it. Fantastic. Sent me a huge thank you via email, which I hate. I hate him for sending me email, but no, he's like, thank you for the recommendation. This place was beautiful. It is the most serene place I've ever been to by far. It's they own the world's deepest hot spring. Those hot springs flow into 23 different pools of different temperatures. And after 11 p.m., they kick out anyone who's not staying at the resort. Nice. And the hot springs are open 24 hours for people who are staying there. And they have some really nice rooms that go like $500-600 a night. And like the O Suite, named after Oprah, not after orgasms, is great. It has a sauna in it. I've stayed there. The John Wayne Suite, I also stayed there, was awesome. It had an 85-inch TV at a time when that was rare. And it was big enough to have like us and our kids in a separate little, like, they had their own beds. So we stayed there. But anyway, you go out at 1 a.m., all the riffraff are gone, and you're overlooking the Colorado River, which is flowing literally right in front of the resort. You can actually go in it. That's one of the pools, 55 degrees.
So you just kind of go hot to cold to hot to cold. That's really great for you, actually.
You can do that if you want. I kind of stay in the warm tubs because I like to go like right at the beginning of winter, or not the beginning of winter, the deep part of fall, I should say, like around October or April.
It's like 40, 45 degrees out at night and you're in that nice hot.
Sometimes it'll dip down to 30 and it'll snow. in the middle of the night. It's great. But you're overlooking the Colorado River. It's pure fucking peace. It is serenity for me. So like, it's like going there and going, this is what I want my life to be. This is what I want my house to be. It's like, you're never going to have the deepest hot spring in the world, like feeding into your fucking personal hot tub, you weirdo. Like, it's not going to happen. But people do that. And I think that's what you're talking about. Like, you rent a Ferrari and you're like, oh, I'm going to have a Ferrari and live at the Springs Resort. You're not.
It's champagne taste on a beer budget.
Even Elon Musk isn't doing that.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Like, he's slumming it with Grimes or whatever.
Right.
She's weird. I don't trust these people.
She's a very, very unique person. I mean, Elon, I think, has maybe a little like Asperger's or something. Like
he's super autistic.
You know, he's got something on the spectrum here, and so I think he makes some pretty interesting choices. One of his weaker abilities apparently is pulling out. I mean, he's got like what, 7 kids or something or other now.
Not as many as Nick Cannon though.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Nick Cannon is nutting in chicks left and right. He needs to stop, brother. You got 10.
Like, the difference is Elon can afford that forever. I think Nick's, you know, he's doing what is it, America's Got Talent and some of these other shows. He's like, brother, I got to work. Like, work
he has to.
I got $250,000 a month, you know, child support or whatever the hell it is.
Okay. Let me read this chat. Truna Shambada, bad pressure, bad cafeteria says, Boozy Bucks, please say can. We don't say it like that around these parts. And I like the way you say it. I'm sick of the twits on Twitter. Oh yeah. I'm not mad about Twitter. I don't care. I've said over and over, I hate Twitter as a platform. The only reason I was on it was because when I would promote, like when I tweet out the show, have a little bit higher viewership, whatever. I think I may have transcended that at this point. I do not need Twitter at all. And I do not care if I'm kicked off forever. I mean, I'll try and get back on for the memes, mainly because I like making fun of fat women and trannies and stuff on Twitter. I think that makes me happy.
I mean, if you have just make another account and use with a different email and use a VPN. I mean, there's no way they'd know that.
Once someone finds out, though, like
if you're just a lurker, I don't think they'd find out though. Would they?
If you're a lurker though, like for me, the lurking doesn't do it. Like the lurking on Twitter,
you got to stick that fork in the electrical socket, right?
That's right. That's how I got to 124,000 followers. Was like it's like being an asshole.
And that's why I have 600.
and other people going, oh God, an asshole that's just saying all the things I wish I could. Real Hydro PX, I have always thought that the better bachelor would be a person who wears a hoodie. You were wearing a hoodie when he sent that.
Yeah. I mean, well, it's 47 degrees out, and I had just taken my dog for the walk, and I leave my window open. I like it cold when I sleep.
Brandon Lesko, can you please send up a toast to me and boyfriend Christopher Boozy? Recently, we've been through a ton of cock, to be honest. Could use the support so we don't lash out and do something of below average intelligence. To Brandon Lesko and to Christopher Boozy, cockmongers in chief, loving all of the cock they can possibly find. May they find just slightly less cock, and may Chris Boozy look a little less downsy next time I see him. Oh, I must be starting to get drunk if I'm willing to make a retard joke. Jake says, Nick, your Bluetooth audio issue is likely codec related. Turn on developer settings on your Android and change the Bluetooth audio codec to AAC or similar lossless codec. Apple uses AAC exclusively. No, I love you for the advice. Locals needs to fix that in their app so that someone else doesn't have the same problem. That's the difference. That's what we're working for. It's not about improving my streams. It's about improving locals for other creators.
And they're really good with communicating with us and helping us. They've done a lot of really great changes.
They are. Okay. Thank you, Law Nerd Clips. Law Nerd Clips has sent you a message. unbreaded. I read it. Nightmare FD3S says, just want to acknowledge how racist and toxic it is to have two straight white men have a discussion. You could have had Drexel on for diversity and inclusion's sake, as strong and independent, masculine presenting trans woman. That's fantastic. Okay, what is this? What do you got? Is this one of your dating profiles?
Yeah, I was just changing my my screen over so that. Oh, are you gonna pop it up?
Yeah, I can bring you up because people can still hear me, and if you've got it pulled up, let's do it.
I will. Let me do my little intro here for dating profile of the day. That's how I do it, and then I just play a little sexy music as I.
Okay.
Oh yeah. All right, I'll bring up.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I'll bring this up a little bit. She's 25 years old.
Ooh,
she says,
catch.
About me, you must be 6'4" plus, bench 200 pounds plus, run a 5-minute mile or faster.
You're benching 200, running a 5-minute mile. Okay, I'm with it.
Remember, this is 6'4". You got those long legs, long strides, man.
Does she not know, like 6'4" dudes don't run 5-minute miles? 5'8" guys run 5-minute miles.
Again, we're talking about women that they're looking for the negative top 5% now.
I've never run a 5-minute mile. I've run a 6-minute mile.
Look,
I'm 6'2", and I was running literally every day of my life trying to get down to a 5-minute mile is fucking difficult.
If you can run a 5-minute mile, you're going to be 130 pounds. You're not going to be a big guy. She says, no kids, and you can't have any recent ex-girlfriends, and no records. So apparently
she's only dating black men.
Apparently she's been chasing the bad boys a little bit too much. She said your must-haves, you need to have a car not older than 2015, a house in your name, a sense of style, swipe right if your credit is 800 plus or better.
This dude has a great job all the time in the world, great credit. He's also going to the gym constantly. I guess he would have no recent ex-girlfriends. That's the only way he could do this.
That's right. That's right. Now he must have a 6-figure income.
Yep.
And no debt whatsoever.
No, you can't have an 800 plus credit score with no debt, bitch. It doesn't work. It's impossible. You have to have credit. So I was completely debt free. I was completely debt free, and my credit score is like in the 700s, like the low 700s. And then I acquired debt for the sole purpose of raising the fucking credit score.
Yep.
And it's now at like 790 because like you have to pay, you have to have debt to make to get credit.
And the best way really to raise the score is to have high limits on your credit cards and low balances.
Yeah.
That's the best way to stretch it out. All right, let's see what else she needs. If you do not have a college degree, you must have at least 500K in your savings account.
If you have $500,000 in your savings account, you have like 12 million in investments.
Exactly. Exactly.
Insane.
Now she does give you a bonus though if you have a boat, a pool, or a hot tub.
All right, I got a hot tub. I can make.
Here's the
woman.
Good news.
I don't have 500K in my savings account, but it's bigger than yours. So
but the good news is pets are allowed. Pets are allowed, of course.
Pets are allowed,
but they must be well behaved and properly groomed. And she's not accepting questions. Her interests are concerts, photographies, Black Lives Matter, self-care, and festivals.
Do we get to see her?
No, on this particular, yeah, I've scrolled it all the way up. On this particular one, I don't have a photo.
Oh my God. This better be the hottest fucking woman anyone has ever seen in their life.
You know what? Here's the thing. In one folder here, and that's like, I just happened to grab that one in particular. I've got, in this one folder, I've got 40 of these. I'd say 50% of them, the photos are available.
Oh no, they're 200 pounds, right?
Oh, they're blue hair, big girl. Now, some of them are like very pretty, but they're like, I do nails at, I don't know.
Can you show a pretty one without like we don't have to go through the profile, but can you show a pretty one? Like show just a hot chick?
Yeah, let me, some of these icons are kind of small. Let me put these on.
I just want all my 500K savings bros to know what they can grab.
Well, it depends. Let me,
You got that bag.
let me see if I have any pretty ones in here.
You won't have 500K savings within 6 months of dating her. You'll have 100K. You'll be going, what the fuck am I doing?
I'll have to see if what I usually do is, when I do them on YouTube, I'll blur them out, so that they're not recognizable. I actually,
on my channel, I don't blur them out. No, we'll put these hoes right up front.
I
love it.
It looks like I don't have really any photos. Let's see if I can find you would not believe, what the biggest thing is?
That chick said IG Nicole, like Instagram Nicole. She cannot, her Instagram cannot be Nicole.
No.
Like that'd be amazing. Nicole. I'm going to type it in and see what happens. Nicole. Maybe it was Nicole Scherzinger.
It could be. Now here, I'll open another one here. But I'll show you why guys that I'll show you why guys all the time that are actually like the really good looking, like hot guys.
Yeah.
I'll show you why they're never going to get married.
Oh, here we go. I'll bring you to the forefront again.
Yeah. So here's why now I'm not saying that this is like a model or anything, right?
She's cute.
She's cute. She's 19. I don't have much to offer, but I give good.
But I can suck a dick.
That's it. I have a thing for Asian guys in my basement.
Oh, well, she must be into Vienna sausages then.
Right. But here's the thing, right? If a guy says, well, I can go out with her. I don't have to marry her to get that. I don't have to, I'm hot. She swiped on me. I swiped on her. I'm like, yeah, let's make this happen. He gets that for a night. Why is he going to risk losing half his crap in a marriage? Why is he going to settle for the same one every night? Not that that's a settle, but my point is, like, if you're a young guy that's got it going together and you can basically just have women throw themselves at you, you're not going to be like, well, I'll slow down and get married to one, lose half my crap, have her take the kids. You're not going to do that.
Look, let me say this very clear. Head game on point. That's a huge plus.
You are correct, sir.
I could deal without blowjobs. Like, I don't actually care that much. Because guess what? A mediocre blowjob is barely worse than a great blowjob.
This is true.
Like,
I mean, for guys, here's the truth of it. You cross the finish line. It's kind of like frozen pizza. It's like, it's pizza. Like it's pizza. Yeah. You cross the finish line. It was good.
Yeah. Like a great blowjob. Fantastic. A mediocre blowjob. Pretty fucking close to fantastic. Yeah. A lousy blowjob, a blowjob that doesn't hurt is honestly like that's the bar. A blowjob that doesn't hurt is an 8. A blowjob that's pretty good is a 9, and a blowjob that blows your mind is a 10. I'll take 8s all day. And like there's other things I would rather do to you than fuck your mouth. Like right. I don't know what to say. It's such a weird fucking thing because I think porn has so broken people. Honestly, like to get serious, I think porn has so broken people that women go in every porn, every single one, no matter the category, no matter what the ultimate outcome is, the woman is giving this guy a blowjob for like 4 minutes.
Right.
4 to 9 minutes. 9 minutes is way too long for a blowjob scene for porn. What the fuck are you doing? But 4 to 9 minutes. And these women are pros. Like they have put every size of cock in their mouth constantly. They've done whatever. And the guys that they're blowing, these dudes have had every mouth, every vagina, and every ass on their dick, including guys. Like, so they like, you have to be good at it to kind of get them aroused for the scene. and they're going to go through, but he's also on like 8 Viagras right now.
Right. At that point, he's so fried out that nothing excites him anymore. He's seen it, done it, felt it.
And if people don't realize that, like all these male porn stars who do this every day, like they're chugging Viagra by the fucking barrel. That's what they're doing. But that's okay. Like go for it. Go get it, King. But these chicks are the top 0.1% of blowjobs. Most guys would just be happy if like a tongue touches their penis once
and she doesn't go like this.
Yeah, and then they go, and then they just have sex with the vagina, which is their goal anyway. Like it's so weird. Like your head game on point, great. We love it. It's fantastic. We love enthusiastic blowjobs. That's actually all you have to, like, the secret woman. Just be happy about it and don't use your teeth.
Don't hurt.
Yeah.
But that's like the whipped cream and the cherry on the milkshake.
Yes.
The milkshake's what you want. That's just a little bit of something, a little bit.
Like in all honesty, like if I were single and a woman walked up to me and said, "I'm willing to give you a blowjob," I'm like, "Sweet, I don't actually need one." Like that, like the enthusiasm enough would be arousing enough to just go straight to the fucking vagina, which is where you're trying to get anyway. So it's like, this is a value add. This is an and one.
Right.
It's like guys don't fucking care. I'm sorry, but like if you're advertising that your head game is great, all I'm wondering is like how many dicks have you put in there?
Yeah, if she goes straight to it and you're like, that is rock star, there's a lot of practice in there. There's a lot of practice in there, and that should make you very afraid.
What was that line from Sublime? You listen to Sublime?
I have. It's been a very long time.
The song 40 Ounces to Freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Who taught you those new tricks? Oh, damn, yeah. I shouldn't start that talk, right? Like that's all you're wondering is where did you learn to move your tongue like that? Like
right. if she shows up and she's a 10 in all the categories, she's had a lot of practice. And some guys are fine with that. But that guy's not going to marry that girl.
Yeah, no, it's so weird. It's like, I don't know. To me, like, look, I love blowjobs. They're fantastic. They're great. If I never got another one in my life, but I had all the vagina I wanted, like I wouldn't care at all.
Well, right, because really, I think me personally, I kind of compare it like a solid 8 to 10. Like if you've got 10 there, it's like, yeah, you can do an 8 and finish me off, but start with the 8. I'll finish off in the 10. Like you naturally, although some guys, I must assume maybe they like the other better. So they're just like, no, that's a 10 because she can do that under the picnic table and I'm at the park. I don't know.
But again, it's not that complicated.
No,
like don't bite. Like just don't bite and you're there.
Sliding teeth along a carrot, just shaving.
Abigor says, I believe that many women actually enjoy doing. No, yes, absolutely. And the women who enjoy doing, God bless you.
You can tell they're enthusiastic.
Yes. And I'm saying I will take an 8 blowjob, and an 8 blowjob is literally it. Honestly, like blowjobs are so great. An 8 is just don't hurt me. I will take it 10 days out of 10, but I also won't miss it if it's not there. That's what I'm saying.
As long as you have the next step in the progression.
Right. Yeah. Because like, that's the thing. But I think porn has so broken people that they're like, that women are like, okay, and this is what I hate about porn is there's an expectation because of the script, and the script is all about the cinematography. Like, let's be honest. They go, okay, you're going to do blowjob, you're going to do cunnilingus, and then you're going to go missionary. You're going to probably put her leg up. Then you're going to roll her over, do doggy style. You may pick her up. You may not. You'll do a sideways thing that is purely for the camera. Like, cause you're holding her leg up for no fucking reason.
Right.
Like, and then like you may do anal, you may not. And then you're going to come on her tits or her face or her mouth, or maybe you'll do the cream pie thing if that's the theme of the show. Right. Like you're going to go do those things That's the script for every sexual encounter ever. And guys, I gotta tell you, like, porn may have set the expectation that's not reality. And trust me, you do not want, every time you're going to fuck your partner, your date, your friend, your wife, whatever it is, you do not want to know what's coming every single time. Porn knows what's coming because it's a formula and it's great. But you do not want to follow that fucking formula every single encounter. Sometimes you want to keep all your clothes on. You want to pull her pants down. You want to go into a public bathroom that has a lock, and you want to just fucking rail it out real quick and be done. And like, that is the hottest thing ever. And I will illustrate this with popular culture. We talked about Breaking Bad earlier. In the first season, she's pregnant. But remember, when he sheds everything and he becomes a confident man for once in his fucking life, and he fucks Skylar in the kitchen, right? He just grabs her. She's in a dress. He pulls her panties down and he fucks the shit out of her in the kitchen. And she's like, that was so fucking hot. Like, she is blown away. She has no idea what to do with that Walter White, right? There was no blow job, like this list of positions or whatever. He just pounded her out in the fucking kitchen. And sometimes that's what you do, and it's great. Like, don't let porn set the expectations for your life. And that's the problem I have with porn, is it does.
Well, the other thing too is when you've been with somebody for a while, you know what they like best, you know what you like best, and yeah, you mix it up a little bit, but it's not 17 switches. That's either a pro doing something for a movie, or it's a young guy that can maybe do 30 seconds worth of stroke and then it's game over. So then you keep switching it up to give you that 1 or 2 minute break in there. It makes you seem like you know what you're doing, but really you're just like putting a break in there so the game's not over immediately. But when you're in a relationship,
and by the way, guys, learn that trick when you're not in, like, when you're in a drought. Like, learn that trick to take a second and know where you are, like, because you don't want to be the 30-second man.
Yeah,
like,
three stroke joke, man.
They call you Joker. Do you want to talk about it? No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking.
But you do the pre-date yank, and then by the end of the night, at least if you're a young guy, you're ready probably for round number 2. You'll last a little bit longer. You do the position stuff, but when most of the time you're in a relationship, you probably go to your 2 or 3 normals that feel best for both everybody, and it's probably not even that pretty. The lights are off, you're sweaty, and the covers over you, and
honestly, the biggest sell of marriage, in my opinion, and it doesn't have to be marriage, it can be just long-term monogamous relationships. You get to know the other person so well. And you get, like, this is, I say it as a joke, but I mean it very seriously. Like, if I want Lady Raggeds to have a good time, I can make it happen very fucking quickly, because I know exactly what she likes, right? We've been together exclusively for so goddamn long. I know exactly what to do. I know what position it is. And I also know, like, sometimes you don't want to do, like, you want to build. And I know what positions build. I know how to move it. And she knows the same for me. Like, if she wants to make this a 5-minute encounter, she can do it really easily. That's the adventure that you get. Like, that's the trade-off for the, like, novelty of different sexual partners that you get with being single. And like, this is a thing. This is crazy. This is fun. With being with the same person over and over and over again, is you build up that fucking library, and you know exactly what they like. You know what builds, you know what finishes, and you know, based on what you have to do. Like, if, like, I'm like, girl, I got 25 minutes. Like, I've got 20. There's no like feather like in that, what was that movie, 40 Days and 40 Nights with Josh Hartnett?
You're right.
There's no like feather running across your tits here. We're going to get this thing done, and I'm going to enjoy 20 of these 25 minutes. It's going to be great. Like, there's not that, like, you can gauge it by how much time you have and how much investment you have in the night. And if it's just, hey, I know you need something, or I know I need something, we can do this in 5-10 minutes. Cool. Or, hey, the kids are gone. We're at a hotel.
Go pluck those feathers out of the chicken.
We brought the fucking field kit with us. Let's get wild. This is going to be 2-3 hours and go. Yeah, you can do that. That's to me, that's the beauty and honestly the sexual selling point of the relationship, which I think a lot of the red pill community kind of overlooks because they go, oh, it's the same girl. It's not that whatever. But I think like you learn each other. If you are not in a sexless relationship,
and that's the real danger with some
right?
marriages is guys are like, I'm going to give up all this stuff, and I promise if if this goes south, you get half my crap. But I'm doing this so in agreement that my needs are fulfilled through you. And then if she says no, you feel like you're hanging from a noose, like you're just strong. Because if you cheat, you're done, lose half your crap.
Yep.
If she cheats, you lose half your crap.
If she goes and makes herself happy, you're fucked.
Yep.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's such a bad the no fault divorce is the worst deal for men forever. And that's why I say
yes.
Look, if a guy says, man, I love this woman and I want to be with her forever. Hey, great, man. Congratulations. I want to live with her. Check the laws. Is there any, cohabitation laws where it can be treated like marriage? No. Go, okay, move in together if you want to, but just understand, the legality. So if you want her to leave, you can get her out and you're not losing half your house. And number 3, understand the laws that if you get married and she decides to get fat or she decides not to sleep with you or she decides she wants to go drink mimosas and party with her friends in Cancun for the weekend, and she comes back and there's
and she's pregnant.
Yeah, exactly. And it has a little tanner than you are or something. You need to know, hey, I can walk away with this without the government absolutely screwing me. And right now with the laws on divorce, forget it. You're signing a contract that is, if at any point this business fails, you get half of everything, even if you break the contract. And if you ever tried to find somebody to sign a contract and you're like, hey, we're going to build this building together, but if I decide to walk away at any point, I get half of everything and you get nothing, or you get to keep half, but I get to decide when it ends. No man should ever enter an arrangement like that. And that's current marriage. It really is. And so it has nothing to do with love or trusting or anything else. It's the marriage. It's the laws.
I agree. And to me, like my ideal, I was talking to my brother-in-law about this. My ideal would be government is out of marriage entirely. I don't want your benefits. I don't want your bonuses. And I don't want your predetermined version of what marriage and the contract entails. I want to privately contract it.
Yep.
Like I want to say, look, when we get divorced, I go away with not only everything I went into the marriage with, and you go away with everything you went into the marriage with, but like if I get X advanced degree, it's worth this much money for you for the time you spent, 2 years or 3 years or 4 years. You spent watching the kids while I did this thing or whatever. For each kid, it's this. Like, let us determine those values and those terms. I think that's the right way to do it. And I don't think the default marriage thing is the right thing. But I do think that guys should, like, as a counterpoint to that, I think that guys should seek monogamy and seek long-term relationships and seek a real marriage. Whether or not you involve the government is irrelevant to me. But if you're in a state that doesn't recognize common law marriage, or you don't announce yourself as married for the purposes of the law, but you have like a long-term thing and you're willing to risk it on this person, you're willing to say, I'm going to give up years of my life for you. I think you can get a lot of value out of it.
I think
really
so.
do.
I think you can too, but here's the big thing to remember. There's no advantage for a man to sign a marriage contract. There's just none.
Under the current terms.
Right. So if somebody says, I think you can still have a long-term relationship and keep it just as honest, because here's the thing. A lot of times people get married and then they stay in a marriage that isn't right for them and they're not happy, and they stay longer than they can because the guy's worried about losing half his crap. She's worried about the house or the kids and all this other stuff. But if you just came to an agreement of we're just going to date and we're going to stay together
we're going to be exclusive. We're going to call it, we're going to think of ourselves as married.
Right.
We love each other. Yep. We're in it forever. But also, like, if either of us needs an out, you've got it.
You just
Like,
walk away. And
right.
what that does is, like, for example, if you're the guy and she decides she doesn't wanna be physical with you anymore, she doesn't have to, she's not your wife, you just go, "Okay, we're done." Or if she decides, "Hey, you know what? We're in this long term, I don't feel like taking care of myself and I wanna eat bonbons and lay on the couch," and she gets fat and you're not attracted to her, you're done. And if at
Yeah.
any point you know what? And if you lose your job and she feels that you don't have the motivation to support her, so or give her what she needs anymore, you're done. And you can just walk aw that's the way I think in actuality, in today's society, you have a successful relationship is you're not tied together at all. And the only reason you're with each other is because you want to be with each other.
Right.
Where in the, because a marriage used to be something. Now all it is it's not even the peace of mind that you've promised yourself to each other, because something like 60% of marriages end in divorce, and women file for the divorce 80% of the time, which means there's a good percentage of guys out there that are going, wait, what's going on? Blindsided. And just like that, they can walk away with, they get to keep the cash and prizes.
Can
That's
I
not
give
the,
you a can I give you a heartening counter statistic?
yeah, yeah,
Do you know that the divorce rate per
is lower than
capita,
ever.
it is.
You
It
know why?
is. The millennials, first of all, less people are getting married. People are
That's
being
exactly
more
why.
discerning about it. Millennials and Zoomers seem to be at least somewhat red pilled, and they go, I'm not going to do it if I'm not in it. And I think that's the way to go. Because to me, I think the marriage rate should be about a quarter of what it is.
Yeah, well, I pulled up a statistic and it was something like, I want to say from 1990 maybe to today, and it showed marriage rates and divorce rates by each state. And I was going to do a video on this, and I got I got the webpage saved somewhere.
Do it.
But
Do a
but it was
video.
like back then, like
Yeah.
in Oklahoma, we'll say, the percentage of people getting married in XYZ was 12, and then it dropped to 6 in just the next 20 or 30 years. So what happened is half as many people are getting married. And so then they're like, oh, the divorce rates, good news, divorce rates are down, but the marriage rate was down. And when you compare the two, it's still pretty consistent that people are getting divorced at about the same rates. But since the marriage rate dropped so much, it made the divorce rate drop so much. And again, the big problem is when you look at the statistics of single single mothers, they have a non-married single mom, which means she got pregnant out of wedlock.
Oh
And
my
then
God.
there's another
Yeah.
statistic of single mothers. Like almost 50% of households today have kids with just a single mom, like no dad in the picture. And a lot of times they'll say, oh, it's these deadbeat low life dads. Truth of it is those women have, there's actually, and I forget the law, I did a video on this too. There's a law that the government has a pool of money to pay for the attorneys about child support cases. And it
Yeah,
sounds really foggy,
it's
but
no,
I,
it's right. It's fuck it. It's something for. I can't, I'm too drunk to remember.
it's basically
But
like
yes.
if the attorney says, "Hey, we're gonna make sure the kids stay with you," and on top of that, if we can get a little spin in here of domestic abuse, harm, etc., you
Yeah.
can get custody of the kids,
Title
and
for.
yeah, and you get extra money, and the government or the attorneys or somebody, I forget who it is, gets a kickback. So they're incentivized to screw guys out of their own
Yep.
custody of their kids. I'm like, there's no way you can tell me that marriage is a good idea for men as long as this happens. It just,
No,
it's such a
the
horrible design.
the government marriage is broken and bullshit and everything. To me though, I find value, and this is where I think my Drex and I draw a lot of conflict. Not like serious conflict, but that's
Right.
where we
Just
have our
history.
biggest disagreement is I think that long-term monogamous relationships have value for those who want them. And I think that guys can find a lot of fulfillment. I think women, especially, of course, can find a lot of fulfillment in doing this. Because to me, here's how I see it. Uh, Women keep guys alive because we do fucking stupid shit. Like we're hilarious. We're like, oh, I've got this four-wheeler and I've got a giant like person-sized blender and I'm gonna try and jump over it. But
Right.
there's also gonna be a bar in the middle where if I hit it, the four-wheeler will go and I'll just fall straight down.
Right.
Like if I can't do a pull-up or whatever. Like, and the woman comes out and it's like, what the fuck are you doing, you dumb
You have
retard?
children, asshole.
Yeah. Like, don't get on the four-wheeler in the first place, stupid. That's how I see what women's job is. And men's job, conversely, is to stop women from fucking weird shit. And I kind
Good
of wanted
luck
to
on
talk
that.
to you, but no, I kind of wanted to talk to you because you mentioned this is going way back. Tom Brady, right?
Yep.
His wife, his kind of supermodel wife. He's a
Giselle Bundchen,
super Yeah, Giselle, she's fucking hot. She's got a supermodel husband. Like Tom Brady is the catch. He's the maybe he's got a 4-inch penis. I don't know, but he's the 6'9" X man, right?
Yep.
And the X kind of doesn't matter when you're a 6 and a 9, unless the X is a 3 or a 2.
You're right.
But even a 4-inch penis, she'll be like, yeah, I can work with it, right?
You just
So
got to
like,
get it in the entrance. You can hit half the good spots.
right. The literal truth, like the biological truth, is the female G spot is less than 2 inches past the entrance. So you really need to have like a 2.5 inch to 3-inch penis to actually, like, if you know what you're doing, I guess. I don't know, because I don't have that tiny of a penis. Like I'm not packing like a 9-foot honker or whatever, but like it's fine. It's very much in line with with my height, and that's great.
I think we're good. The longer you go, I think you're digging a hole now where people are like, okay, you're starting.
I'm dancing around. I've already talked about it, so it's fine.
I'm just kidding. I'm just
the drunker I get, it's okay. But no, like, so Tom Brady is probably like just at least average. Like the stats are he's at least average, right?
Right.
And so Giselle's got this thing, but she's looking for something else. But I think there's something in women, I really do, where somewhere in their 30s to 40s, and I'm not sure what it is, they enter into what I call the fuck shit stage. And guys' job is to stop women from fuck shit.
Yeah.
Where they do something stupid. It's not necessarily sexual. It's like, oh, I want a bigger house, or, oh, I really want those nice cars, or, oh, I really want this thing. Like they go after it. And sometimes I think for some women, it's another guy and they're like, you know what? I could do better. And it's like, bitch, you have the 0.1% man. Like, no, you're not doing better. But like I really do. And I think that's guys' job. I think that's guys' job. And it starts subtly when you're younger and you're broke. And they go, oh, I could use this nice Louis Vuitton purse. And you're like, bitch, it's $900. You're not getting a Louis Vuitton purse. What the fuck are you talking about? I make $1,800 a month. You're not getting a $900 purse. You're not working. Right. But then as it gets older, it's like, you're not getting this house, whatever. But I think that women at some point have this breaking thing. And I think this explains Giselle very, very well to me.
It's probably their midlife crisis.
It is. I legitimately think it is. Women's midlife crisis manifests different than men. Men's midlife crisis goes, I have been sacrificing everything in my life for all of my adult life. I give up my vacations to work. I give up my income to women. I give up my vacation, or I give up my, my desires, my liquor, whatever it is. I give this thing up to someone else because I have to.
And now
I'm going to buy the car. I'm going to go on the vacation. I'm going to bang the Victoria's Secret model. You're not going to do that. She's going to be a 4 and you're going to be really depressed later. You're going to go do all the things that you didn't do for the past 20 years because you've been giving it up. You're going to get it out of your system, and then you're going to move on, and all your hair is going to fall out, and you're going to be fine. It's going to be perfect. Women, though, go, I'm valuable. This person has been telling me I'm valuable for 20 years. He's been showing me, he's been giving me all of his value for 20 years, for 30 years. What I don't know when do women even live long anymore? Whenever their midlife crisis hits, they
probably 40. I mean, it's probably the eggs drying up, and the eggs drying up and the wrinkles showing up. Probably, and 30s, 40.
Like, this is a movie, right? How Stella Got Her Groove Back was a fucking movie. But like, women go, I am of value. And they failed to remember the important part. A man valued me for this long. And I think that's Giselle's issue. She's like, I was a hot supermodel. It's like, bitch, you're 39 now. Like
42.
You're 42.
Yeah, I think she's 42 if I remember.
Good luck. You'll need it like Smash TV.
and what blows me away is I think what they're doing is this is them saying, is this the person for the rest of my life? Because I'm now at the very edge of my beauty, of my value. It goes downhill from here. Is this is it? Like, because if you notice a lot of these divorces, whether it's, Dr. Dre or it's Kanye or, what these women are doing most of the time, because you look at Dr. Dre, she's leaving him. You look at Giselle Bundchen, she's unhappy. You look at Meghan Markle, when you start looking at it, you're like,
well, I'd be unhappy with Harry too. That guy's a fucking cuck.
Well, sure. I mean, dude. But what these women are doing is they're saying, I am now coming up to probably the last few years of my beauty. I think I've got the most to offer. I already have the kids, or I've already gotten whatever squared away. Is this the man that I'm going to die with? And I think a lot of them say, let me go fishing. See if
let me find out.
Bigger, just a little.
It's the last hurrah, right?
Yep, that's it. And I think it's less about, I think it's what it is. I think is their looks are fading. The everything's sagging a little bit. The wrinkles are showing up. And they want that validation of, I want to see if strange men still find me attractive, and if I can still catch another valuable guy, or if I'm done. And the problem is,
Giselle could have tamed Elon Musk, right? She could have tamed Jeff Bezos.
Sure.
When she was 22.
Right.
She was 26. She could have tamed any man on earth. But she picked Tom Brady, who, by the way, was a fantastic fucking pick. And your life is a dream. Like Meghan Markle, that'd be like Meghan Markle being depressed at Harry. It's like you're literal nobility now out of nothing. Right. You're an embarrassment to the royal line. But no, it's this thing where it's like you did it, you snagged them, but maybe you could have shot higher.
Right. Well, it's what it is. There's an X. And I think once guys remember this, okay, so you're about my age. Do you remember Suzanne Stummers from Three's Company?
Yeah.
Okay. She was like the bubbly, silly, pretty, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or what's another one? I Dream of Jeannie. What was the actress's name?
She was hot, but let's talk about Barbarella.
Okay, so let's go.
The opening scene of Barbarella is so fucking hot.
Okay, and that was with was that Raquel Welch?
No, that was the fucking traitor. Who was the Vietnam traitor, right? Farrah Fawcett.
Was it? Okay, we'll just pick one. Okay, so let's pick
Barbarella. Hold on, I'm pulling it up. Let's see. Jane Fonda, not Jane Fonda, not Farrah Fawcett.
How old were you when that was, like, you were into that?
Oh, I've only seen Barbarella when I was like 38.
Okay.
Because that was 1968. But look,
well,
I'm gonna say it. Jane Fonda was late 80s, early 90s hot at the beginning of Barbarella.
And you were how old back then? Like 20-ish, teens maybe?
Oh no, that was just a couple years ago. Because I'm 40 now.
1980 was not a couple of years ago.
No, she's not. No, what I'm saying is 1968. This movie came out well before I was born.
And you are an 18-year-old, 19-year-old, 20-year-old man who was like smoking hot to you.
18, 19, 20.
Ballpark it.
Well, okay, so Pam Anderson was the legend. Yasmin, the cast of Baywatch.
Okay, so pull up Yasmin Bleeth then.
Yasmin Bleeth now or Yasmin Bleeth then?
Yasmin Bleeth now.
Oh, fuck you. You're going to make me do this?
Yeah.
God damn it. I hate you so much. Wow.
Oh, shit. Wait, I got a button for this. Hold on. All right, but here's my point. When you're a young man, 18, 19, 20 years old, what are the odds you get to be with a Yasmin Bleeth?
Zero.
Zero. Now, you are a 40-year-old man. What are the odds you want to be with Yasmin Bleeth right now?
Want to be?
Yes,
Zero.
0. And so what it is it's really this interesting thing that I think guys need to kind of tuck in the back of their head, especially if they're younger. When you're a young man at 18, your value is 0. And a 18-year-old, 19, 20-year-old woman, she's at her peak. She's at her peak value,
I
right?
can't do this to her. I gotta do Yasmin Bleeth.
You're gonna do a little eye wash with a hot Yasmin Bleeth?
We've got to pull up Yasmin Bleeth in the fucking Baywatch days. This chick was smoking fucking hot. I'm like, I can't do that. I can't do her dirty like that.
You realize at this point, it's like yanking it to a corpse, right? Like this person doesn't exist anymore.
Look, who's opposed to yanking it to a corpse when you really get down to it? Raquel Welch was fucking hot.
She managed to stay hot into her 60s, I think.
Yeah, she did. So, speaking of that, Jesus Christ, you're making me drink too much liquor. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I broke the seal. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry.
I don't have the chat, so I can't even see who's saying what, but we're going to talk about when he gets back, I'll talk about the reverse value, which is men have 0 value at 18 and a lot of value as they age, and women have all the value at 18, 19, 20, 21 and have less value as they age. But the problem is there's a middle like crossover. Right there is where it's ideal for the women, not so ideal for the men. And after that, it goes downhill for the women forever. And it's not fair, but that's how it works. That women lose value over time, men gain value over time. Just the way it is. See if I have any more dating profiles I can pull up. Although I don't think he'll be that long. Although you guys watch him quite often, so you always know he takes the bathroom breaks, I guess. I don't even have super chats to read.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back.
Oh, there you go. I don't like. Normally, I'd read super chats or something or other, but I don't even have those to read. But what I was explaining is there's a crossover where men are 18.
Yeah.
When men are 18, they have no value. Women at 19, 20, 18 have all the value. They're at their peak beauty. And as they age, they lose value. As men age, they gain value.
Right.
And
this is that beautiful the meme with
there's a crossover. It just
the guy
kind of
with
like,
the where the woman put up the classified ad. I think this is fake, but the woman put up the classified ad like, you need to make at least $500 or 500,000 a year.
Right.
You need to have a place in New York or whatever. And the guy's like, no, let me teach you the difference between an appreciating asset and a depreciating asset.
Yep. Like an old screenshot from like a New York newspaper or something.
Yeah. No, that's it's true though. It's true though. Like, and we know this because our entire young lives we're fucking struggling against this prejudice where women are like, yeah, I could find a guy with a Ferrari, and what are you? Right. It's like, look, I'm 18, I got a bike.
I'm just getting started, sweetheart. But the interesting thing is though, that if guys, when they're younger, don't worry about women, don't focus on women, and don't chase women, as they age, if they chase success and happiness and hobbies and have a fulfilled life and money and a good life, as they age, women will see that they have a good life, and the women will want to be a part of that, which makes the chasing much easier. I find that it's been easier for me to date in my 40s than it ever was in my 20s. And that was, well, I mean, considering how weird everything is today, maybe that's not quite accurate, but I certainly have, I think, less struggles than most 20-somethings do out there, and I'm not really putting any effort into it. And I certainly know God's gift to women, but when you have the confidence and you're intelligent and you've got a little money behind you and you're successful and you're comfortable in your own skin, and there's a reason why these sugar sites exist. And
sugardaddiesmeat.com. That's
yeah,
what, don't go there, by the way. That's what tagged the owner of the Defense Distributed, the guy who made the ghost guns, Cody Wilson.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was on sugardaddiesmeat.com, and he ended up with a 16-year-old, and they tagged him. He got a great plea deal, I think, because it was all a fucking op and they knew it, and there was no proof that he actually fucked her. He gave her like $500 and said leave.
Yeah.
But yeah, they went after that guy. He was the guy who was distributing the CAD files for 3D printed guns.
Yep. Yeah, that you definitely have to play your cards right, but it always seems the harder you chase women, the less luck you're going to have with them. But the harder you chase a successful life and a good job and being intelligent, well-rounded, and a good group of friends and a happy life, the more women want to be a part of that. Women don't want a guy that's just chasing women. I don't
know. No, absolutely not. Like, because if your focus is just women, then you're focused on things that are not lasting for you.
Yep.
And that's not the right way to go.
That's why all these guys that are on the, paying money to OnlyFans and simping and all this other stuff, they're just pouring their money down the toilet, and those women do not respect. They hate them. Like, they just see
no, Pokimane will date you, Joker. Don't you dare. How fucking dare you?
That ain't happening.
Amaranth is coming to suck your dick tomorrow.
And I'm sure she wouldn't pee in a cup and throw it on me.
And if would you pay for that?
If she did, I say she'd charge me for it.
You pay? I'll propose it to her. Amaranth, I got a guy. If you pee in a cup and throw it on her, it's like $600.
I think I'll pass on that.
Nightmare FD3S says, just want to acknowledge how racist and toxic it is to have to. Wait a minute. I read this one. Fucking hell.
Come on, get with the times, a drunkie.
God damn it. So I was to be in my defense. This is what I've been drinking most of the evening. I finished it off. It's Barrel Dovetail. This is 122.5 proof.
Boy.
So this is 61.27% alcohol.
That is solid.
It's a good. It's also very, very good.
When you drink that stuff, you got to be careful lighting your cigar because your breath will just.
It's true. you gotta watch out. You gotta watch out. Skyrim 96 is a 23-year-old man. I just want a woman who's loyal, caring, and will help me become a better man, and a legal system that won't screw me over while I look for that. One of the reasons I got into traps was because of feminism. Stop it. God damn it, Skyrim. Stop fucking dudes.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think so, sir.
Nope.
Yeah, here I've got fucking hell.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
That's right.
You need to get a soundboard, man. Don't you have a soundboard? They're like $150.
No, I have one. I just haven't set it up. So fucking...
And I have a shotgun. Let me prove it.
Gay!
One more.
Nigga, you gay.
Stop fucking dudes. Just stop. It's not a trap when you know. Like, if I walk to a bear trap and go, that's a trap. That's not a trap. That's just a contraption at that point. Jesus, stop it. No, but he brings up an interesting point. And so what I wanted to ask you, I've been wanting to ask you for a while now. What is the advice to young men? Because you're like, okay, so young men who want a relationship. So you've already kind of conquered you're a young man. Don't focus on women. Go do your thing. Build your life. Create value.
Yep.
That's value that one of two things will happen. Either women will want the value and you'll want to reciprocate and give it to them, or women will want the value and you won't fucking care because you'll have built your value for yourself and you'll have that value and you'll go do whatever the fuck you want.
Or women don't want to have anything to do with you, but you're successful and happy because you have a good group of friends and you've got money and you've got a career that you like and everything's going well.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly. So,
but
but what's
if you
the
want
advice to like 23-year-old guy who wants a relationship right now?
to be a top 10%er when it comes to your body shape, like
Hit
you
the
want to have
gym.
you want to be a beautiful man when it comes to your body. Now, and if you have a weak chin, growing a beard, that's a man's makeup. If you're starting to thin a little bit, just shave it and get a tan on it so it gives you a nice healthy glow and you don't like it look like a weird skinhead when you got a white cap around your head. Hit the gym, like, because $50 a month, you can get a great gym. It keeps you healthy. So worst case scenario, your
It's not
confidence
just
is
$50 a month though. It's hours and hours a week that you
well,
have, like, go do it. Like, no, I'm not,
sure,
this
sure,
is
but
not a bad thing, but don't think that because you have a gym membership, you're like doing it right. You
no,
use your
all I
gym
meant though
membership.
is a lot of times guys say I can't afford to take women out, or I'm on a limited budget or whatever. You can go running for nothing. You can get on a
Yes.
good people that say I can't eat healthy. Eggs are healthy and they're cheap still. Rice,
There's
beans.
100,000 calisthenics YouTubers who will teach you how to do like no weights, no equipment or whatever. And you will get fucking shredded. Those guys are top 1% muscle structure guys. Like, you can do it. You just have to put in the work.
Yep. And if you have, even if your chest isn't really big, if you have wider shoulders, you work on your deltoids on the outside and you have a narrow waist, low body fat, that inverted triangle it's literally in science that women go bananas for that. But if you hit the gym,
Did
you
you
know,
did you see when I showed shoulder bro the other day?
no, I must have
Fucking
missed
hell.
that one.
It's the guy on Reddit who figured out the formula. All he does is work out shoulders.
Really?
His chest and his stomach are embarrassing.
But it doesn't
But
need to be.
yeah, because he says by the time women take his shirt off, it's too late.
It's too late.
They look disappointed, but it doesn't matter because they're invested anyway.
But the thing is, if he threw in 3 workouts of chest for 15 minutes a week, it would solve that. But
it wouldn't change his life at all. He's still
getting it, yeah.
yeah.
But they'd
Shoulder
be
bro is
but then when he
he's
took
a
his shirt
king.
off, they'd still be happy. That's the difference. It wouldn't be a little catfishing. But
Let's be
I
honest. Who
I'd s
cares? I'm joking. I'm joking.
but I'd say hit the gym, have a good diet, low body fat, and get some muscle. That'll get you in the game because women right now are shallow. They just want Arnold Schwarzenegger is quite an ugly motherfucker. I mean, if you look at his face and the gap tooth and the with the big thick jaws, but he's built and he's a specimen. He had no problems getting ladies back in the day. So hit the gym, get in really good shape. That would be number 1. Be comfortable talking to strangers. Number 2. If you can,
you got to do that. You have to build the social skill.
Yep. And if you can do those 2 things, and number 3, stay off the dating apps and just meet people in the real world, either at coffee shops or. All right, let me get my glasses on so I can see this joint.
So he's
a very oddly shaped man.
Exactly. So he's got, but in a shirt. And so I was talking to Chrissy Mayer yesterday.
Yep, I did see part of that show.
And I said, what's the sexy outfit on a man? And she actually, this is amazing. She said, a nice black shirt that's fitted really nicely. It can be either collared or uncollared. So he's got a nice black shirt that's fitted directly to him. And she said, and a nice, pretty expensive pair of jeans. Yep. This is what women want to see. They don't need any fuckery. Like, this is a benefit for you guys. Because
his torso alone looks to be 5 feet long. I mean, he's
right,
probably quite a tall guy.
So here's the shape that he has. But when he takes his shirt off, he has no muscle definition in his chest. None of his arms are squirrely, and his stomach is an embarrassment. Like,
but
guys,
he might have been a super fat dude, and he's just got loose skin on his stomach. But yeah, exactly. He did it right. Like it now from this point forward, he's getting the women from the shoulders. Now he can work on the chest and the belly. But I think if a guy hits the gym, stays off the dating apps, meets women in the real world, gets into social events where you can make guy friends or women friends, and be comfortable talking to people, you'll still date. Don't think she's going to love you forever. She's not yours. It's just your turn.
She belongs to the streets.
She belongs to the streets. You know, but don't
No, but you don't
worry.
own anybody. You don't own anybody. You have to give them a reason to stick with you. Like
Right.
that's true forever.
But
And
I think a lot of guys kind of get into it and they're like, oh, I've got a girlfriend. I can relax. You never can relax. You've always got to be the best option for her, or women today will find a better option. You know,
and
at least young women will.
and the reason this is true is because so will men.
Yeah.
Like if she lets herself go and she's sitting there fucking pounding down bonbons on the couch all day, she's not contributing to the household. She doesn't look good. She's not fucking you. She's not sucking your dick or whatever, even though she's a fat girl now and she's supposed to have good head game. She's not doing it. Like
You're out.
Guys will and do with frequency go, I can find somebody who will appreciate the work I put in.
Right.
And if you think that way, guess what? Like she does too.
Yep.
This is not a fucking mystery to anybody at all. Like, and it's not some like evil thing that women do. The thing to know is that none of this is evil. It's all biological. And there are reasons that at different times, the difference with men and women, I think mostly is the timeline. When are you of peak value? Women have this peak value when they're young women, right? 18 to 24. And then it goes like this. And then a lot of times it goes right around that, like
that slippery slope turns into a cliff real quick.
Right. And like you were talking about earlier with Giselle, like there's this last window that they know that they're still hot, but they're not going to be forever. And unless, I mean, I know some women who have stayed attractive into their 60s and 70s, but first of all, they're 1%. Second of all, they probably had a lot of work done. Right. Like, very subtle work, but like if the female's not willing to do that or whatever, she knows that she's going to drop off a cliff. So she has this last moment. Guys, as they get older, you know, as they hit their 40s and 50s, they've hit stride in their careers. They've got savings. They've got a house. Like they may have a significant other or whatever, but they're like, I can absorb the loss and I'll still bounce back. And they go, okay, I'll do that. I'll risk it. And the timelines are different, but the ideas and the concepts behind them are the same. The other person or both people in a relationship have to be working at the relationship. And if you're not working, then you're working against yourself.
Yeah. And the big takeaway for guys today is understand you're going to have to be a step or two above her, like on social value, on attractiveness, on everything. She does not want to and will not date down. You have to be a step or notch or two better. At least she needs to see you that way. But I think what's happening with a lot of young men today is they're saying, you know what? I enjoy my friends. I enjoy maybe gaming online. I enjoy doing other activities. I enjoy my work. There's a lot of things that guys can enjoy today. And when they see the amount of work that these dingbat women are requiring them to jump through to date them, a lot of guys are going, you know what, $2.99 for a bottle of Jergens lotion, 50 billion women on the internet for free. Fuck it, I'm out. And I think that, and it's not so much like I'm bitter or I'm angry, it's incel. It's nothing like that. It's just guys take a risk reward analysis or a time invested versus what I get out of it. And a lot of guys are just saying, it's not worth it. And they're tapping out. I still think they should hit the gym. I still think they should be comfortable in talking to other people because that'll help you in job interviews or getting promotions and things and making friends. The being in shape and hitting a gym and being comfortable talking to other people, and that's a good forever for your life, whether you're single or with somebody else.
It's so fucking critical. And the hardest thing, like from my experience, I had a great metabolism when I was younger. Like I could eat 5,000-10,000 calories. It didn't matter. I could eat whatever I wanted all the time. Ice cream every night, big cookie dough and all that shit. And I was always thin. And then it stopped and you get lazy.
Yep.
And you start to get, and then you have to work at it. just always work at it. Always, always, always work at it, because it will get harder, but it's always valuable. Even if you're in a relationship, especially I would say if you're in a relationship, you want her to look at you and go, damn, like you want her to go, hey, you look good today. Like, holy shit. And that's a great thing. First of all, it'll boost the fuck out of your self-esteem. But second of all, that's less likely that she's looking elsewhere, because when you look at her and go, damn, you look good, girl, you're not looking elsewhere either. Like, again, apply the same logic that you use on your partner to them and how they look at you. Because I was going to talk to you about this earlier, but I guess it's appropriate now. We change. We're very different people. And so your personality, whatever it was when you met, is not going to save your relationship. It will not, because it will be very different. I mean, hell, both of us have been through massive transitions in our life. Like I went from being like poor bank teller to banker to brokerage guy to lawyer to social media person by some weird fucking still weird to me to say it.
I'm
All
an
of those
influencer.
Yeah. Do you know who I am? You know who I am? But no, it's this thing. And like, so you take out the influencer part of it and just go, I went from being beholden to people for jobs and having steady income to being high risk, but high reward. And making my own way. That's a very different person than my wife married.
Yep. But at the core of you still have the same values. The values, if you do not value monogamy, or you don't value her personality, only her physicality, or she doesn't, value you as a person, only your money, everything will probably change at some point, whether it's the money or your situation, but if you value each other's core, or who you are as like your morals and your values and your direction in life, generally speaking, you probably got a pretty decent shot of being with somebody for a long time. And I think more than a great set of tits or perfect face or any of that, if you find somebody that has the same values as you do, that's probably going to be your best bet of having a good relationship. When I started out, I again, things were way easier in the 1990s, but I'd go to the bars or the clubs, and I'm comfortable talking to people, so I could make people laugh, and I could and I'd make sure to surround myself with friends, both male and female. So when you're in the center of 5 or 6 people and everybody's laughing, not at you, but with you, and you're making people laugh and you seem interesting, and other people pay attention to that. And that's a sign of value. So back then you could have that and, have a decent body from working out and not being fat, and you could be relatively successful with women. Today, the game has changed so much because of these dating apps that 1,000 women can keep trying to get with the same 100 guys. And you've got to make sure that if you're just casual, something's got to set you in that group. And the easiest thing I can think of, if you're not born looking like a model, is hitting
like
the gym and having,
let's be honest,
I'm
kidding. I'm joking.
You grew the beard to hide your beautiful face. I shave my beard to show my beautiful face. But
no, beards and muscles are the men's version of makeup and Spanx.
That's it. And so the you can work out, and if you're just not fat, you're in the top 30% of men. If you actually show muscle through a shirt, you're probably in the top 5% of men. And right now, women are kind of hoeing around. So if you look good, even if just muscles, you'll at least be able to at least talk to them and maybe have fair shot at sleeping with them. And then if it's more important to find a girlfriend, find somebody with the same values. That's the core values.
Yeah.
You
got to get your way to the conversation.
Yep.
Right. Like that's the trick. That's what I got from your video about the 7 different women that because people, you were kind of alluding to this. People watch your videos and they think you're shitting on women. You're not. You're trying to tell guys like how to understand them.
And the other important thing I'm trying to tell women is secure the relationship before you secure the bedroom. Like if a girl wants to date that 10 and she's a 7, if she goes on 2-3 dates and says, I will only sleep with a boyfriend, I'm looking for a long-term committed relationship, and he says, okay, that make him prove it a little bit, because there are players out there that'll lie. And you know what? 99% of the time, the guy's going to find someone else to go screw with because he just wants an easy lay. I mean, the woman doesn't get a body count. She doesn't get her heart broken. She still has the ability to, pair bond and fall in love and find somebody special. She doesn't get used. But these women are throwing themselves at these guys like, I'll just be the best he's ever had in bed and he'll stay with me. And the guy's like, thank you. Out he goes.
Yeah. Remember that guys will fuck a starfish 10 nights out of 10. Like, we'll go, God, I wish you liked that more, or was into it more or whatever. But I mean, at the same time, like, I'm done. I'm okay.
Well, all a woman has to do is ask herself, am I better than his hand? If her answer is yes, he will sleep with you rather than jerking off.
It's not that hard.
That's it. And women
need, like, I don't like lotion.
That's it.
Yeah. But I really want to emphasize that whole, it's a short circuit aspect of it. There's cheats to everything in life. There's advertising is all about short circuiting things. It's like, okay, so an ad, we have 60 seconds to tell people about our product. We have to tell a story in 60 seconds. If you've ever tried to tell a good story, like one that actually engages people in 60 seconds, it's really fucking hard. What you have to do is rely on a bunch of expectations and stereotypes.
Right.
So all of the pharmaceutical stories, they put people on the screen that look a certain way, that do a certain thing. Yeah. And it tells you everything you need to know about that person to identify with that drug or the output. It's supposed to. They're not always great at it.
At the end, you're like, what was that? What were they advertising other than, people running through a sunflower field that may shit themselves if they take too much of this? Like, half the time you don't even know what it fixes.
Right. And for those, the answer is always, that's a happy pill.
Right.
It's a happy pill of some sort. Yeah. Like if it's a dick pill, it's a dick pill. Otherwise it's a happy pill. Pharmaceutical industry is broken, but they've all become very good at short circuiting our brains into getting us to where we are.
Yep.
For guys, seriously, beard, depending on your facial structure, if the beard fits, beard and muscles are the short circuit to where women go, hey, I at least will talk to you.
Right.
And then it's everything else that matters. The superficiality, though, is critical. In the same way for women, like, you got to look hot. Put on a pair of Spanx. If you pull off the Spanx and you sag a little bit, look, the answer to the question is, are you better in our hand? Probably still yes. Like it's probably like, I'm not going to
like, does everything settle better when you're laying down?
Yeah. There's lots of ways. Turn the fucking lights off and we'll find our way. Like it's okay. But honestly, like, makeup, a pair of Spanx or whatever, do your hair, like look moderately natural, decent, and we're good. For the guys, though, it's the same fucking rule. That's the dating game. It is. You have to get past that and then show your value. You can have all the value in the world, but if you can't pass go, you'll never collect the $200.
Right.
That's a gay analogy, but I'm sticking with it.
I mean, if you're a very successful guy, you can't walk around and go, "Hey, what's up, baby? I'm rich." That's not gonna click. They're gonna think you're a douchebag. But if you have the gift of gab and you are able to comfortably talk to people, you can engage them. And then she says, "Oh, what do you do?" And you say, "Oh, I just do. It's boring. I do a little bit of investing here and there," and you downplay it. And then later on, when it's like, "Oh, I just did this really cool deal, whatever," and you can dance around the money talk. You can without the last thing you want to do is brag, but you can sound successful, but by putting yourself down, if that makes any sense.
No,
like,
yeah.
I've told people before, I'm like, I'm just a tiny YouTuber. And they say, what's your channel? And they go there and like, you're 400,000 subs. I'm like, yeah, but there's people with millions. I am a small channel technically, but to them it's big. But if I'm like, yeah, I'm some big YouTuber, it doesn't work like that.
That's what I do, except I'm like, well, what do you do? And I'm like, well, I have a very, modest 4-inch modest penis. And they're like, well, it's 4 inches. It's pretty good. And I'm like, yeah, but there's guys with like 9 inches. It's like this. It's like the same thing, I think. Tarkina Meyer says, look for someone who has common interests. I was 30 before I met my husband. We met playing EverQuest. Neither of us were club people. We were gamers. He lived in Denver and was twice divorced, and I was in Austin.
Yeah, that is an option. Although MMOs aren't quite what they used to be, but
no, the chicks in MMOs used to be way hotter.
Mm-hmm.
John Naxos says they had less dark elves back then. John Naxos says, Joker, I just wanted to tell you that out of all of the red pill content out there, yours is the most level-headed and objective that I found. It's helped me immensely, and I can't thank you enough. Keep up the good work. You change lives. Damn.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
That was nice.
I get a lot of nice emails. I just want people to be happy, and
Me
the
too.
way that I find that you become happy is you understand the rules of the game before you play, and then you at least you know when they're going to cheat. The bank never runs out of money.
CBDX.com. Sir, you know we love you, and we know that people are loving using nose at checkout for a big discount on HHC and Delta 8 products. That's right, guys. CBDX.com is not a sponsor of the show because YouTube will not allow it. However, you can go to CBDX.com and you can find legal cannabis products that are out there that ship to every state, Delta 8 and HHC products, vapes, edibles, whatever you like. They will apparently get you high. So you can check them out at your own leisure. And if you use nose at checkout, you get a little bit of a discount, but they are not a sponsor of the show. They also say, holy, this guest is beyond based.
Oh, thanks. Usually I get, holy, this dude talks too much and shut the fuck up.
CBDX.com also says, Ayo, Nick, I'm going to let you finish, but Falling Down was an infinitely more vital movie than American Beauty, only because you watched it wrong, because it's okay.
Falling Down is...
It's one of my favorite movies of all time. Like, you're not gonna shame me until like Falling Down's not good enough. Falling Down's great. I'm just saying American Beauty is also great, and I think it gets a really bad rap for being a very strange genre movie at the time that a lot of guys aren't interested in. But
I liked it. I liked it.
It's honestly, like, directorially and writing wise, it's so fucking good. Every time I watch it, it's something different. CBDX.com also says nose at checkout. And also they say all stand, right hand over heart. Patriotic music begins. Mural of Killdozer comes down the wall in front of everyone. Okay. Cynic in Chief. Hey, Joker, glad to see my favorite locals people on one stream. Help me get Captain Capitalism on stream with Nick and maybe Drexel too. Who's Captain Capitalism?
Cappy. I think he's talking about Aaron Clary. I think.
Oh, I've talked to Aaron Clary in DMs. That's now gone.
He's matter of fact, I'm listening to his latest book because I don't have time to read anything, so I listen to audiobooks only. Yeah. And he's got a new book. He's
from Minnesota.
Yeah. I think he just built and bought some land and built a home. I want to say in like South Dakota, North Dakota, somewhere around the Dakotas. Man. But he's loving it, and I always tell people he's the writer I wish I could be. I'm like a monkey with a hammer on a keyboard. Like, I just can't write, but he writes really good books and gives kind of the same advice that I think you give out on some stuff and I give out on stuff about investing and dating. And it's like, he's legit. So his latest book's The Menu. I'm working my way through that right now.
No, I want to talk to him in person because he's not too far away.
Yeah. And he'd be a good interview for you. Really interesting guy.
We've talked about it before. And then, like, I'm bad at following up, and he was really, like, the time I talked to him, he's like, I'm about to go somewhere for like 6 weeks or 10 weeks or something. It's crazy. He's like a guy who goes.
Oh yeah. I think at some point he's like going to do the Appalachian Trail or the Pacific Highway or something rather. And
yeah, no, but I definitely want to talk to him. He's an interesting guy. Mark Sermon. The key is to not have a comfortable plan B, or you will go for it every single time.
Just have enough money to be your plan B. So if shit goes south, you can pay your bills. That's more freedom than anything else in the world. Money.
Yep.
Backup plan.
Synapse says the Scandinavian countries have a lot of social democratic crap in there, but they also have some of the freest markets in the world. That's why they're rich in the first place. Christopher Nicholson, You know, we love you here in Knoxville, Nick. We'd be thrilled if you can convince Lady Rackets to come move here. P.S. Humor Parasite. No, you know what? I didn't see your thing. I didn't steal your shit. How dare you? How dare you? La Femme Marquita is mine. Actually, no, it wasn't that. It was something else. But that was my joke anyway. No, I do love Knoxville. I wouldn't want to live in Knoxville. And I was there the other day.
You can get something like half an hour away from Knoxville, and you're in the middle of nowhere. But town's close, and shopping's close. That kind of stuff.
That's the trick. Yep. That's the trick right there. I'm 2 hours from the Twin Cities right now. Like anywhere around that area is fine by me.
Yeah.
But no, I was in Knoxville the other day driving through on my way back home from Florida, and I would have stopped there and actually messaged some people like, hey, I'm in town if you want to grab a drink or whatever. The entire town was booked. All of the hotels.
The Vols were playing Florida State, or the Gators, and the Volunteers actually won. It was, man, people were partying until like 4 a.m. It's crazy.
Fucking annoying. Andrew Young, thanks you two. I went from 387 to 174 pounds. Holy
nice.
Fuck. Got a trade because I wanted to find a wife. Was until I reached a 6.5 that I realized I have nearly no chance of finding one nowadays. Chase your own excellence, not ladies, chat bros.
Let me give you a hint just real quick. If you losing that much weight, if you have any loose skin, fasting will help your body will break down that extra loose skin for muscle and for tissue. So going on 3, 4, 5 day fasts, it's tough. That will tighten up your skin. Or
you take a steak knife.
And that too. Mine
to the homeless.
Fasts are tough, but I'm pretty sure it's easier than your way.
Well, in the long run, in the short term, it seemed like a good idea at the time. S. Asp says, I'm a 41-year-old, very successful business owner. It is very frustrating dating. Hard to find someone who can deal with my non-9-to-5 lifestyle. Work weekends and busy April to December. They say I'm too busy for their needs. I love my life. Well, that's the trick, man.
Yep. As long as you're happy, who cares?
Yeah. Like and eventually.
Again, if you got those needs and you want to knock one out and you're successful, sex work is a real work.
Sex work is real work. Go outside of Vegas. Like, well, I was talking to the quartering and he had said, if he ever, like if something ever happened to his wife or whatever, he's like, I wouldn't remarry.
Guys always have to throw that in. Like, no, I'm not really going to do it, honey. I'm just saying if.
He said like what he would do is he would go like once or twice a year to like the bunny ranch or whatever. And he'd blow like a bunch of money, just getting it all out of the system and then go back to work.
Yep.
And then, eventually, which I think for guys, like they say that like once or twice a year, but really like when you make as much money as Jeremy probably makes, like that's like once a month.
Oh yeah.
Like really. Yeah.
It depends on your age too. Like at 18, you're like 3 times a day, please. But when by the time you get into your 30s, it tones down for you a little bit.
Three times a day is great for a day. when you're 40, it's like, oh yeah, 3 times a day is awesome. Then day 2, you're like, Jesus Christ, like I just need ice.
Right. My prostate's swollen. I can't pee.
Right. I need Gatorade. Will you go get some Gatorade? Just me. Says, I was going to try and talk you into moving back to Texas, but you just made your place sound so good. Right down to 40 degrees, and I'm gone from that frozen hell. Houston, I'm coming home. I love Texas. I love Texas. I would move back to Texas in a heartbeat. The likelihood of me moving away from Minnesota is almost zero because the entire in-laws, all of them, every fucking one of them is right here.
But you act like that's a pro.
No, I don't. But for whatever reason, and it's not even, the funny thing is we almost never see any of them. Like, it's not like we're hanging out with them all the time, but it's the idea. Like, it's that security comfort blanket. Like, oh, they're right nearby.
Yeah.
And for me, I'm like, we could just get on a plane. Like, it's okay. Like
Right.
my parents live like 1,800 miles away, and we see them as much as we see yours. Like, it's okay. Whatever. But
you know, all you have to do, just do some math and show her how much you'll save in state taxes, and she'll be like, yeah, okay, let's go.
It's 3. It's at least 3, if not 4 plane flights round trip with all 7 of us.
Yep.
That's how much it is. It's unreal how much the difference is.
When I move from, I've got a place in Florida. I will have one soon. And I was like, okay, what states have 0% income tax? And that's where I was going to move. I mean, you know, when you're, even if you're not that successful, but you're making 50, 60 grand a year, it all adds up. And if you invest that over the 10, 20 years,
if you're a single guy making 60 plus a year, like your state income tax starts to ratchet up really quickly to that like 6, 7, 8, 9%. In Minnesota, we have, I think, the second highest state income tax rate in the nation. It goes up to 12. And it's like, dude, 12% is a lot of money. It's a ton of money. And if you're making 70 grand a year, 12%, that's what? That's
$8,400.
$8,400. Like, where whatever it is, that's a plane flight. If you're single, that's a lot of plane flights.
If you're, that's to Thailand for a really good time for 3 months and a flight home. Yeah.
And so, like, for me, it's more than that. It's quite a bit. I mean, the Johnny Depp trial alone, it's quite a bit. So it's like, man, I'm talking about it. I would love to either get out of here or make here great. Like, cause we really do like our location. It's good for our kids. That's the hard part for us really
kids.
Now is like
the friends and everything they've got involved.
Friends, our homeschool co-op, the music lessons that they take, all of those, like, they're here. And sure, you can get another piano instructor. Sure, you can get another violin instructor, but you have to go do that and rebuild those relationships. And that's a fucking pain to do. But, it might happen at some point. I would not complain. Pryson says, Nick Rackets, contact RR Buildings on YouTube. They're in your area. Good chance for a collab. Well, that's interesting.
Maybe they'll do a collab and then they'll build the building for you.
Yeah. I mean, okay. Chris Nicholas, sick and tired of you whining about your residential erectile dysfunction. Just emailed you. I've got a development company with a couple drafters on staff who freelance on the side. Basically, the Blue Chew of home renovation. Hit me up. Love you. Thank God. Like, Chris, I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. If the drafter I talked to last doesn't respond to me tomorrow, then I'm emailing you tomorrow. Like, I'm so fucking tired of this. All I want to do is have my shit built. Because I have great plans that'll make my life better. Amateur Anth, you guys have never mentioned the Leo decap thing where he gets older and the women stay the same age. Yes.
I did a video on that. And that's like, if you're successful and you're doing well for yourself, that's probably the way I'd date. I don't think I'd dump him at 25 per se, but what he says is like, they know there's a termination date because they start getting serious or wanting kids or wanting babies or wanting marriage. And so he just tells them, hey, this is going to be the way it is. And I mean, out of all the Hollywood people, I think he's the happiest. So
he's always got a smile on his face and a 22-year-old on his arm, which is, it's like hard to argue with.
Pretty much.
I like, don't get me wrong.
He was banging, he was banging Giselle Bundchen like 20 years before. So before Tom Brady married her, he was banging her when she was like 20. Who got the better deal out of that one?
Amateur Anth also says, I usually pay for pros. I pay them to leave. Sometimes I pay them for house cleaning services because that's a thing now too. Wait, no, you cannot like buy a whore and then pay her to clean your fucking house after. That's not real.
I bet you're probably hiring the maid, and if she's attractive enough, offering enough to become the whore. That'd probably be the easier flip. It's easier to get a woman to sleep with you for money than her to clean your house. I mean, that's where we are.
That's actually fucking funny and true. Okay, I'm through the big super chats on YouTube. I got a couple on Odyssey, and then I want to do the Daily Unbreaded.
Okay.
Do you want to join me for that?
Sure.
Okay. Polytos, Nick, you should do a video on the legal differences of the user and creator agreements between Odyssey, YouTube, and Rumble. If you use Libri, it can't really be censored as it's peer-to-peer on the blockchain. Polytos also says Cognac F's me up for 2 days. Oh, damn. Don't ever get fucked up for 2 days, guys. He says, do something like this. The metal garages thing can have rooms on each side and main garage and just pay someone to put the drywall in. The problem with so my land is really hilly. So when we put a shed on the property, like there's like one good flat place for the shed. The immediate area around the house is easy to put an expansion on, which you guys are missing maybe, and maybe not. But the dilemma I have is that I can't get someone to draft anything. Like, so if I wanted to draft a metal garage with extra rooms with like studios and stuff on them, that's great. I still need someone to draw up the plans. And the people I'm having come out are people who draw up plans and they're just not fucking doing it.
Well, you can go to like some of these steel fabrication building sites, and
yeah,
so
they do the full thing, like they do the full service. The reason I've tried to hire independents is because if you get someone to draft the plans first, then you can do a competitive bid amongst construction companies and contractors, which has its value. But it's losing its value very fucking quickly. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I was looking at steel buildings, and you could hire somebody to rent like a skid loader or something that'll come in and clear out the land, flatten it, have them pour a slab, and once that's done, as long as it's slightly larger than the steel building you want, they'll fabricate the outside for you. Then you're done. You can just do a little bit of insulation and drywalling yourself, or another general contractor. It's not too tough.
Do I look like a man who's doing anything himself?
Well, those soft hands yours gave it away.
Have you seen my shoulders? Neither have I. Okay. Polar Bear Odyssey says, hey, Ricada, Black Pill did a great breakdown of American Beauty video on YouTube. Oh, I'll check that out. Very cool. Thank you. Polytos also says, I like how Sweden doesn't have alimony and only goes by what it costs for each kid to eat Cheerios and go to school, goes to the person who makes less. And Polytos says, no, make a bat cave. Guys, like my plans are actually kind of complicated. I really want them attached to the house. The one downside specifically of Minnesota is that even a 20-foot walk outside in the winter
brutal.
It's demotivating. It will, like, you're like, wow, my recording studio is over there. If I had any excuse to not walk outside when it's -10 to go do a show, I'm not doing a show. So
as soft as you are, you better move south, man.
But I have a heat allergy too. So it's a disaster. You have no idea. Like, my life got turned fucking upside down when I hit 35.
It sounds like falling asleep and sweating yourself to death.
Yeah. Because I did a marathon at 34. I was running every day. And then 35, I go outside for a run. I'm like, why do I look like I have fucking leprosy?
Did you get like a heat rash now and stuff?
Yeah. Whole body, like arms, chest, back, whatever. I have to take all the antihistamines on earth.
Could it be a diet thing? Have you tried like a carnivore diet or anything like that?
I've changed so much about my diet, like various times, but like the hard part is finding the one thing. Cause like, okay, now you have to eliminate all dairy. It's like, oh, well, I did that for a while. Now you have to eliminate all gluten. Like you have to go down to basically where you're eating just berries. And then you have to like start adding shit and see when your life sucks. And it takes forever. I've changed my diet a lot. I don't know. People have said like, oh, it's gluten. And I'm like, stop it with the gluten sensitivity shit. I don't think it's gluten. I know I have a lactose intolerance, but I've eliminated dairy from my life pretty much entirely. So who knows, man? I have no idea. I just know that I fucking hate it.
Try a carnivore diet. It's good for losing weight too.
The problem with the carnivore diet for me specifically is that I have high triglycerides, which requires high fiber, and the carnivore diet is actually kind of really bad for that.
Yeah.
So
you're just falling apart, man.
Yeah, it's like, what the hell? God's telling me to not move around at all. Which is when I tell women,
die.
Just lay down, put your arms and legs spread out a little bit. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this.
Unbread!
That's right.
You get that hat on quick, son.
It is time. It is. It just grows out of my head. I don't have to do anything. Here we go. We got the random number generator going. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Number 6.
Wow. Low.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's see. So this is the Daily Unbreaded, page 6. Now, I don't want to help improve Adobe products. Fuck Adobe. God damn it. Oh no. Is 6 a blank page? 6 is a blank page.
Easiest one you've ever done.
I was going to do... I don't have this prepared, and I think they purged them, so I don't know if I can do it. I was going to do a random video when I hit a blank page. I've never seen that. For now, I'll have to re-roll it. But I'll try and get some Matthew Harris Truth videos to do. Maybe for Thursday.
How did you ever come across this damn book?
It was
I know you probably said it 1,000 times, but
no, that's okay. It was a news story that this guy got arrested for his crazy manifesto and all the threats of violence. And I was like, wait, he wrote a book and there's threats of violence in it? I don't buy this for a second. Turns out the story, of course, is more complicated. He wrote the book, but he also sent threats of violence separately from the book. Because I was looking at the book and I'm like, I mean, this motherfucker is hilarious. But these aren't threats of violence. Like this is just a guy talking.
Right.
But it turns out he actually was emailing the staff at UCLA saying, I'm going to fucking murder you with bullets and stuff like that.
I think you could probably stretch that into a threat.
Yeah, I think he's got a tough court case coming up. That's he also bought a gun to try and get and when they asked him, I think he basically said, well, I'm going to go murder this bitch who fucked a Jew. Because
he's got to plead insanity. That's the only.
Yeah. Okay. So how do you want to do this? Do you want to read this? Or do you want me to read it?
No, I am here for the preaching and the sermon. I am a disciple, not the preacher. So I will just sit and enjoy, my friend.
All right, here we go. Let me get this, the voice of God going.
You have a little echo delay there.
We have a little bit of
hey, there you go.
Divinity up in the house of the unbreaded. What is real and next to you? More than deserved, more than actual, more than the rest of us can catch up to. It is a lie of a different scale and a different kind. It is a lie that hypnotizes you before you can react. It's in a person's appearance doesn't mean it don't pose a threat to you. It's in the way a person looks doesn't mean it doesn't interfere with you. Doesn't mean it doesn't say things to you. Doesn't mean it doesn't communicate to you and make you assign value. Doesn't mean you have an option to resist how it makes you feel. A woman who covers her hair does many men a favor. A woman who reveals gold hair in public is a safety hazard. A woman who reveals gold hair in public is distracting society from moving respectfully. It is getting in the way of treating each other as value and worthy citizens. It pretends to be above, by being something different. It pretends to be outside of the rest of us. It pretends to be above us. It pretends to be sacred. It pretends to be magic that can be contained. It pretends to be a promise. It pretends to be a promise. It leans into your life and promises you something infinite and cosmic. It promises you permission to surrender your normal defenses. It promises you safety and comfort that you would not allow to any normal person. It promises you that it is transcendent and from somewhere above the rest of them. It promises you that it can loved and trusted like a child. It promises you innocence and virtue and commitment and loyalty and love and truth and eternity. It promises you something truly deep and eternal. It promises you all of this without a word. It promises you and seduces your soul before you even realize you're looking at a bitch who don't dye her hair, doesn't lie about where her sweat comes from. A bitch with dyed hair is a seducer, which is a crime against nature and God. Binger might confuse his anger and hatred for love and positive impression. There is no reason why the practice of lying by dyeing your hair is accepted as normal. If an unworthy person painted their face gold and pretended that was natural, they would be stopped. The bitch who is the queen of gold heads needs to die. Murder her. Gold Minnie Mouse, hunt her down quickly. Leave mouse traps in every avenue and snipers in every park. A woman that is perfect for me might kill someone else. She might be lethal and murder her first husband, but with me, she might be absolutely perfect. It would be impossible for Binger to transition to where they belong in the world without forcing the world to undergo uncomfortable changes. Fuck them. They owe it, and it's overdue. Social media owned by unworthy people and protests sponsored by unworthy men will never get Binger, meant to refer to descendants of slaves. Where we, the people, belong, we belong much higher above the lesser man's world. We belong above everyone else. It is obvious. But Toms and many of our best are not willing or aware of the fact that they should undergo whatever it takes to win this war. It could be a golden slab. But if you use it as a toilet bowl in public and let a bunch of men shit and drop their fluids into it, it is worthless. The most beautiful woman in existence is worthless if she has been made disgusting by sexual encounters with men who aren't her soulmate. Real shit. It is better to masturbate alone to the pure fantasies than to have sex with a woman who is destroyed by having been passed around with other men. A woman who isn't pure and clean for her soulmate is trash to be disposed of like something less than human. You can never turn a used toilet bowl into a necklace or a soup bowl. A used toilet where many men have shat their worst fluids is disposable and mongoloid, unworthy of forgiveness. It doesn't matter if she was drunk. It doesn't matter if they were colleagues. It doesn't matter if it was a party or a conference. It is unacceptable. And she should be thrown in the garbage to suffer and be forgotten. No forgiveness, no second chances. The Matt Harris knows success is eliminating the unworthy man from existence. Success is not collecting the unworthy and lesser man's money so you can take your parents to the unworthy man's cities and feed them in his restaurants and buy them his.
I'm bread.
It always amazes me how he managed to have one or two sentences in there where you're like, yeah, I see what you're saying, man.
You go, I 100% agree with you.
Like, it's like what he says about, passing around a woman and sleeping and letting other men do all this stuff and keep yourself pure for, your spouse or whatever. I'm kind of like, yeah, I kind of see that. Oh,
Yeah.
but that's a whole lot of like the center page makes a little bit of sense, and the rest of the book is what the fuck was that?
So fucking good. And the best part is when I realized, and when everyone should realize that the entire thing that broke this man, I mean, he, like, this is a professor. He's got a PhD in philosophy from Duke. He's professing at UCLA. Like he's at the top of academia, right? And what broke him is that his co-professor colleague, which is a small SMOL, blonde German woman, fucked a white man and a Jewish man. That's it. That's all it took. This man was destroyed because she had sex with a white guy and a Jewish guy. And he's like, fuck this. I'm going for it.
Manifesto time.
Manifesto, buying guns, sending death threats. That's what took him over the edge. Well, ladies, there's a Matt Harris for every one of you, and pray to God you never meet him.
Well, they say genius and insanity is just one hair's breadth apart. So seems like he got tipped over the edge.
God, I love this book. It never fails to make me laugh. Every page. The only pages that get on my nerves are the repeat pages because it's like 120 of them.
Oh yeah.
It's like it's a 1 in 6 chance you're going to hit one of the pages. So I get annoyed by that. But other than that, like all of the pages with the written words on them are so fucking great. Like they're perfect.
Insanity. That's his plea.
Yeah. We'll see how it works out.
I mean, if he just I'd like to submit this as evidence.
Yeah.
They'd have to be like, yeah, he's gone.
You'd think we'll see though.
I mean, now in modern days, they'll find him guilty and let him out the same day anyway. So
that's true. Yeah.
What's it matter?
Like, okay. So I've done the big super chats. There's the rest of the super chats to go. We've done unbreaded. But what I want to do before we get into the rest of the super chats, I want to know, is there anything you want to know from me? Are there any questions you have for me? What's
I've watched you for a while. So how long have you been a YouTuber now?
5 years.
So
5 years come November 1st.
So things started to blow up, what, 2 years ago for you?
I mean, it depends what you mean by blow up.
Well, I mean, there's growth, and then there's where you get those. Like I was on for about a year with 300 subs, and then in 1 month I went to like 12,000. There's always something that catches, and then they find out who you are, and they're like, let's just squash this back down.
Well, I started off with I got to 5,000 subs really quickly. I started in November 2017, and I hit 5,000 subs right around New Year's. And then I boosted up from there, but then, it was kind of like the struggle session until September of 2018 was that was the point where I told my wife, I was like, hey, I think I can do this.
I'm making $17 a day. Let's go for it.
It was $1,000 a month.
Yeah. Which, for a hobby is not bad.
Right. For a hobby was not bad. And I went, okay, I think if I do this plus eliminate all my expenses, if I eliminate all my expenses, I've got $12,000 a year. And I think I can grow that. Let's try it and see where we go. Cause I think I can do a lot better. By February, I went to 60,000 subs.
Wow. That's a big spot.
And I went to pretty decently making, $2,000 to $4,000 a month. And it was like, okay, this is like my old jobs. This is good. We can do something with this. And then it started to go up after that. And it just climbed and climbed and climbed. And now I make really, really good money. Yep. But for me, it was I guess it was a little over a year before I really started making you could do this as a job money.
Right.
Especially out where we lived, because we live in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
And so it was all cost of living out here is really low. And I had made some good moves beforehand. So I didn't have a house payment and stuff like that. But yeah, so it's been 5 years and now it's this crazy thing that I have no idea how to get a wrangle on, but I have a lot of fun doing it. So
yeah, it's kind of the way I see it. Is this started out as a gee whiz, and I just never went back to a real job. But
how
I
can you? Like if
I
this ever
working for
goes
yourself.
what?
Working for yourself is just
Yeah. I have problems with authority also. Like that seemed I think most people have figured that out now, but like if someone hires me and they start like bitching at me, I will not hesitate to just tell them how I feel. I don't care if I'm getting fired. Like fuck
right,
you.
right, right.
And especially now. So no, I have no idea what it would look like. You as a man, you have to do what you have to do. Like to feed yourself. If you're like me, you got wife and kids, like you got to feed your family no matter what. So it doesn't matter ultimately. If I have to work at a grocery store, I'd do that. But Jesus, I can't. The best part is that I've done this long enough that working at a grocery store would make me more money than I made at my jobs before I quit.
Right.
Like, because it's so fucking crazy now. Like you can go work at a grocery store, make $23 an hour.
Night stock 25, 27, 20. I'd just be listening to audiobooks and podcasts all night and just brainlessly stack stuff.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is now, like I started off kind of like I've done some retail and I've done uh I was military for a little while. I've done a bunch of stuff, and corporate was where I always wanted to land. And then when you get there, you go, oh, HR, and someone sneezed 3 booths over and someone wants to file a complaint. This is just not for me.
Yeah.
And I think I would have to find a way to be independent, like somehow on YouTube, whether it's a tractor channel or, gardening channel or so. I just never want to go back. And my house, I'm paying for it. Like the land is I cashed everything out. And
Mhm.
I just said, I'm going to pay for everything cash. And then if I got to work at a grocery store, land's paid, house is paid,
Yeah.
maybe some solar's paid, and I'll make enough to feed and pay my taxes. And I don't think anybody's ever going to get really ahead working for somebody else nowadays. And I don't know what else you do, but you better find a
I
way,
don't
I guess, to invest and become independent or something.
I don't know because outside of like retail and wholesale operations, I'm not sure where any economy ends up going because the creator economy is so varied and so vast. And I actually think the creator economy is a complete future because automation is even going to take over those like if the creator economy is you making something and sending it to Amazon to ship, robots at Amazon will stock the trucks,
Yeah,
drive the trucks, and unload the trucks.
robots
And
will make it, robots will ship it, robots will deliver it, and
right. And now it's gonna be like, how do you create or interact with the market? And I think the creator economy is kind of the future. It's the post industrial uh America, and I think it's coming. But like entertainment, I mean, I don't watch TV. I barely watch any movies. I watch YouTube.
yep,
And I don't care what the production value is. I care about what the entertainment value is. And all I'm getting from Hollywood these days is the production value. Like,
right,
oh, well, look at the special effects. Oh, well, look at the actors and actresses. It's like, yeah, but at the end of the day, like, I don't need that because if I want to look at hot people, I could always go to Pornhub or hell, like nowadays, these women are so desperate for OnlyFans to be successful that eventually that creator economy is going to spill over into the free economy of porn everywhere else
yep,
because like YouTube, like for now it's OnlyFans. I think OnlyFans is a bubble personally. And these women are going to make a whole bunch like at the top 1% or whatever. They're going to make a ton, but then everybody else is just going to be uploading their OnlyFans content to YouTube or not YouTube, but Pornhub or whatever
yep,
and monetizing that way because that'll be more reliable for most people. Because if right now if you're a person you make a porn video and you put it up on one of those sites, you have a small chance to get a huge amount of traction.
yep.
Right now, if you're a random person, you go on OnlyFans, you're a random person on OnlyFans, just like everybody else. The chance of you getting any traction is almost zero.
Yeah, well, that's why
Uh,
a lot of dating apps now are like, almost ads for OnlyFans, stuff like that. So,
yeah.
I think if we really sink into, the way this economy is and everything else, if the money was free for so long, that these, Hollywood and Netflix and everybody else was like, oh, 0% interest rate. We'll just borrow and we'll put the content out there. But now it's 5, 6, 7, and maybe even 8, 9, 10 coming up, they're going to have to say, okay, we got to make our money back. Like this isn't free money anymore. 10% returns break even. I think they're going to get away from a lot of the crazy stuff, but I think it's going to be too late because, I used to go to the movies. I used to have Netflix. I used to have that. And now I actually have the premium on YouTube for $10 because I'm like, well, I could use an ad block, but then nobody gets any money. And I'm like, I do want to pay I'm a creator. I wouldn't want anybody screwing me. And yeah, we get screwed, but I'm like, I'll pay the $10 a month, then everybody gets a couple pennies. But if everybody did
you
that,
also get like YouTube music and you get a bunch of cool stuff.
Yeah, like I for $10, I think it's the best $10 I can spend as far as my entertainment, because all I watch is YouTube too. I don't want anybody else to have my money because fuck them. That's how I feel about this stuff nowadays.
It's way better.
Yeah.
It's like, I love when people are like, oh, YouTube premium. I don't know. It's 10, 15, like for the family package, it's $15. I'm like, so $15, I get all of my entertainment with no ads, or I can go back to when I paid for cable years ago. It was $150 a month and I had to watch commercials 20% of the time. 20% of my entertainment was fucking commercials that were not skippable, or I had to do the DVR thing and like try and watch them later. And it was like, I mean, the value of something like that is unreal. And you really think about it.
What blows me away about it too is, like, I know people use ad block, and I'm not going to hate on anybody for using an ad block. Like, I get it. You don't want to see the ads.
Me. Yeah.
But I think when you really boil it down, the way I look at it, it's like, okay, if people are paying like Hulu or Disney Plus or some of these others $15, and they make content that basically is like, we hate you. You're a white straight male. You suck. People are like, well, I pay $15, but I like some of their stuff. The way I look, it's like, I'm paying $15 to like you and Jeremy over at the Quartering and the guys over at the Lotus Eaters, and like other human beings I actually respect, and they're people just like me. I'm like, okay, that's a really good deal. And now that since I've been doing that, my God, I have my schedule. Like, I'm up at 8 a.m. I know what I'm going to watch. And like, then I know when I'm going to do some work. I know when I've got a couple of background stuff that I listen to. And I listen to probably YouTube 12, 14 hours a day. And it's not like I'm glued to it. Like I'm at the gym or I'm going with the dog for a walk.
Throw it on in the background.
And I'm like, something, I've never heard something I don't like, because I'm following exactly who I like. And it's not like, oh, in this damn show, they decided to do something woke or something else. I just think it's the best money to date. So that's what I'm starting to do it.
I see some people in the chat like, I won't support YouTube or whatever, but you said it interestingly. Like, look, I get it, guys. I 100% get it. And I'm not telling anybody to do YouTube Premium, but for me, like just so you know, like I make more money per month on YouTube Premium revenue. So that's people who have YouTube Premium but watch the show. I make more money from that than ads every month. Like that's it. It goes directly into the pockets of creators. Sure, some of it goes to YouTube, but you really are supporting the people you like without ever sending a super chat or watching an ad or anything. And you get some other perks too, but it's a really cool feature, and it does actually benefit creators that you enjoy. And especially long form creators. Like, it's great for us.
Yeah. And the thing about too, I think a lot of people, because I didn't think much of these metrics until you're getting paid by, the same place that you enjoy watching your content. But at a certain point, if again, this, like, if people are like, F it, I'm not paying them, like, I get that. I have no hate on anybody for that. But I think what'll happen at a certain point, like if we get into some bad times and bad finances, and there's going to be less ads run, less ad revenue, there will be a break-off point where content creators are going to go, you know what, this is a hell of a lot of work. I'm not seeing the return, and they just move on. And that's why I'm on Locals, and that's why I'm on a bunch of places. So if YouTube decides to shit on me, I can still do content. Like I have my eggs in lots of baskets, but it'll be interesting to see how the economy coming up and if ads get, lessened out because people aren't buying as much because times are tightening down. And it's going to be a kind of a rough, bumpy road, I think, for everybody coming up pretty soon.
Josh Lonky says, if you guys had half a brain, you ditch YouTube and do what Red Bar or Alex Jones does. Well, okay. So in comparison to in comparison to Red Bar, I don't want to be poor. In comparison to Alex Jones, the audience size is so much like different. Like it's not even close. So no, it's a weird thing. You everything's a trade-off. Everything's a trade-off. YouTube, of course, is a trade-off. They have rules and that you have to abide by. But the advantage is you have more eyes on you than anywhere else on the planet. And like there's just no way around that reality. The growth potential on YouTube is huge. And trading that down for anything else is a compromise. And maybe you can make the compromise worth it. Maybe you can't. I mentioned this because I was on, I was streaming exclusively on Rumble for a couple weeks while I was banned from YouTube. Well, Rumble and Odyssey. But Odyssey, it doesn't, for whatever reason, it doesn't pull the same numbers. Rumble pulled the same viewer numbers as YouTube, but it was 20% of the income.
Yep.
And
if you're lucky.
And it's crazy like that is the spread, but that's the fucking spread. Like it's not even close. It's not even in the realm of of acceptability for whatever. And so again, I think YouTube or Rumble, I think Rumble will get there. They have some work to do. They've got to enable interactivity on the mobile app. They've got to work on that stuff. And I think they are, of course, but right now they're not there. So the alternative, of course, for places like Rumble and Odyssey is to entice the creators by guaranteeing an outcome. Yep. That would be comparable to YouTube or whatever, which is a great plan. And they seem to be doing that right now.
They just picked up Russell Brand.
Yeah, they got Russell Brand. They've got Viva Fry. They're Rumble is signing people up, and know that behind all of those things is some sort of contract. I don't know what it is for any of them. Russell, I am curious because I think that guy made a shitload of money for his brief Hollywood career.
Oh, right? Yeah. I mean, he was stand-up comedian as well, but he's been getting a shit ton of views. Like he went from, just in the 6 months I've been watching, he went from like 3 million to like 6 or 7 million people watching his stuff. But I think YouTube is a blessing and a curse. Like the reason why we've all seen you and people have seen me is because of the YouTube algorithm. It giveth, and it taketh away. And
yeah,
I got almost 400,000 subs by the YouTube algorithm. Now I hardly get any new stuff from outside of that 400,000 because of the YouTube algorithm.
Right.
And that's what feeds my Rumble channel. And that's what feeds my locals channel. And so it's a poison we all have to drink for now. I think once Rumble kind of gets an algorithm in place, which I don't know if they're going to do or not, because they keep saying they don't want algorithms, but you don't get any new people finding you really when you've got 100 million things out there. Nothing's trying to help you find your way. And they've got to get their revenue sharing up. Once they do that, I think they will be a big exit. Like once the parity's there and I go, hey, if I get 100,000 views on YouTube, I make X. If I get 100,000 on Rumble, it's the same. YouTube's dead.
I don't think it even needs to be the same. I think it's
80% maybe or whatever.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah. It's a 20% loss or 80% of your income. Everybody, like people in our sphere where we tread like a dangerous line are like, we'll switch immediately because the security is worth the trade-off.
Yeah.
But right now, the security for most people is not worth an 80% pay cut.
Yep.
Like it's so much. So that's the thing. But, I think Rumble knows that, right? I think that's what they're doing right now is they're paying that gap, whatever they figure out that gap to be for creators. And I'm looking forward to that. I want more people to build these sites. Like I want the creators to be there. I want the audiences to go, and I want them to go away from YouTube ultimately. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, but I think personally Rumble's, I really like Rumble, but I think they're getting it backwards because they're paying the big content creators to come over and then people will go over and watch them. And they're wanting people to stay, to watch. What they need to do is I think the better way to go about it would be to pay the creators, not not just 1 or 2 or 3 to get, people to go over and look at Andrew Tate or Russell Brand. It would be to pay all the creators more ad revenue. And then what happens is creators will upload more often on Rumble, leaving YouTube with less content, and people will naturally follow all the people. They're not going to just jump over for 1 or 2 or 3 or 5. You're going to have to make a big momentous shift, or people like you and I will stream it to both. I put it on YouTube, which automatically uploads it to Rumble on the back end, and then it doesn't hit my data. And I think what'll happen over time is we'll ride both. And then when YouTube goes, screw off, you're done, you're out, you just say, okay, I'll just stay on Rumble. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah. And no one knows how it will. Okay, I'm going to start reading super chats. By the way, out of respect for your time, you've been on almost 5 hours. If you have to leave at any point, let me know. It's not a big deal.
I'm a single man, and I'm up all night looking at content anyway. So
content, that's what we call it now.
Well, I got to find stories every damn day. You just talk. I got to read stuff because
I was making a porn joke. Nuclear Winter Gamer, Nick, I am not gay. I'm just heteroflexible and not on time. Chat, I got news for you. Means you're gay. Tyler Reeves, later and gay. Love you, Nick. Can't watch tonight. We'll catch the replay. Have a good night. Some Faggot says Kiwi Farms is back online. Are they again? Are they back on like normal stuff? I was looking for it earlier. And when I've checked, it's been down, but I'll have to check later. I know they're on tour or whatever, but it's kind of like a multi-step process for me. Panda Coaster says manlets can't be racist. Confirmed. That's true. Samurai Knight Joker, when are you going on the MGTOW podcast with Drex?
I mean, my email's on my channel about page. Anybody can whack it and send me an invite, and I'll go I like talking to people and getting different ideas. So I'll go wherever. I just got to be invited.
I'll tell him. Seg 162.
We should do one together. That would be fun.
Yeah. Oh, it'd be great. Seg 162 says, so you're a killer. Let me see your war face. Senior Sant says, better Bachelor for Simpcast. A wild man enters the fray. Have you ever caught Simpcast?
No. Who is that with?
Chrissy Meyer hosts it, and it's usually like 6 women.
Oh God. I have not watched I wasn't familiar with Chrissy until I guess she's on Geeks and Gamers or like Friday Night Tights or something like that.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, and then I was like, I never actually crack, like I never laugh when a woman tells a joke, and I still haven't, but she makes me smile at least.
Right.
And I really liked your show with her last night because she's quick on her feet. She's quick on her feet and she's really entertaining. Yeah. So I haven't seen it, but if it's like most women getting together, it'll either be interesting or a bunch of cackling chickens. I have not seen it. So.
It's such a weird dynamic. I love going on Simpcast. It's always great.
Let me write it down. I'll go look at it.
The conversation when I go on for me is always interesting because like, okay, here we have 6 women. Like, what do I get to talk about? Whatever I want. It'll be crazy. And I have a good time talking there, but like half the time, like they'll sometimes talk about astrology. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
see, for that kind of stuff though, I don't really have an in. Like I don't know anybody in Jeremy knows like Geeks and Gamers, who knows Nerdrotic, who knows like there's some doors that need to be. I don't know anybody. I'm just doing my thing in my own little corner of the web.
That's the problem with being a monk.
I've never met a monk.
I'm joking. Goblins Unite. Geeks and Gamers sent me. Cheers, Nick. Oh, hey, awesome. Thank you. Crusader Joe says, my pastor says he doesn't even do marriage counseling. He has people work on their individual relationships with God, and the rest works itself out. I don't know if I agree with that. Real Hydro PX. A woman wants a man with confidence. That's really true, by the way. Yep. Better Bachelor sounds like a guy who should be reading the bingo numbers at a nursing home.
I-23.
Well, you say every video, I've got a face for radio and a voice for print.
Face for radio and a voice for print.
There you go. No, but the confidence thing is crazy. And like, not to get weird, but going back to the nude beach thing I was talking about, honestly, Like, I think that is a self-esteem builder. I know it was for me. Like, it was very.
Hey, I'm not shorter than everybody else. Nice.
It's
I'm hung okay.
You're not looking at dicks though. Like, well, I mean, you aren't. I was, but no, like you're
Hi,
just
sailor.
you get over the naked thing in like 5 seconds because literally no one cares.
Right.
Like the person they're with is who they're interested in seeing naked. Like that's the truth. And people are just walking around that like they're just out and comfortable. But you also like you see all these different body shapes and body types, and you're like, again, at worst, I'm the same as these people.
Right.
And you go, Jesus Christ, like it's not actually that complicated. And they're with someone or whatever. I would strongly recommend it. It's weird. Don't get me wrong. It's fucking strange. It's completely asexual. I want to put that out there too. Like your libido is killed while you're there. So like, you're not like
Fear and shame is a hell of a drug.
Yeah. Because trust me, it is not like, the fucking hot woman cast or like the Dallas cheerleaders all show up at the nude beach too. That will never happen in your entire life. Like,
Right.
It's a bunch of normal, boring looking people and walking around going, oh my God, like, no, this is all just normal.
I think I'd want a wet wipe to sit anywhere anybody else has been sitting. I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
you don't sit down.
You just
Why?
walk around all the time.
Well,
You don't
nude
sit
beach.
down.
You just go in the fucking ocean and stay there.
Oh, I didn't know if they had like, bars and places to sit down and socialize and stuff like that.
Always a swim up bar, my friend.
Okay.
Always a swim up bar.
I'm not putting my ass down on anybody
I
else's
would never
bars.
like you sit on a bar stool, you get AIDS immediately. Don't do that.
Exactly.
Bear Lamb, my girlfriend got a tattoo of a seashell on her inner thigh. When I hold my ear up to it, I can smell the ocean. Okay, that was good. That was good. Alex Better says, I get complimented often. 5'7". I'm a handsome manlet. There you go. I think a lot of it has to do with where you are too, and the culture around you. But again, I think there's a culture of men complimenting women and women being pissed off about it. And there's also a culture of generally women not complimenting men.
Yep. And if there's room with one beautiful woman and 10 men, and you're the only dude that never talks to her, you're the guy she's going to notice. For good, for good or for bad. You're just different.
Yeah. And then you pull out your AR-15. I'm just kidding. Rumble username sucks says Joker 1. Thoughts on Jack Murphy?
Cuck Murphy? Nah, I mean, what's to be said? The guy was sticking a dildo up his ass on video for pennies on the dollar. Fuck him.
Pulling my legs.
Fucking Jesus.
2, balls or no balls on your futa?
Let's see. I would answer that if I understood any part of that. Futa?
So, briefly, futa's anime, a subset of anime.
Never seen
Good.
it.
Thank God. But imagine you have an anatomical woman, biologically woman, but could manifest out of like maybe her clitoris or just above it, a giant penis when necessary.
Okay.
For example, to have sex with another woman. Should the penis that comes out of the woman have balls attached to it or not?
This is a trick question because clearly it's a trap.
It is a trap, but the question is not. The question is very genuine.
Well, I mean, if she's truly female and it is extending a clitoris to have sex, then there shouldn't be.
It's not extending a clitoris, though. It is manifesting an actual penis. It just tends to come out of that area.
Then, I guess I'd have to say she's not a eunuch, so you got to have balls, I guess.
There you go. Yes, balls gang. Correct answer. Yeah. Don't listen to the chat. They're wrong.
I don't even see chat, so
thank God. Number 3, you talked about Batman and FMJ, but what about Joker from Mass Effect? He ends up banging the ship's computer when she gets a robot body.
Haven't
played Mass Effect?
I did, but it was like years, like when it first came out years ago. I probably could replay it and it'd all be like, oh, this is the storyline. Like it's been so long. I play hundreds of games, so I forget everything.
I never played Mass Effect.
But I'm not sticking my dick in a computer or anything, and that's the
Wait, what about dolls?
Not my thing, really. Like, for me, it's all uncanny valley weird stuff. Like, I'm still a rock it out, be done with it, and move on.
Yeah. But like, so if the dolls like moved and said, no, please don't, like that wouldn't be it for you? Because like if I had a robot, honestly, I would want the robot to
that
resist.
Is kind of like every other interaction I've had with a woman. So, I mean, it would be pretty similar. But no, I just never, even if they were free and they were like, here, take one, it'd probably end up sitting behind me dressed with like a nipple out as a goof. Like for me,
complaining. When are you going to stop streaming?
Yeah, it's just never been my thing. I think neither of like toys and the fleshlights and all. I've just never.
For me, if I'm gonna fuck a robot, I want it to not be happy about it. Like I want it
complaining the whole time.
Yeah, I want it sad and resistant.
Is that as hard as you can go, you pussy?
No, that's no. I wanted to say, please stop or whatever.
Oh, you're hurting. It hurts. Your 4 inches are too much.
You almost pierced my outer labia.
My luck is like it'd get some update and it'd be like I don't know, Microsoft Edge or some shit and catch a virus. Like
it blue screens in the middle of it every time. They're so fucking strange to me. I love if you ever get a chance, you should talk to Dollhouse Phil. He sells dolls, like, you know, that's his job. And
you know what I think threw me is there's a guy in kind of the manosphere, and his name's TFM.
I know. Yeah, I know. I'm familiar. Yeah.
And he went a little odd with like to the point where he was referencing his doll as his girlfriend and made up her own channel and stuff like that. And I guess looking at it from the outside in, I'm like, that's just not for me. And I did a story about a guy marrying his doll once, and I've talked about, and if a guy's like, I have one and I love it, I'm like, hey, great. Like, have a good time. I'm not the judgmental type, but just never been mine. Just never been my thing.
I am the judgmental type.
Shocking. Wait, I got to hit it for you.
I am shocked. Shocked. Well, not that shocked.
No, I get I kind of get the guys at the dolls thing. I don't know what I do. Like, I got kids. You can't. What are you gonna do? Shove it in a closet? Like, I don't know what.
How we're having a tea party. You leave Becky alone and put her panties back on. Like, stop.
Yeah, it won't. It just doesn't work for me. It just doesn't.
You also have a wife, so it's kind of like.
Yeah, like so but I kind of get it. But even if like I lived alone, I don't know.
Because some guys have said like, oh, I can emotionally attach and it feels like a girlfriend to me.
I don't want to do that.
I can't. Like, I just can't. I don't have that. I just wouldn't be able to connect like that with something like that.
I don't want to like, and this is not a shame thing. Like for me, I don't want to connect with a robot. Like I don't want to develop, like it's a lot of work to have an emotional attachment to a person. It seems like a lot of work to have an emotional attachment to like a robot or a doll or an algorithm or whatever either. Like plus the second you have to pull her eyeball out and clean it, that's weird. Like that would be a turn off.
Try to clean her before you get her that full. I mean, if it's filling to that point, you probably don't have to start emptying the eyeballs. I'm just saying.
I just meant they get dusty. You got to.
Oh.
You can change him like with cat, like yes, like holy shit. The trick is speed running to eye socket. That's the thing. Like who can do this in 4 days? MR don't need to necessarily neg. You need to get her to go what? Unattractive and even broke guys can all bat well above their level. Patrice O'Neill.
Yeah, it's just, he who cares the least wins. If you don't care about any outcome of any interaction, then you have an advantage. Like if you're really upset that she's treating you poorly, you've already lost. If you're just like, whatever, then, you know, she can't hurt your feelings and she knows it. So, you know.
So she'll try harder.
No, not necessarily. It's just you don't care. You just don't care. That's why all the drug dealer assholes have all the strippers as girlfriends because they're like, shut up, bitch, get away from me. And I love you.
Yeah. Please slap me again. Real Hydro PX, better Bachelor, enjoy yourself. Stop letting your shoulders touch Women can read body language and you come off as a victim too much.
I am so, look, let me show you something here.
How do
see
you
the
mean?
sun right?
What are your shoulders touching?
You see that right there? Can you read that?
Barely. Hold on. Let me zoom in. Nope.
It says 7 September 178. The last number is 27 September 165. I've lost 13 pounds this month, and I do it by fasting and hitting the gym a lot, but my muscles don't repair very quickly, so I'm always sore. I did 2 hours of video myself.
Right?
Well,
like
no, it's that I'm not eating much, so my muscle doesn't get a lot of protein to repair. So I'm kind of in this constant state of fatigue and sore and achy. I've now been in this chair streaming for like 7 or 8 hours today. So the reason I'm always like tucking my shoulders back and moving is because right now the center of my back is killing me, which is also why you see me rolling my neck. Everything's tight down my back. So I'm going to take a hot shower and hit the bed after this. But I'm not too worried about body image right now. Women can think I'm the biggest pussy in the world. I don't care.
For me, it's age. As I get older, I'm like, oh, I wake up, I'm like, Jesus Christ. But no, I was saying, so the other, like I mentioned, I hate fat people, or hated fat people. I don't anymore. But I think part of that is I was never fat or anything, but I think I definitely have body dysmorphia. And I gave advice,
but only for other people.
No, for me too. For me too. But I gave advice to everybody in the chat who has body dysmorphia. Get better.
Right.
Like don't like get therapy and try and fix your body dysmorphia.
Just get a better body
dysmorphia by being better. Like lift and run. That's what I've been doing. I've been working out and trying to I haven't lost weight because I'm like at a pretty okay weight for my height. I'm right around 190. And like my ideal weight might be 180, 185 because I'm 6'2". Right. But like 190, 195, this is like a good range for me anyway. Yep. So for me, it's like trying to convert stomach into muscle and triangle, which I've been doing a pretty fucking decent job at. Like I don't broadcast it or share it because it's weird. For me, like I don't have an opportunity to do that, but that's what I've been trying to do. So that when I get up and look in the mirror in the morning, I say you're a piece of shit still, but I go, like I say it a little nicer.
But you're a little less piece of shit than you were yesterday.
Right.
So, keep it up.
Like you're a piece of shit, but smaller.
you're less,
but also bigger in some places.
I'm just cheap. I don't want to buy any new clothes. So when my pants get tight, I'm like, diet time. That's my barrier. It's like tight pants, and I work down until I need a belt, and then so I do fluctuate 20 pounds here and there, but like it's not all bad.
Yeah, it's thought Nick does his hot tub simp streams. I haven't done one in a long time. I have to clean my hot tub. It's on my list of things to do like this week, but fuck, it takes time. Fate of morality. My girlfriend initially rejected me until she saw me on another date on Instagram. She messaged me and we went out. 2 years later, I'm about to propose. There you go.
Social value. Yep.
You got it. Yeah. That was the joke from whoever. I think it was Chris Rock or whatever. But the wedding ring, like, because it's pre-screening.
Yep.
And we go, oh, well, this guy is not a piece of shit to someone.
Right.
So guys, just buy a wedding ring. Like, just go buy a shitty $150 steel ring and put it on your wedding, your ring finger, and go to a bar.
When was the last time you bought a steel ring? Jesus, you can get them for $20.
Oh yeah, I guess. Oh.
This
one, I lost my steel ring. This one's titanium.
That's a little more expensive. Yeah.
It was like 500, I think. But it's been a while. Like they're cheaper now too.
Yeah.
Depends where you go. Real Hydro PX. Better Bachelor is the kind of guy who would tell his girlfriend/wife what she would like more. Stop. You need to have confidence. Don't be a cuck. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Seg 162. The common denominator of what women want is 1, Batman, 2, Batman into a durag. Oh, a do-rag. It's a Batman in a do-rag. Oh, God damn it. Hans von Puppenheim. Day I realized when I was going to marry my wife was the day she asked if I was her best friend. I said yes instantly and honestly, rather than say I have one and felt weird. I knew. Yeah, and for me, it was similar. Lady Raggets and I, we were legitimately best friends in college. We hung out all the time. Granted, I was trying to smash most of
Was she
that time.
attracted to you at all?
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't really you weren't really friend zoned. It was just she wasn't.
No, I was not friend zone. So she was like, I'm not dating anyone, but I mean, we were handsy. We were making out. Like I knew pretty quickly. We were at a friend's room. This was very early on, and she was in workout pants, right?
Just picturing where you're like, we're not dating and we're not and we're not just hooking up, but she does make me come every time we hang out. Like, what?
Well, not every time, but no, we were at a friend's room. We were watching some movie or whatever, or playing cards. I can't remember. And she's like sitting there and she's stretching. It was just she and I. Like the other people were on the other side of like this couch, right? So we were sitting there and she's stretching, and she's like, "Hey, can you tell I'm wearing a thong in these pants?" I'm like, okay, this is when like at that point that
we're not just friends.
Right. Like Drexel asked me the same thing all the time, but it was like that was okay. These are signals that are sending to me.
Right.
So I knew that this was not like this was a hiccup for her, was this previous relationship, and she had some idea like there must be some proper period of waiting.
Yeah, and she wanted to kind of ease her way into it without A, feeling too fast and easy and bad about it, and B, maybe, like keeping you at least open to the idea till she was ready. That makes sense.
And I also accidentally went on a date with another chick. Like it was actually an accident. I was busy, okay? I was late for cheerleading practice. I was scrambling around my room.
Were you a cheerleader?
She asked me to be a cheerleader.
Oh.
This is how I met her, actually.
Oh, okay.
Because I went to Taekwondo.
Couldn't find your skirt.
No, I was there early at Taekwondo to hit people, right?
Right.
Because we would spar beforehand. But that day, cheerleading tryouts were in that room beforehand. And so I opened the door, and the little blonde thing walks up to me, and she's like, "Hey, are you here for cheerleading?" I'm like, "Fuck no. What are you talking about?" And she says, if you get some guys to join cheerleading, I'll get that many cheerleaders to join Taekwondo. So I got 3 other guys, and we had the worst male cheerleading squad in fucking history. God, we were embarrassing, but it didn't matter. Like, because we were hanging around with cheerleaders all the time. It was a lot of fun. I lifted her. Like, that was the whole thing. I lifted her. That was my job. We didn't have to do any gay dancing or whatever, because we were a scarce commodity. They didn't have any guy cheerleaders at all. So anybody who could lift them was a hero. And so that was the deal. So I was late for cheerleading, trying to get some shit together. And this chick, Nikki, calls me up, and she was like kind of cute, but not really my type. And we were friendly, and she was asking me out on a date, and I was not prepared for this. I'm like on the phone looking around my room. And again, I'm thinking like I'm with Lady Raggets. And she says, "Hey, you want to go like grab some dinner or whatever?" And I was like, "Yeah, that sounds great." And then I didn't think about it until after I hung up the phone, and I went, "Oh, fucking hell." Like I just agreed to a date with this girl. So we went on the date. I was very polite or whatever, but I told her, during the date that I was like, "Yeah, I'm not really like into it." And I bought her dinner. I felt bad.
Oh, well, she asked you. You should have made her pay.
I would have
turned her down.
I would have just said no.
Right.
Like that's what I would have done. But that may have helped too. I don't know. That may have helped with like spurring things along. But I told Lady Rackets, I'm like, "Yeah, I accidentally am going on a date with this chick, but I'm not into her at all. I just didn't fucking realize what I was doing."
But in the meantime, you're like, "Well, she asked me and I wasn't thinking." And she's like,
"And I do like Mexican food. Like, that's true." So let's go. It was, but yeah, like at the dinner, I was like, "Yeah, I'm not into this. Sorry." Like, you're nice, but Not for me.
It's not me. It's you.
It is you. It is you. Flamethrower. I think she found a nice man later. I hope so. Flamethrower 82. Problem is that women want us to express our emotions until we disagree with them.
No,
they just want to be better than men in everything. They do not want you to express your emotions.
Nope, that's a lie.
Yeah,
that's to see, if you will. Just like if a woman says, I don't know, anything that makes you weak, submissive, or
it's the shit test.
Yep, it's yep. If they say, well, why don't you cry? I don't cry, ever.
Yeah,
my father died and I laughed. Like, you just don't.
I had my tear ducts removed.
That's
in
right.
The war.
I haven't cried since I was born. Like, you just don't do it.
I thought about crying, and then I watched the executions of 8 Afghanistani children in a row, and then I decided not to.
And improve my mood vastly.
And then I ate popcorn and drank beer. No, it's they don't want you to express emotions. They want you to react to their emotions. They want you to acknowledge that they have an emotion about a thing, to be supportive of that thing, and to be there for it. Like, oh, I love a man with they stop. You can get there like way late in your relationship where you can like have some sort of emotion. Don't fucking cry. Like, please, for the love of God, don't cry. But like, you can be less than this thing. But honestly, the emotion they want is your engagement with their emotion. Like, and I'm
right.
I'm
I
telling
understand.
you.
Like, I understand. I see. I hear. Right.
Yeah.
For me, it's like you get happiness, anger, and horny. That's my 3: happy, anger, horny. That's it.
Right. And for men, that's biblical also. Just go look at all of them. That's all they are. Job's entire family gets murdered. He's like, fucking God, what a dick. I don't know. I don't understand. I'm like trying to do the best thing, and this guy's an asshole. He's not sitting there crying about it. He's kind of mad.
Yep.
He's mad. But yeah, it's happiness, anger, horny. But no, it's a real thing. And engaging with her emotions and like validating that's okay. And that's what they actually want. They want you to have empathy, which is different than sympathy with an I. Don't be emotional. Stop it. Flamethrower 82 says women wanting us to cry tells me everything. They don't want you to cry. That's a lie. Fataku, 80% of men could commit life not, and women wouldn't know until the welfare check stopped. Susan censors the word welfare. There you go. She does.
Where's my money?
Xeranx, if you're aware of the response to the Brad Wilcox PragerU marriage vid, can you discuss that? What bothers me is the focus on the benefits requires ignoring the man-made divorce minefield. I have no idea what the Brad Wilcox PragerU marriage vid is.
He talks about like, oh, men are healthier and men are happier and men make more money and men live longer. It's like, yeah, they make more money because they have to work twice as hard to afford their fucking family. And they live longer because their wife makes sure that they go to doctor's appointments and not drive motorcycle and go get cancer screening and shit like that. But
not rollerblade off the roof into the swimming pool.
Yeah,
because trust me, that sounds fucking fun.
It does kind of like it does kind of. And they make more money because a lot of times they have to pick up part-time jobs, or their wives are always telling them to go for their promotion. And yes, you may hate the job, but it makes more money, which is better than the family. And the truth of it is, because I did a video about that PragerU, and it was a long time ago. I remember it, but it's never sign your name on a piece of paper that makes you legally responsible for a relationship falling apart, ever. Marriage does not give any benefits to a man that a good relationship doesn't.
Roxas 1969 says, Nick, you're starting to sound like Brock Lesnar. I don't know what, like, I haven't listened to Brock Lesnar enough to know what exactly that means, but I'm with it. Sounds good.
He's a big guy.
Yankees need not apply says, I can sell you 8 acres in 8 acres in small town Woodruff, South Carolina. Beautiful area. I'm sure you could. Insensitive. Troons have screenshots of hateful conduct reports from multiple accounts. What was the tweet? I was not banned for hateful conduct. They reported hateful conduct. That's not what got me thrown off of Twitter. Thrown off of Twitter was ban evasion. That is the reason that they've given. And again, I would say that reason is incorrect. And I will be arguing it. I just have to construct the argument carefully. And it will still lose. Don't get me wrong, but I'm going to construct it as carefully as possible. But yeah, no, trust me, if it was hateful conduct, you would have already seen the fucking funny tweet, because you always know what really pissed someone off when they report it and it gets you banned.
Because they usually retweet it.
Yeah. You would have seen it. Nathaniel Blanchard, how do you live rent-free in Attorney Tom's head? I don't know, because it's very tiny. He's very small, but his head is proportional. So I'm not sure how, but the weather's nice. Rain, speaking of boozy bucks, have you guys seen Tug's new website? Just want to represent the Tug God. No, I have not. I have not seen it. S. Cyber Taz, thank you for your cervix, Sailor Boy. AA, that face when I have been vax unemployed for over a year and have a higher credit score than Nick. Enjoy this $5 from a bum. No, it's fucking weird. I'm like, when credit card companies are like, well, I'm like, well, what? I have no debt at all and I make a fortune. Like, why is it so hard to borrow money? And they're like, well, we don't know if you can handle a mortgage payment. Like, really? Like, you don't know if I can handle money? Okay. Amateur Anth. Better Bachelor is awesome when it comes to dating profiles. These women can kick rocks and 20 cats when they're 35 with kids. Bad Weather Biker, as long as the guy doesn't get shabusinessed and end up with their ankles in a crock pot. Are you familiar with Taylor Shabusiness?
No, I haven't heard that one before.
The Wisconsin chick who was having sex with a guy, but she had a choke chain around his neck and he died. So then she chopped his head off. Sucked his dick on the dead beheaded body for 2 hours, then chopped his legs off and put him in a crock pot box, drove home, left his head in a bucket though, because she forgot it.
There's a whole lot to work with there. Let's see. Do I cut off his head first, suck him off first, cut the legs off? Like, let's roll some dice. Yahtzee. Like, how do you?
There's a bunch of meth involved, is what was going on.
Okay, either that or some crocodile or something or other.
Chaotic Frosty says, "I can fix her." Dude, that was the thing that blew my mind so much watching your video. The seven women interviews.
Yeah,
was how many times the women kept saying, "I can fix him."
Yep.
And it's like,
I'll take the 6'2" guy, because even if he only makes 30 grand, I can change him, sweetheart. It's like, okay.
How are you going to make him make more money? Like, what are you going to do other than just bitch at him? Like, what are you going to do?
And here's the truth of it. She says that, but then after he gets done plowing her for like 2 weekends, she's like, what I think? And he's like, bye, and shuts the door on her, and another body count.
Jake from State Farm says, spitting straight facts, pun intended. Avaheim, there's a lovely / large lady in Houston that advertises her amazing throat hugs. In my heart, she gives a 12 out of 10.
Throat hugs. I'm gonna have to use that one when I need to talk about the old Hummers and keep it friendly. A throat hug.
Throat hug.
Deep throat hug.
Aussie Overlord says, hang on. How come you guys can talk about this, but I put together a vid that includes quotes from JP and blokes saying how shit it can be, and I get laughed at or shouted down? I don't know. Maybe you care too much. I don't know, man.
It can also be age. Like two older guys talking about, here's what I think works a lot better than maybe someone that's 22. You know, because people just assume you don't have enough life experience to maybe give advice. I don't know.
He's a lawyer in Australia.
Okay.
So he's got to be at least like 25.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Fake accent. Yes, it was fake. That's correct.
Really? I thought you've been faking it the whole time.
Wait. Have you ever faked an orgasm with a woman?
Uh-huh.
Attaboy.
Yeah. When you've had a couple drinks too many and you're going and you're going and flesh is starting to come off soon because of friction, you're like, but you don't want to be like, ugh, Jesus, and then walk away from her. You're like, I'll give her the, I'll give her the nice.
Oh yeah.
Oh, wow, that was you rocked it.
Get it?
That whiskey dick, man. I'm telling you.
I was talking about there's the window. There's the whiskey window.
I know exactly what you're gonna say.
Yeah.
Let me see if I get it right. You hit it right, you can last like 3, 4, 5 times as long, or you can judge it and last as long as you need to, but you can still, head over the mountain when you need to.
Right.
1 or 2 more drinks beyond that, you might as well be slapping her with a wet noodle.
Yeah, and you're fucking done. Like you can fuck forever and you'll never stop. Like she'll die.
Right.
Like in 7 when he had sex, when he made the guy fuck the chick with the knife strap on or whatever.
Yep.
Like that's what will eventually happen before the whiskey wears off and you're able to finish. So it's that magic number though. Cause once you get into the whiskey window, like it can go for a while, and you have this uncanny ability, like this clarity and purity of focus where it's like, when you're ready, it's like, okay, I can turn this on in like 30 seconds and be done.
Yep.
When I want to.
But otherwise, I can coast forever. And then the next step is you can get it up, but you can't get it off. And the third one is it's dead.
Yeah.
It's not happening.
That's when you just slap her with it over and over.
Just to humiliate her.
Until she leaves. It's not going to work anyway. Don't worry about it. No, Aussie, I got to talk to this guy sometime. Aussie, I'm going to make sure you have the ability to contact me since I just lost it. But I don't know. you got my friend, you're on YouTube and you be an asshole and never respect anybody else's opinions. That's the trick. Like you have to say, fuck it. You cannot worry about other people's like, I don't like this content. So what? Like at the end of the day,
the little icons you get, like the little red, it looks like a badge. What?
Oh, he's there. He says he's 31. I didn't know you're like, it's not that old or young. I mean,
the little badge that that someone, when they leave a comment on your channel, I think it means that they're either a subscriber or they watch you a lot.
Yeah.
Do you know which little badge I'm talking about in the comments?
Yep.
One guy was like, his comment, and he subscribed to me and watches a lot of my videos. I think he was like, blah, blah, blah. You talk too much. I'm like, I've been doing the same shit for 3 years. Where have you been? You can't absorb it because you just gotta whatever.
Aussie, buddy, we got to talk sometime. We'll have a good chat. I'll make sure you have I'll find a way to get you my contact info so we can, or you can email me, either one. But we got to talk, man. Have fun on YouTube. Don't listen to other people. Bad Weather Biker. The best marriages are where you have two people who can function independently but recognize they are stronger together. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Yeah, I agree. Amateur Ant, some women in the chat most affected by men telling the truth. Cornelius Buttknuckle says, speaking of dating profiles, rackets, check your locals for some pictures of a real looker I found on Tinder the other day. Promise you won't regret it. Why do I already know that's not true? Like, just by your message, I know that what you just said is a lie.
North of 300 pounds, do you think?
Tinder's great. Oh, Jesus Christ. Come on. Cornelius. You fucker. I'm gonna share it. Hold on. You gotta be careful how you share things.
Oh, yeah, believe me, I know.
Let's see.
That's why I don't live stream. I record everything in case I screw something up.
I have screwed things up a couple times. It's like, oh, look, you just showed all of your text messages and all their phone numbers. Fuck. Here we go. Come on, man. Stop it.
Is that like, it looks like almost like a thalidomide kid.
So she's got some spinal issues going on. And then here's the other one. Like this.
She's got the little duck flappers going like the thalidomide kids.
Yeah.
She got something going on there. But she got, look at that. She got, I mean, compared to her body, she got legs for days. Look at that last photo you showed, man. I'm telling you.
Oh god, I'm
Legs
pulling it back up. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I regret this interview so much.
Look at those long legs, longer than her body, man. Those are some long legs.
You. Ah! Oh. They go all the way to the floor. It's like, I know, but they go crooked up to your hips.
I wonder what it feels like to wipe your ass between your shoulder blades. It's got to be a very strange sensation.
No.
Like you know what? She Stevie Wonders it. She Stevie Wonders it. She puts a barrette in her hair with a toilet paper and goes like this to wipe. I guarantee you.
This man said, I wonder what it's like to wipe your ass between your shoulder blades. Everything's fine. I'm okay. Amateur Anth. Wait. Chat, you know it's coming. Smash or pass? Question mark. That's it.
Wait,
That's it. If you missed the reason, that's on you. That's on you. Chat, you have to determine. Will you go? Okay. Amateur Anth. God damn it. It says most Western women need to buy cats and cope for the next 40 years. I'll go to Southeast Asia and South America for a wife and go live there. So what do you think? What do you think about guys who are like, I'll forget the Western woman. I'll go to wherever. Is that a valid strategy?
I was, are you kidding me? I was like, when I went to Thailand, I was tall. And I'm like 5'7"-ish.
Yeah, but did you want to marry a Thai girl?
I mean, if you're going to stay there, like stay there and go to a little village and never have TV or radio again and just have sex and babies and become a farmer. Like once they get westernized, game over. Game over. You know, Thai, Filipino, Malaysian girls. Or honestly, your next best bet would probably be someplace like a very conservative area in like Poland. You know, because they're Polish kind of they're not cool with the LDHD TV community, and
yeah,
you know,
Polish chicks are hot. Like
some of them. The hottest chicks in Poland are from Russia. Like no kidding. When I was in Warsaw, I remember walking along and there was a dude that was a local. I was staying at a hostel, and there was a dude that was a local. He was a buskar. You know what a buskar is?
I've
they play music on the streets and stuff with their case open. And well, he was from Paris, and he's like, oh, I spent a lot of time here. And we were walking around, like all the girls that were like 8s and below, but the 8s are beautiful 8s. They're like 8s and below. He's like, those are Polish. He goes, the 9s and the 10s with the cheekbones and the like supermodel.
The Russian cheekbones.
They're all Russian. They're all Russian or Ukrainian. And he was right.
Okay, I'm ending the poll before it gets worse.
What was the final answer?
37% smash, 62 pass.
That's pretty good. But again, you can see guys will smash down, literally.
Like Brian Jones says, all these pussies not willing to straighten that out.
You know something? Guys talk about all the time about taking a girl home and folding her like an origami. She's already done.
Yeah, she's done. A Japanese man already got through with her.
That's it, man.
No, see, the best part though, you know that chick's jokes are way more savage than ours.
Oh yeah,
about herself.
Oh
like,
yeah,
you know, yeah, she's like the
she's
best.
Not. She can't. You cannot operate in life without being like your skin is steel at that point.
Right. Well, her skin is clearly not steel. It's some sort of rubber contraption.
Well, I mean,
that bends in weird ways.
We can get into the jet fuel high heat debate, but something melted.
Yeah. God damn it. Wait. Oh shit. We gotta. Here's one. The squid says, with how small her hands are, my little dinger gonna look big for once, especially if I trim the bushes.
Oh, you always got to keep the bushes trimmed.
Oh my God.
A tree and grass looks bigger than a tree amongst other bushes.
Right. Yeah, you can't do that. Like a sapling is a giant amongst blades of grass.
Exactly.
I think Confucius said that. Rodial 1313, playing devil's advocate. For many people working 40 plus hours per week, keeping your house in order, etc., it can be real hard to go out and find women. Yep.
Go to the gym. The women will find you eventually.
I fucking hate the chat. The chat keeps dropping jokes, and I'm trying not to read them, trying to read the chats. Ryoji Mata says both are making me want to take the Drex route. Look, I've never said don't take the Drex route. I'm saying, guys, don't be afraid of the committed relationship route just because like there's risk. Like you understand the risks and determine when you think you are willing to undertake them. And if you're not, don't do it. Believe me, there's not like a club where we're like, oh, we got to get more married people in here. No, like don't be the people who get married and then end it like right away because you decided you made a big mistake. Like be fucking willing to do it and willing to put in the work and pray to Christ that she is too. And try and do everything you can to make sure that she's actually willing to put in the work because marriage is work. It's a ton of it.
Or just don't get married and enjoy everything else like you are married. Like marriage is just a fucking piece of paper that guarantees her a bailout.
Well, when I say marriage, like
you're just talking about a committed relationship type thing.
I mean, like, and where in your mind, because I don't think like I've kind of changed my opinion on this over the years, but I don't think the government validation of your relationship is critical anymore. Like for me, it doesn't mean anything. Like we have it because it's like, well, this is what you do. Right. But if I could go back and do it over, I probably would have just gotten married in our church and never signed a marriage certificate at all. Yeah. And like, we would have our relationship and we'd be happy and they'd be fine.
And just know the cohabitation laws.
Right. But for me though, it wouldn't have even been about the law. It would have been about, I don't want the government involved at all.
Right. Like, but if you don't know your cohabitation laws and you live together for 2 years, government's now involved. You just know what you're getting into. That's all.
Yeah. If you present like in some states, as if you present as married and all this stuff. And if you never do, then you're fine if you don't change names or what have you. But I'm saying like there's some guys out there like, oh, don't ever get involved in a long-term relationship. Don't do this. Don't do relationships at all. And I'm like, if you don't want to do a relationship, don't. But if you do, like, know the risks, know what you're putting on the table. And then if you're okay with it, go do it. Like that's fine. Like, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Lots of shit you will do in your life doesn't work out. It's okay. Let's see, where were we? Pope Raggeds Touched Me says, when I was young, I learned that what I learned was be in shape, pool boy look. Young chicks might turn you down, but cougars are hunting right to the point you learn and get confidence. Oh, okay. So there you go. There's that one. Where the hell were we? We're almost done. Dawn Wanderer. American Beauty did come out at a different time. Academy Awards were more relevant. Great stream, guys. Patrick Sama. Nick and Cappy can swap bank horror stories. Oh, yeah. He used to work for a bank, didn't he? God, fucking, it's a disaster. Bill Bonius Bag of Donuts. Married 2 months. I'm miserable. Bad life choices. 2 months and you're miserable?
See if you can get it. I mean, if you're really, truly, if you want it to end, you can probably get it annulled. And if you don't want it to end, see if you can get some counseling or something. Like if you want to try to work it out.
First year is also like notoriously the worst year. I don't know that that's actually true on an objective scale, but the first
year is the worst, and then it goes downhill from there.
But the first year is it, like, honestly, you're poor, you're new to each other. Like, it depends if you've been dating for 10 years or something, and then it's like, oh, now we're getting married and you've already been living together. Yeah. But if you're like just getting married, it's a new thing. You're living with a new person, dude, you're like, your life just dramatically changed. And so did hers. And you guys are trying to figure that shit out. And the first year it can bring a lot of those problems to the forefront. doesn't mean give up or not, but it really depends on what's making you miserable, because some of the things that are making you miserable are fixable and others are not. So you gotta figure out what you want to do. But man, 2 months is really fucking fast for that.
Yeah, it should still be the honeymoon phase, really.
Yeah, it should be. You should be like a couple years in when you go, oh Christ, what have I gotten myself into? Like, that's at least get past there. But if you want to send me an email about it, man, maybe I can help. Maybe I can point you in a direction. I don't know, but you're welcome to. See Goody, The Rock says, it doesn't matter if she was drunk. Long Joseph, if the Mad Harris pleads insane, it would invalidate his writings as intellectually formulated opinions, the writings of a madman. See Kaczynski. Oh, yes, that's true. He has to validate death sentences, the unbreaded book of Matthew Harris, by not pleading insanity, by saying he is right.
Yeah.
Because if he's crazy, then the book is false, but the book is true.
Yep.
Donut Swan.
That makes a good point.
Testing. Cecil has you. Patrick Sama says, Twitch equals gateway to lonely fans. P-Dog Knight. Damn, Nick, every time I try to set something up, you get banned from something. I assure you I'm not a boozy bot. Hashtag Guck Boozy. I guess email it is. Yeah, P-Dog, email me, brother. Email me. By the way, I'm not opposed. I think you're not too terribly far from me. I'm not opposed to doing an in-person stream with you. But let's talk. Blaze Uriarty says, a joker. Why do women date objectively unattractive and unmotivated / unemployed guys?
They deal drugs usually.
Oh, so there you go. That's the alternative.
Yep. That's either a lot of times they'll either deal it or they have a lot of money from dealing it. And so they seem like they don't have jobs, they're unmotivated, and they're just slinging on the side and they got money, and either the girl's into that or the money, or the I don't give a fuck attitude goes such a long way with women. Like the bad boys. They like the guy that doesn't care about them, that's not interested, because that makes them assume he's so high value that he's got better options, even if he has no options. It's all about perception.
And really, like, I can't stress enough, confidence is massively, massively attractive, because confidence means it hits those biological tickers: provider, leader, fighter, protector. Like those, because you can't be timid and be a protector of someone. Like, it doesn't work. Those things work. I don't know why it's that simple, but it really will get you a long way. Be confident. Stop the self-consciousness and the self-deprecation. Like, self-deprecating humor is okay, but like, be confident first. Rumble username suck. Here's another 80 cents for Nick to compliment Joker on the joke. Wipe your ass between your shoulder blades. I'm dying. Question: fuck, marry, kill EDI from Mass Effect, that thalidomide chick, and a real doll. Okay.
I don't remember. So from Mass Effect, I do not know what the reference is there. It's been so long since I played it.
Here we go. I'm gonna pull up EDI from Mass Effect because I have no idea.
Is it a trap?
It's a fucking robot thing.
I think my light's overheating. It just went day glow on me. Let me go check that.
Suddenly curvy, looking at Mass Effect's EDI through queer theory. That's an article. Boys, we did it. We got him. He's gone. Mods are asleep. Post nudes. So here we go. So this is EDI. We'll see what else we've got. We've got some weird chats here in the Incinerate. Nick, I need to know, do you plan to find a way back to Twitter? Because I don't have the money to pay for a locals membership in order to have some semblance of contact with you. I mean, I'm going to try and appeal it. If it doesn't work, I might be on Gab or Minds or something. I'm not sure what to do next. Just happened. and I'm not stressed about it. Cheng Sao Tom, incel is an insult by women whose only knowledge of personal value is sex and says more about them than what they think of you. LBRT has a piss on YouTube emoji. Cheng Sao Tom says modern feminism, which has infected business, media, politics, and the education system at all levels, literally treats the Y chromosome as a birth defect. They literally call men, quote, unevolved or, quote, genetically flawed women. They deny scientific fact of sexual dimorphism from misandry.
All right. Is this okay?
This is EDI.
Well, it's a machine, so I'd have to say that would be by far the most painful to actually have sex with. So I probably have to go with marry that one because then I can turn her off when she's annoying. Like just throw a switch. I think. I don't know.
So then the fuck and the kill, the Tinder chick or a real doll.
Well, I mean, I couldn't actually murder somebody, so I'd kill the real doll because it's already dead.
Hmm.
And then, at least I'd be with a real live Oompa Loompa.
You heard it, guys. He'd have sex with that chick from Tinder. That's what he said.
It's the only real thing out of the whole thing. It's like, would you rather fuck a person or a couch? I mean, it's kind of...
At some point, it's a couch is the answer.
But again, the great news is like I could pull her hair at the same time. I'm like, everything's like right there. It's just... Like, can you imagine?
Like there's a black hole pulling all of her body into one place.
Like you could literally go like this and have her ass, her titties,
and her chin in the same place.
That's it. And then you're like, ah.
Oh my God. Okay. Baldo Gagger 4000. Nick, you need to rewatch American Beauty. He was popped because he knew the Nazi secret. Okay, you need to stop. It didn't have anything to do with the titsy saw. No, it did though. It's you're looking in like the story's internal consistency and rules, which is true. Like he found out that the Nazi guy was gay, but the reality is the punishment for his transgression that's a cinema punishment. That's screenwriting shit. It's literature shit. You don't like the obvious punishment is not the reason. The punishment is the global or universal sin that was committed that needs to be rectified.
How ironic that Hollywood wanted to punish a man that loved children. In the meantime, it's Hollywood. I mean, it's pretty much what they do.
Yep. They were like, they're saying it out loud. Blam, blam, blam. Ready to kill. Can you give my new Twitter trash account a shout out? Ricada Law stream updates at Ricada Updates, making it to announce your streams and guest appearances on other shows in case you never get your account restored. Hey, thank you guys. I guess follow Ready to Kill at Ricada Updates on Twitter. I have nothing to do with that Twitter account. I didn't ask him to make it. I'm sure it's going to get flagged, but it's not me at all, like in any stretch. Okay, Far Imbalance says, hey, Nick, I'm going through a tough time right now with my godfather dying. Not Jesse Ventura, my other godfather. Anyways, I just want to apologize for joining your Discord and trying to harass your paying members and to stop talking about me. Also says, Nick, your Discord said I was a bitter old woman with dying eggs and accused me of being this obese midget TikToker. It was really rude. I'm going to need you to take down the Discord server for my sanity. My uncle died if I hadn't mentioned that. Farm Balance also says, Nick, I'm going to need that Discord server down. I may have threatened to do an expose on one of your members. My uncle godfather died and it's caused me to drink a lot and I just can't have that evidence out there. Also says, Nick, I've asked people nicely to stop talking about me in your Discord and they wouldn't. I've asked nicely to take down the Discord. My sanity is really bad right now, and I can't believe you're supporting people talking about things I said to them. I left already, but it's hanging over my head. Oh, okay. There you go. If I take down the Discord, it will be to get rid of all the fucking furries. But it was a good approach. Incinerate says, mine's okay. I fuck with that. I have an account there. I do too. That might be where I end up. I'm not sure. Mine's Gab. I think I'm like verified on both of them. I don't know. Okay, almost there. Amateur Ant says, I want the robot to say my sensor is broke. Also, you got to have better Bachelor on again. You guys mesh very well. I'm enjoying the conversation.
Yeah, it's fun.
Fucking 5.5 hours. We got to be done soon. Lucius the Eternal says, as a descended Pole and a Catholic, do you ever milk the eel to Winged Hussars rear lining Ottomans? Of course. I just put on Winged Hussars by Sabaton. And then I'm like, the Winged Hussars arrive and I do right after. right? Like that's the trick. That's the trick. God, they were fucking cool. Cornelius Buttknuckle says she's like a potato with great legs. The Pie Baker, Nick, getting caught up on streams. Just want to say Will Shatner has been doing commercials for a local ambulance chaser. Mike Slocum, aka the Hurt Line, for 20 years. YouTube at Shatner is broke as fuck. How does William Shatner not have unlimited money? I don't get it. I don't get it.
I mean,
Must
he
be a
wasn't in
shitty
that
contract.
much though.
Yeah, but I mean, he was in enough late enough that he should have money. You know what I mean?
You know, how much does he really make for some of his cameos? And because I forget which Star Trek, whichever when they did the crossover there and he got caught in the wave and all that stuff. Like he was in that movie 20 minutes or so. But even if you made $1.5 million, $2 million, you're out in California, man. Like that's not that much money, I don't think.
Yeah. Cledge Fenrir, I'm currently dealing with pectus excavatum. Sternum points inward. Don't need surgery like some people with it, but still noticeable. How do you deal with that? Is your sternum point? I think I've seen that where you've got, is that where they have like the hollow right here in their, like right below kind of where the ribs would
like
start
between
to
the
split.
ribs right here.
Yeah. And they've got like a hollow point there. I've seen that.
What was it called?
Pectus excavatum. I really wish that was like a long control to some really brutal Google search, but
yeah, it's a little bit of an indentation, almost like the ribs have almost like an opposite curve where they kind of are out a little bit more here and come in there.
Yeah, I've seen. I played soccer with a kid that had that.
Yeah, depending on how much it like physically bothers you, I would almost think like if your musculature is normal. I think if you build up your chest and I don't think that's like a deal breaker. Build up your chest a little bit, which will pull your shirt out away from your chest so it won't suck in, and just get some big old boobies on there, man. Start working out your chest. That'll at least help, I think. Or get the surgery if it's covered by insurance.
Or eat that long-legged potato and have her push your sternum out.
And now there you go.
Vienticus Prime says, I have the same condition. Your sternum caves in on your chest. After I found out I had it, I joined the track team. There you go. Okay. Wolfsbane. Hey, you Shaster lawyer. I need you to fat shame me again. It seems that it didn't work last time. You can join in too, Better Bachelor, if you're into that shit. Do you fat shame guys and gals?
Look, you know, it's easy. I mean, if it's one of the, look, I showed you, because I'm currently in a diet, 13 pounds this month.
The only thing easy for fat people is eating.
Well, I'm telling you, if I can do 13 pounds, you can't lose 1 or 2 pounds a month. Like, talk about unmotivated.
1 or 2 pounds a month. At that rate, this motherfucker will lose the weight he needs to lose in approximately 2075.
I don't know how big he is. So
he's fucking big.
Okay, here's how you do it, man. And this is, I won't shame you. I'll give you some really good advice. Wait absolutely as late in the day as you can to eat, which you should mean close to dinner time, maybe a little after dinner time. Don't prepare a normal full meal. Prepare just a little bit and eat that, and then ask yourself, am I really hungry? Like, you're not going to be full. Just eat till you're not hungry anymore, and then go the fuck to bed. And every 3 or 4 days, you might break down and have a full meal. But if my skin, I'm only $178. If I can get down 13 pounds, you should be able to get down 20 pounds in a month. It's just willpower. That's it.
But you don't have any because you're fucking fat. So here's what you got to do. You got to get your ass up and run around, run away from your problems, run away from your life, run away from everything. And then when you get tired, I hope you ended up at a gym so you can start fucking lifting. Stop eating. Stop eating. He's like, oh yeah, just make a little meal. You don't know how to make a little meal because you're like, oh, well, I just make a meal the size of my hand. The problem is your hand is so fucking fat that your hand is the size of an entire turkey. So you're like, oh, I'll just make this meal. It's 2 roast chickens at once. No, stop eating. Oh, you don't eat carbs? Don't eat anything. Let your body eat itself. Just lay down on the floor and cry. And you're the only person allowed to cry, because at least your tears will be weight loss, since you can't do anything, you worthless sack of shit. Oh my God, pathetic. Jesus.
Oh, so when you shame people, you actually shame them. You don't actually give them good advice. You're just like,
that was good advice.
Bugger.
Lay down on the ground and cry until you lose weight.
Like, I think you have to walk something like a mile to lose 100 or 150 calories. That's like one candy bar. It's a lot easier to not eat the candy bar than walk a mile and a half. Just eat less. That's all it is. Eat less. Period.
Eat nothing. Cry on the ground. Find somewhere cold and either do the world a favor and freeze to death, or work the weight off from shivering. One of those two things. You'll be less of a burden on your family. The problem is, even when you die, you'll still be fat. So your funeral is going to have like a bunch of people with thrown out backs after all the pallbearers drop you. Good Christ. Be considerate for once in your life. Starving African children can eat that because they're tired of eating bugs. Maybe you should start eating bugs. Oh, wait, you already do, because you eat everything. God, I hate fat people. Rumble username sucks says, damn, Nick, when are you going to stop streaming for 6 hours a night on the tubes and do some fun stuff again on Twitch and locals? I think Shatner has no money because he got shafted in a divorce. Maybe. I don't know. The Twitch and local stuff, I'm not sure. I might do locals tomorrow, depending on when EFAP ends. But here's the thing. When I have guests, like, the show's going to go long because I enjoy talking to people. That's it. Unless they have a heart out. And I prefer a hard in. Jordan L. I watched Joker for the profile of the day, but I stay for the Keeps advertisement. What's the Keeps advertisement?
I'm not sure. I don't think we haven't advertised anything, have we?
I don't know what that is. Yeah, I've no. Eve Barlow's rotten crotch says, I'd pass on the potato lady. She doesn't look like she dribbles enough.
Depends how hard you bounce her.
Blaze Ariarty, stop eating and drinking sugary BS and work out. Seriously, like, here's my advice to everybody ever. Not just fat people, but all the other fat people too. Stop drinking soda. Don't drink diet soda. Brittany Venti had great advice on Simpcast the other day. She said salads are for fat people. Only fat people eat salads.
They're not filling. Fat and meat. Like having a little bit of fats and meats, that'll fill you up better than anything.
The other thing with salads is here's how a salad fills you. When you add chicken to it and a shitload of dressing and a bunch of other stuff and probably shrimp or whatever, because you're huge and you're like, oh, I'm going to eat healthy. The salad. I loved when McDonald's released their salads, and the salads were more calories than the burgers.
Yep.
Like, everybody's like, oh, I'm going to eat a salad. And they dump a bunch of fucking fat on them, fat and calories and dressing. Also, cut condiments from your life. I'm not even joking. Get rid of ketchup, mayo, mustard.
Mustard's
everything.
Free. Mustard's 0 calories.
Mustard's gross.
It's still 0 calories.
I don't care if it's negative calories. I don't care if mustard makes you skinny. Don't eat it. No, but seriously, like ketchup and mayo, like cut those things. Cut them. But like putting butter on everything. I love butter on sandwiches. My God, it's so good. Don't put it on there. Stop. If you're fat, you need to stop with all the extra shit. It adds a ton of calories that you do not need, and it adds a ton of fat and a ton of sugar. That's why it tastes so good. Stop. But the thing you'll notice, at least maybe you can verify this, Joker, but when you stop eating all those sugary, like super salty, super fatty things, and you get away from like fast foods and sodas or whatever, when you're like, oh, I'm going to have a cheat day, and you have one, you're like,
doesn't taste good.
It doesn't taste good at all. Your body.
Man, I'll tell you right now. So like I have black coffee, and I don't like it. I don't like black coffee hot, but when I'm dieting, I don't want all the extra calories. I brew it in the pot, straight in the fridge. Later on the day, I pour it over ice, and I'll add a little bit of like heavy cream. And I mean a little bit, like a couple of tablespoons or a little bit of milk. Fat does not make you fat. Meat or proteins does not make you fat. They're very satiating. So you eat a lot less of that, and you feel fuller. What you want to stay away from at all costs is carbohydrates. So, and on your cheat days should never be fast food or carbohydrates. Just have a cut of meat, have like a good steak, treat yourself to a good steak and a salad and maybe some green beans. Like that's my go-to for dinner is a steak
salad,
and
but
some,
not dressing.
yeah, yeah. And which, or if you do a dressing, you can do something like, and you have to check, there are some ranches that are very low carb, but it's very high calorie, but it's fat,
Yeah.
but it's very high calorie. We're talking a tablespoon or two, like enough you can barely taste it on there. If it's like, if anything during your diet phases, other than a steak, basically is, oh my God, that's delicious, you're doing it wrong. But you can either suffer for a very long time or really suffer hard for a much shorter time, get it over with, and then just ease yourself back in. It's all about portion control. Get your weight, find out how many calories that you burn in a day. And I still believe it's a lot easier to eat less than exercise more. Because if you're only supposed to have 2,000 calories, you eat 3,000, burning 1,000 calories is hours of like high
It's
intensity.
like 6-7 miles.
Oh, it's miserable.
Of running.
Just skip the food. Just less in. You'll lose weight. But you got to eat proteins and fats, low calories, high protein, high fat,
low carb,
skip the carbs.
Really low carb. Yeah.
Yep.
No, it's true, and that's one way to do it, and it's fucking tough, but I'm telling you, like fast food and sodas, those things are murderers for you, and smoothies are shit. Like I love smoothies; they taste great, like a mango a go-go.
They're 800
yeah,
calories because they
a
add
mango
sugar
a
in with
go-go
the fruit.
from Jamba Juice is at least if it's not over 1,000 calories, I think it is.
Yeah.
They're so fucking good. That's why they're terrible for you. Don't eat them.
But in your own house, like if you were to take a cup of milk, throw in a banana, a couple of strawberries, blueberries, all that, and blend it up with no sugar or anything, like 200, 250 calories.
Right.
It's much
throw in a
less.
scoop of peanut butter too.
Yeah.
Or an egg or something. But yeah, no, it like get rid of that shit. But you stop eating fast food, you stop drinking soda, and the next time you try it, you'll hate it. And that's your body telling you this was never good in the first place. But they have a bunch of chemicals that your body gets. They get the sugar. The sugar is like one of the most addictive substances on the planet. And when your body has it, it floods you. It floods your dopamine receptors. It does everything. Even if you don't like the taste, when you go back for that sugar and you keep going back for it more and more and more, eventually your body's like, I need this. And so then you look at it, you crave it, you want it, and you like the taste. Your body becomes accustomed to ignoring the taste for the dopamine reaction that you get. When you break that cycle and then you taste it later, you're like, this was never good.
Yep.
So
look up keto diet here on YouTube, either keto diet or ketosis and fasting. I'm literally up almost 15 pounds in a month. That's a pound every other day. And it's just by working out, walking 10,000 steps a day, and really crunching down to 500, 700 calories a day. Like you can do it. And once you're used to it after a week or two, you're used to it. You just do that for a while.
I just don't have time to eat like during the day. I usually, if I'm eating, it's at 8 p.m. That's about the time I have to eat because I have that before the show. And then sometimes I eat something after the show. I usually eat high protein stuff. I like, cause I don't want to cook. So I'll go up. I have some pre-boiled eggs or whatever. I'll have those. I'll have some meat or whatever. And then I fucking go to sleep. Sometimes I have ramen cause I'm weak, but ramen's good. But yeah. Wolfsbane says 295 pounds, 6'1", and have natural muscle and dense bones. You also are fat.
295 that's for 6'1", that's big.
You're fat. He says it's that weird have West African descent genes. Well, you also have fat. Like, I'm sorry. you do. The BMI on you is the BMI is strong with this one. Like,
unless you can like deadlift 800 pounds and bench, 400.
You
and
can't.
You might be big enough.
We'd know your name already. You'd be in the fucking Olympics. Like you'd be the biggest motherfucker of raw muscle ever. I have a strong amount of doubt, my friend. But that's okay. Like, here's the thing with being big though. If you want it, like if you're fine being big, be big. That's okay. Like you can do that. I fat shame people who ask me. I've worked really hard to not fat shame everybody else on the planet, myself included. I fat shame me all the time, but I really do. Like it's okay to be the size or look that you are, but if you're trying to improve, you can do it and you can be better. That's the takeaway. With that, that's the show.
Sweet. Yeah, 6 a.m. only a 6-hour stream, piece of cake.
It's every
my longest is like 9 hours, I think.
I did a 26 once. 25.
Oh, that was, you did that during, was that the verdict on?
No, I was going to do that for Depp. And then I found out that she was going to just let the jurors go home and it would have been a complete waste. Yeah. But no, I did it at 24,000 subscribers. I decided to do a 24-hour stream. It was fucking difficult.
I bet you wished until you had 240,000 subs for that kind of a stream.
Well, I promised a 24-hour stream at 200,000 subs, and I have not delivered yet.
Oh man, you're way behind.
I can't. It's so you need the 24 hours of stream time, but you need 8 hours on either end of the stream as well. Minimum 8 hours on either end of the stream as well. And I'm like, I don't know when I have 36 hours in my life. I have no idea.
Right.
It's really hard for me to do, but I'm still. I have not forgotten chat. I have not forgotten, and I'm looking for the time, hopefully sometime soon. Roy Rat says, Otzi the Iceman's menu. Trust a real Bronze man, not modern diet scams. Science.org/content/article/Iceman's last meal was high fat feast. There you go. Well, if you live in a fucking frozen tundra, you need to eat fat. The people who go to the North Pole and who climb Mount Everest, they eat sticks of butter and they eat whale blubber because they have to put on layers of fat to keep warm.
Yep.
But anyway, tell you what, Joker,
sir,
tell us where we can find you. Tell us the outro, whatever you want to push, and then we'll wrap up the show.
You can find me at Joker at Better Bachelor here on YouTube. And then you can also find me betterbachelor.locals.com. You can find me Better Bachelor on Rumble, Better Bachelor on Odyssey. But I do everything that I ever do always is always going to be on Locals. And most of the time it's to just members. So it means you don't have to be a subscriber for $5 a month. Just go over there. I do all my dating profiles over there. My videos are sometimes 10 to 20 minutes longer on Locals versus YouTube. And then I trim out the worst of the language and all the crazy stuff, put it on YouTube for all the,
for the algorithms,
for the sanitized bullshit.
Yeah.
And you know something, I think someone's uploading my content to like Apple Podcast, and like I'm finding my stuff. I'm like, I don't send anything here. How did it end up here? So YouTube or Locals or Rumble, you can find me all there, but just Google Better Bachelor. You might get some bachelorette shit, but I think most of it leads to me. So
the easiest way to his YouTube channel is to go to the description, click on his name. It will take you to his channel. It'll open a new window for you even, and you can click subscribe and you can follow some videos because I know you guys are awake, but we are going to sleep. Final super chat. See Goody says carbs are bae, soda is bae, spiritual fat ass for the win. Yeah, I was too until somewhere in the 30s when your metabolism just goes, fuck it, I'm going to Mexico. And you're like, wait, I need you come back. And it's gone. And then suddenly I'm not eating ice cream filled with cookie dough and chocolate every day. But that's
enjoy it while you're young.
Yeah. And then when you get fat, blame yourself and get better. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be on Mahler and Rag show tomorrow, 1 p.m. Central Time for an EFAP of She-Hulk. Don't fap to She-Hulk. Guys, thanks for watching. Better Bachelor. Joker. Thank you for hanging out.
Yeah, man. And next time you do your thing with your black-pilled friend there, hit me up and let me know. We'll
we're going to do it. Fun. Hell yeah. It'll be fun. All right, man. Brother. All right, guys. Have a good night. Peace.
drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost planning tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost planning tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed,